going on? Peace, power, and profit to all the entrepreneurs, right? The traders, investors, go-getters, right? Those who don't take no trash, right? Those who take out the trash, right? Shout out to you all on this awesome TGIF. Thank goodness it's Friday. In this case, it's TGI PD for us, right? Thank goodness it's profit day, right? Because in a day we can go into the markets and get us a nice little bag and void of having to deal with the rat race and life and bosses and people hanging all around your cubicle, getting on your nerves, and people just all invading your space. And you could just do this from an isolated place and get you a nice little piece of change, doing a little something strange. Shout out to you all, right? So again, we obviously profess the value of entrepreneurship over here on this channel, and we stand by that because again, financial literacy is right the game of the day, right? Every day, right? Financial literacy. We should never be short in improving on our economic prowess, right? We are in a capitalist society that cares less about how you feel, your ideology, all that stuff. Either you can survive or if you can't, right? And so under the rules of engagement, we're stressed and test to play ball in a way where it puts us in the driver's seat if we're able to, so we can make the decisions that benefit our lives. So shout out to everybody who's not afraid to take a chance on themselves, to find opportunity, who will go out to find opportunity, which they can then exalt and exploit for their own benefit and their gain. So shout out to you all. Thank you guys for tuning in again on this Friday. I'm pretty sure you guys are busy as always, and I'm always humbled, whenever you can come over here and hang out with your brother, show a little love, and just kind of, go through the motions of what we always do. So, of course, we are a working channel over here. When we crank up the live stream over here, we go to work, right? That's what should be as they say, the modus operandi for most people, I guess. But, everybody ain't the same, and that's fine. All right, so shout out to everybody a little bit. Again, hope you guys having a great day. So we got Oba Chris in the building already. Peace, power, profit to you, Oba. Right, go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Definitely building out this channel. He need to have well over 100,000 subscribers. Right, Oba Jay Shelton in the building. Right, always happy to have Jay come through again. Brother, just be soaking up game, building out his investment knowledge as well. So again, very excited to have you here as well. And everybody that might be tuning in behind the scenes, who may be at the desk or the cubicle, having nerves tested by the co-workers, and you may not can type or say a whole lot. Shout out to you all, and we thank you for your patronage and the value of a view today. Right, and so again, as you see down in my description box or the title of the video, right, live intraday trading. Of course, that's the typical banner, but then market bears sniffing out a correction. Right, so we've already hit those inflection points on the chart. We mapped them out. All right, Oba Marquise and pop in the building. Peace, power, property. Oba Marquise, definitely excited for him too. Can't wait till he get his YouTube channel popping. Right, technical genius, technical whiz. Right, shout out to Oba Marquise in the building. Right. Affectionately known as Crypto Kid, for some of you guys know him from back in the day, right? All things cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, blockchain. He's your go-to guy, right? Not just no slacker, but a guy that knows this stuff, right? So again, like we've been talking about, for being able to chart the market, we've been spot on, right? I'm excited because again, we were able to put out a game plan, lay out all the parameters, right? The risk values involved, and then go out there and execute based upon that set information. And to date, we've been nothing but successful, right? We've been successful beforehand, but I love when a plan come together, right? Y'all know I love to speak, about those kind of scenarios. When we put a plan together and then we go out there and execute on it, what else to talk about, right? Anything else, nothing else to do but collect checks at that point, right? And so from what I've been seeing in around the markets and the circles that I move in, I've been seeing people collecting checks. So I don't know, again, you might be, kind of, stagnant in environments where you may be hanging out at, but over here, we collected some checks, and that's a positive, right? That's a good thing. And so that's what we get up every day for, all right, to put ourselves in a position where we can get us a bag. So again, without, holding up the process there and just kind of jumping right into it, the catalyst of choice this week, or what they call the investment vehicle of choice, that we've been heavily in an entanglement with, right? If I could use the words of a Jada Pinkett, right? We've been in an entanglement with the S&P 500, right? So that asset has proven to be a really great stock, ETF, however you want to qualify it, worth again engaging for the value that it has paid out quite well, right? With the volatility behind it, because we know that any intraday trader, he or she lives for volatility, because that's literally how you make your money. You make money off the markets being able to expand, right? And typically, the only way you are able to capitalize on that level of expansion is if, right, markets are in a volatile state where, number one, i.e. the Feds cannot control a lot of the ambiguity of the actual day traders. Of course, people who are coming in, going out, those who are fearful, those who are overconfident in their revenge trading, all that stuff makes up that tug of war in the markets that we know, where you have that pull and push kind of reality and seeing who's going to win that war. So as of today, of course, the bears are winning, right? Those who are short the market, who've been short basically all for the past 6 days, 7 days, they're winning, right? They're definitely winning. We mapped out our channels. We assessed the risk. We put these trades on well in advance before all these moves begin to happen. So that, therefore, there's no, there's no hindsight, what's called after the fact trading over here. We do this stuff in real time. We map it out. We show it. We give you our thesis. We give you our excuses, our reasons, whatever. We're laying out our game plan, so that way people can see firsthand how we feel about the markets, and where we're trying to take the markets, are respective to its trend value, so we can basically match the market in terms of where it's trying to go and reap the benefits on the profit side. And so we broke trend today that was inside this channel box after breaking down and testing, as we know to be, right, that basically gap fill closure that we was experiencing at around about 443.20, 443.30 area, right? And now getting into a place where now we can start trending or trading for the inevitable pullback or breakdown, at least back down towards this linear regression line near that 438. We know there's some areas around 438 of interest that a lot of people are looking for, right? We don't know if it's going to happen right away or whatnot. Dang, my line must have moved. Who moved my bar? Somebody been on my chart plan? Let me go check around. My bar was down here. Now I know it was down there, and y'all know it was down there, right? Somebody been moving my bar, right? Who playing with my charts? All right, let me get my lines back right here real quick. Forgive me, guys. All right, all right. Get my lines in play here. All right, get this guy here, because that's where it was last night. Now I don't know what happened, but I think the L's around here playing around my charts at night. Who touched my charts? All right, but anyway, so again, we got the market breakdown today. We broke trend. We broke the 200-day moving average here, obviously on the 1 hour chart, right? We had the 200 crossing over the 20 that made it bullish for that small time pump off the lows, coming off a Wednesday pump. And now today we had what? We had the 20-day moving average crossing back below the 200-day moving average, which obviously signifies what? A lot of bearish sentiment. Now, what we've been able to ID as well in that is that we discussed this actually last night in our training session that we have with our mentor sessions, right? If you're definitely excited about getting some good training, right, you might want to come hang out with us as well on that side. Hit with me, connect with me on WeTradeHQ.com. My link is down in the description box. If of course you just want to go direct through me, hey, cash at me, right? I'll give you all the information. But nonetheless, we mapped out the movement here, right? Hold up, something wrong with my chart. Even my top and bottom here is off. Let me see. Let me put this on the daily chart. Let me see what's going on here. Because clearly everything was in alignment last night. Now all of a sudden it's off today. So I don't know if that's trading view tripping today or what. Maybe they're just like, man, they watching these jokers make these money. They're going to come mess up our charts. Maybe. I don't know. All right, let me see here. 1 second, guys. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, because that's definitely not off. It's definitely off from where we had it marked off at. But all right, whatever. We'll work with what we got. I'll fix it later. All right. It was just literally working last night. We got off this thing last night, right? And it was working fine, right? And now all of a sudden it's all over the place. But anyway, but y'all see it. Of course, it's not hard to map out exactly what you see here in terms of what we were trading for and planning for, right? What we was assessing in our risk assessment of where the markets were, slated to go, essentially, right? They were slated to go, based on, damn, I just can't stand this messiness here. I'm sorry, I just have to fix this. I'm sorry. Y'all got to bear with me for a couple seconds, right? Because that's exactly not, when we talking about market. Let me get these lines back. Come on, line, get in here. All right. There we go. I fixed the rest of it later. All right, no big deal. All right. Anyway, again, I'm meticulous, right? I'm meticulous for a reason, right? Attention to detail, right? Maybe that's the military side of me. But anyway, we just, we were able to map out, again, the weakness, right? And even though we saw these little two snapback moments, and of course you had the market just kind of going through what they call to be a dead cat bounce when we hit that gap closure at 443, basically 443. Hold up, why is this thing not registering properly? Something is not right. I think it's because they did the dividend. I think that's what it is. And they got these charts all jacked up. That's probably what it was. All right. It's something of that nature because the gap closed with that 443.30-ish area, 443.40 area. And now all of a sudden now it's showing it at basically 442.09. So yeah, I think the futures market is off kilter because the S&P 500 did a dividend. And so percentages and chart values were off because of that. And it's giving you somewhat of a, I don't know, maybe a bad readout, right? A misfire, but that's basically what's going on. So forgive me, guys, but we definitely had our chart mapped out. So that I guess I had to kind of reassess it now, right? And so this candle here was obviously down here and not up there. So I don't know. I'll leave it where it's at for now. Oh, well, it is what it is, right? We got it on recording, so, right? Go back and play the replay from the other day, right? But anyway, we planned for this. We got what we needed. And now we're playing, we're playing foot on the gas pedal here. If you are bearish to market here, of course, we say, well, the dip buy is still strong. The dip buy is still the name of, the game of the day. Well, yeah, it's all good until it doesn't work, right? And when it does not work or it's not working effectively, right, what do you do? Well, at some point, you got the delta hedge also that of all that aggression that you have for that reversal play. You have to also put on, the basic hedge that protects, both sides of that trade, right? If you are not confident, that, the markets are not going to respond in a way where your thesis of revenge trade the market or counter trend trade the market, if that's the most suitable way to go at the market, then do so. But do it with the understand that, don't risk more than you are willing to lose. And understand at this point, the trend is still down. Yeah, we broke the gap closure. And now we're kind of somewhat trending down towards this linear regression band, which is another area of interest around that 438 area, right? We're just trading under the rules of engagement. And we broke a massive point of support point that a lot of people were kind of hiding out at previously. Now they're playing duck and cover at around that place. So volatility is expanding. I love volatility because that's where day traders make their money, right? And it's hard to shake us out of trades when we know we've had, certain support breaches in the market that gives you that confidence. Say, you know what, they can play just whip the market all up and down all they want, but I'm staying, patient here. I'm gonna stay, true to my position here, and I'm gonna ride this thing till the wheels fall off because again, I see that there's more people outflow in the market or selling the market than they are trying to buy the dip to save it, right? And so hence my meme, right, that I have up on my thumbnail, right, the dealer, right, is he or when the dealer is effective or not, right, or is he not, right, basically, right? In this case, of course, Jerome Powell being the somewhat the workhorse that everybody like to hang their house on, literally, right, their house payments, and they gambling with their mortgage money, trying to buy the market to the upside. They feel like there's no, pullbacks ever going to come. Stunks only go up. Well, guess what? A lot of those people right now probably, they're reconsidering that thought right now, right? They are possibly reconsidering that thought, and that's fine because again, you know how this stuff go. Every plan has has value until it doesn't work, right? Then you have to reassess things and figure out what's the next best course or action that you should take to go forward. So, but for us, we're very disciplined. We understand the value of risk management, at a point where we do not go outside the boundaries of what we can account for. We're not just going to be out there, quote unquote, gambling, right? And just, wishing things to just work out, right? That's not how life works. You can't wish your way through life, right? You actually got to be able to put down a plan, a procedure, have a methodology, and go out there and implement it, right? And if it does not work out, and once you've exhausted all the values of falsifying the data of opportunities or, speculative values that could happen, then you rest on the fact that you did all you can do. It's okay, right? It's okay, right? And in that breath, you say, you can't win them all, right? And if you can't win them all, that's fine, right? That's fine. But as of now, we're winning, right? We're winning. The markets are again giving us, what exactly what we came for, in terms of seeing weakness, spotting weakness, trading the peak to trough perspective, and the rest has just been history, right? The rest has been history, right? So shout out to everybody who took a chance on being able to, again, assess the market, from top to bottom, lay out their game plan, and then go out there and execute on it, right? Again, based upon what the charts were showing, what the outflow was showing, what the options market was showing, a lot of the economic data that came out for CPI, PMI, unemployment claim values, benefits, or we had OPEX numbers that came out just recently. And then we have a lot of other stuff that's in the wing too. Of course, we had the infrastructure bill thrown on ice because of Joe Manchin, right? Pushing back against that. And on top of that, then in comes Joe Biden kind of getting all, in his little feelings, right? Income talking about what? Raising corporate tax rates again for the wealthy, right? So, wealthy people definitely do not like that conversation. That's more of a bear signal for Wall Street because who make all the money in America? Wall Street, right? You want to be where the money's at, you got to go hang out on Wall Street. That's just how this stuff works, right? So if you're not in the market, right, you're in trouble. Simple as that, right? If you're not in the markets, you are in trouble, right? Because the world's wealth or riches are stored in the markets, equity markets, period. Hate, like it, love it, indifferent to it. That's just the game, right? Until something else come along better, this is where you can improve or grow wealth, right? If you understand how to read these charts and understand the fundamental backstory to a lot of these different companies that we buy their products every day, then guess what? You can utilize this information to make you some money, right? And so that's what we do. We cut out the middleman and we go direct to the source. We go direct to Apple. We go direct to the S&P 500. We go direct to Tesla, Lucid, GameStop, AMC, whomever, and we utilize that ability to have a share equity stake in that company, be it short or long, and then reap some profit if everything works out in our favor, right? So again, you guys, you got to realize the power that you possess, right? And the more you wait on the sideline to convince yourselves that you should not be learning this, the further you're gonna, get behind in terms of your peers who are actively in this stuff, who's been telling you let's go maybe years ago. You're gonna get further and further behind in that perspective where you could have been that much more up in terms of interest accrued value on your money had you took advantage of learning this craft, right? So you sit around sitting around waiting, that's not going to get it done, right? We're not going to get it done sitting around just window shopping. We need to get involved because these people have figured out how to take all the money, right? This wealth heist perspective where they've taken all taxpayers' money and they're just shoving it into equity markets with or without your consent as a taxpayer. And they're just looking at you like, hey, you got to wait on your senator or your Congress to cut you some checks or cut you some benefits, right? Hey, we ain't got nothing to do with that, right? That's what Wall Street do. They throw their hands up all the time like, that's not us. It's not our fault. When they inevitably it is their fault because they're the ones who's lobbying and helping push money to these people, pocket greasing their pawns to get what they want, right? And until Main Street realizes that and push back against big government, then guess what? They're always going to be on the short end of the stick. So that's why we learn stuff like this right here. We understand these charts, these candles, right? These different patterns, these trends, right? The significance of oscillators, indicators, right? Volume. I mean, all this stuff. It's all relevant to what you do every day as a bill payer, as a person who works at a job, whatever. It's all synonymous, right? There is no, this is just something completely, separate from what you do on the job. This is the same reality. It's profit and losses. It's products and services. Simple as that. It's innovation or there's stagnation, right? That's what makes the world move, a product or a service, period. End of discussion, right? Supply and demand, right? So we're just taking that information and we apply it back to a stock, right? or a currency pair in the forex market, or a token on the crypto side, right? Where there's a supply value and there's a demand for it, then play ball. Right? Hey, what else you want us to say, right? There is no secret to the value that we seek out in these instruments that we use every day in terms of these stocks. You just got to know how to, maneuver in and around, the so-called traffic of the markets, right? The rush hour aspect of it, right? Once those things present themselves, guess what we do, right? We reap the benefits, right? When those things happen, we reap the benefits. Simple as that, right? So again, we're excited about, where we're going. We're excited about, our continued growth, right? We're excited about sharing this information with people who also find value, in it or around it, or who want to learn it, right? We're very humble, right? We're very selfless in this, right? We'll share this information with anybody. Why? Because we understand, if you really want, to have that level of at least potential freedom at your disposal, well, here's something that they can't take away from you. They can't bar you from it. They can't discriminate. They can't, whatever. They can't profile. Y'all get it. We know the spiel. But it's important that we remind people of that, because a lot of people, again, are still scared, right? They're very finicky about how they value and view their money, but they've yet to realize that money ain't nothing but a tool. It's a resource. They don't care nothing about you. They don't care how tight you try to clench it and hold on to it. It cares about none of that, right? The only thing it does is it serves a purpose, and that's all it want to do, is serve its purpose and its function. And if you're not using it properly, then you're just wasting great opportunity, right? You're wasting good capital on trivial and trashy items, or depreciating moments in life that you can never get back sometime, because time is the ultimate commodity that we all understand. And if you don't use that time wisely and learning how to benefit from that, meaning and turn that time into a vehicle that you now use your money with to get you a bigger scenario or payout, then you're doing it all wrong, right? You're literally doing it all wrong, right? And so we're definitely anti that kind of energy or mentality, right, if you will, right? We're totally against that. So we're not lazy, all right? We understand that investing and trading in the markets, the equity market, does come with inherent risk. We get that, but it's a game of chess, right? It's understanding how to put together a long-term business model. But guess what? You don't have to have no overhead costs in doing any of this. Why? Because the company does all that. Apple does all that. Tesla does all that. All you do is come in and say, let me see if you are a growth perspective. Let me see what your books look like. Let me see what your chart look like. Let me see what your competitive landscape looks like. Okay, everything checks out. I put your 100,000 in you, a 10 grand in you, right? Or 500 in you, or 1,000, whatever you choose, doesn't matter. If the company can yield you anything above 3% or 4%, on an annual basis, that means that's power. That's power. That's profit, right? That's power and profit, as we like to say, right? So how are you convinced that that doesn't make sense to you, when obviously it's clearly, how capitalism works, and from that perspective, meaning, either you start a business and allowing the consumer to help catapult your business to success by you having a great product they like, or as an investor, you're using these companies to do all the heavy lifting, and you just come in somewhat as a ghost board member, right, from the area of your home or wherever you are around the world, and you use them to facilitate what you being able to hit your goals by their growth, right, and expansion. I know I said a whole lot and all that, right? Right, but no, that's essentially what we're trying to do here, right? That's essentially what we're trying to do here, right? So again, shout out to you all who've taken it, the bulls by the horn, so to speak, and learning this to be very solid going forward, right? So again, I just wanted to kind of come on and share that with you a little bit about what the market is trying to signal to you. Be it you bearish or bullish, of course, we're neither, right? We're just opportunists. We understand that strength in markets are dictated by, right, again, the flow of the money, right? Wherever the money flows, that's where we're going, right? We're going to be trading, right, with the trend, right? The trend is your friend. Stop trying to revenge trade. Stop, complaining about how the market is not yielding what you need from it, all right? And until you realize that you exhausted all the proper procedural things in play first, then you can blame the market. But until then, even then, the market's still right. But until then, don't complain. Do it the right, proper way. Be disciplined, and then it will, reveal its fruit to you. All right, it will definitely reveal its fruit to you, right? And so again, it's just been an awesome week for a lot of us. Of course, you know, we like to share a lot of our stuff. We share a lot of our stuff, you know, with a lot of the family, you know, in the different groups or whatever. And like I said, I've been seeing a lot of people posting some really great profits, right? Through all the different Discord rooms I hang out in, through, you know, Facebook message groups, this, that, and the third. I'm seeing people taking advantage of this because, again, a lot of this stuff we was able to map out, right? We was able to put a plan together, map it out, whatever. And now, again, we're reaping the benefits of it with all this volatility, right? And so, yeah, for the rest of this today, right, the markets are going to be very topsy-turvy because today we also have a special event, right? What is the event that we have today, right? We have quadruple witching or triple witching, right? And so if you guys not familiar with what triple witching is, or quadruple witching is, right, this is a great time to learn exactly what that is. So let me get the link, guys, just in case people want to come on the back panel, sharing that with the family as well. So let's get that, you know, just in case people want to come on and share their, you know, their successes today, or just what they like in the market, or what they're trying to work on, and, you know, the whole nine. So let me get that link out. All right. So yeah. So again, quadruple witching, right? What is quadruple witching, right? So I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna, you know, pull that from my my Facebook business page, because a lot of people who are not familiar with that, you know, what is quadruple witching, right? When you hear that, it's important to understand, you know, why markets are somewhat behaving in a very sporadic or erratic way. Well, a lot of that is based upon, again, some other moving parts that sometimes that may go over a lot of traders' head because they're not familiar with, right? These little, you know, moments in the markets, right? Or events, calendar event. This is basically a calendar event, right? It happens, you know, several times throughout a year. And if you are privy to that, then you'll know how to what? You know, trade in around it, right? So it happens 4 times, right? Out of a year, you will have a considerably, you know, a quadruple witching or triple witching perspective. So if you look here on my, you know, my Facebook business page here, right? Quadruple witching, right? You know, witching days, right? Also referred to as Freaky Fridays, right? It's definitely a Freaky Friday for some people, right? Right? Used to be a day that many traders feared due to the volatile market conditions, right? Now you couple that with what we've already had in terms of a lot of volatility because of economic policies, and you got a quadruple witching on top of that. Well, guess what? That was a recipe for somewhat of a disaster for a lot of people who are aggressively bullish with the markets. Why? Because in that moment, right, you got all this mountain of volatility now kind of hovering over your head, and you trying to convince yourself that the best trade is still the what? Just buy the dip, just like there's no tomorrow. Like that trade is not just going to work always, right? Sometimes you got to reevaluate and figure out what's the best, you know, next recourse of action you should take. So now you have what they call a double, you know, whammy of volatility overtaking the market. And I would say triple, because why? The dollar is rising today. The VIX is rising today. All those are antithetical what trades against the S&P 500 or a bullish aggressive nature to tech stocks, right? When those stocks or those assets are going up, or those derivatives or instruments are going up, that SPY's typically coming down, and or tech stocks are coming down, right? Oh, here, look, feedback. You good, Overgrits?
Give me those keys.
Okay. Yeah. So, oh yeah, muting. All right. All right. So yeah, when those things are happening, then guess what? Markets are signaling to you that, you know, okay, it's time to kind of pull back a little bit on just buying a dip recklessly, right? That stuff is not going to always work. Why? Because a lot of people who become complacent and just dependent upon Jerome Powell to boost and ramp the markets up, well, guess what? It's all good until it doesn't work, right? It's all good until that doesn't work any longer. And right now, a lot of these traders are starting to see that, you know, you can't just, you know, think the markets are always just going to go straight up, right? There's always going to be some aspect where there's going to be an exhaustion of buyers. And so at those supply zones or whatever, right, then you can start planning for a little bit, you know, a small correction or even potentially a bigger correction, right? So again, coming back to the quadruple witching perspective, right? So this is just, matter of fact, let me blow that up a little bit there. So 1 second, so you guys can see it a little bit more bigger there, hopefully. 1 second. Okay, yeah. All right. So quadruple witching, right? So again, this is kind of going back. So Freaking Friday used to be a day that many traders feared due to the volatile market conditions and the potential risk involved, right? So everything we do in the markets is always denoted by what? Risk management, right? You cannot get around that. That's a part of your disciplinary procedures that you must have as a trader or an investor. You got to understand the risks that are involved, right? Now, it's not like life or death risk, right? But it's just more based upon what the markets are signaling to you at that point, right? Being, what is the trend? Where's the money at, right? Is it flowing this way or is it flowing that way, right? So don't try to get too ahead of it and don't try to be too much behind it, right? You have to stay within the, the confinements of the trend, right? So going forward. So now that options expirations are more spread out, these days have calmed down and aren't nearly as volatile as they once were, right? As more and more traders experience and plan and adjust for quadruple witching days, the fear subsided with caution, but while caution remains, right? So now we're at that point now where, we were just steady trying to buy the market because we were more comfortable with the markets trying to make new highs, or at least, being in a position where it could particularly go higher, leading up into another quadruple witching perspective here, right? And on top of all the economic data, right, there's a lot of caution, involved now, because the body dip trade, again, hasn't been, as I would say, the most consistent over the past, at least, I would say at least for the past couple weeks, right? At least 2 to 3 weeks, that body dip scenario hasn't been that effective as it was, let's say, 2 or 3 months ago, right? A month and a half ago, right? It's starting to wane a little bit, right? So again, quadruple witching occurs when stock options, stock index options, stock index futures, and single stock futures simultaneously expire on the same day. So you got all these contracts coming, into an expiration ahead on the same day. And so people have to make, obviously 3 different decisions at that moment. What do they do? Either they sell it, right? All right. Either they what? Or in this case, either for profit or, without profit. All right. Or they roll it into a what? A future contract perspective, right? Or they just let it what? Become worthless, right? Let it go to zero if you're already underwater on that trade or that investment, right? So, I mean, that's basically how this stuff is coming to a head on this day. And because of that, that's a lot of volatility happening all at once, because all these contracts are just what? Going into sell mode, right? Worthless mode and rollover mode. People trying to extend it. If they think there's more life left in it, they'll extend it in a rollover. And that's causing, the market makers and everybody to kind of get that order flow click, then push it through the system all at once. Imagine that. We're talking about, millions and millions and millions of contracts. All that stuff hitting the market at one time. And so all these stocks that are laid waste in the middle of that, be it people's aggressive, for one stock over the other, you'll start seeing those individual stocks just, they're moving like an equalizer, right? On a radio or something. It'll just be moving like crazy, right? Very volatile, right? Like something short circuiting the market, right? That's what quadruple witching does to a market. If you ever witnessed one before, that's what it does. That's exactly what's happening, right? So these witching days occur 4 times a year. On the 3rd Friday of March, right? The 3rd Friday of June, and the 3rd Friday of September and December, right? So we got another one coming up in December, right? Which is what going to be on the what? The 3rd Friday, right? In December, right? So quadruple/triple witching can cause increased trading volume and unusual price movement throughout the trading day, especially power hour. So between 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., that's typically when they unleash those what? That flood of stuff, because everybody know at that point they got to try to get out those contracts, right? Unless they end up, being assigned, have to exercise them. So that's when you see a lot of that, spasm of volatility happening in around the markets at that point, right? And by that point, the theta, starting to already kind of eat into your profits. Your delta is starting to come down on the Greek side, so it's not even worth sitting there holding it at that point if you just feel like you're not going to get that much more out of it that you didn't get, let's say, the 3 preceding hours before that, right? Or 4 hours preceding that, right? So quadruple/triple witching hour, right? That's what they call it, the quadruple triple witching hour, right? Which is basically 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., right? So triple witching includes the expiration of stock index options, whatever, we read that. So when these large bets contracts, which they are contracts, have been placed in the futures market, traders have to decide if they want to roll their futures contracts over. We just talked about that. Maintain a position in a non-expiring contract, or close their position, which means buying and or what? Selling, right? So those are the only options, right? That's it. Buy, sell, or, basically, or roll it, right? Right, which can mean a lot for the overall asset in itself, right? With all that volume becoming, uh, due in terms of moving through the system, right? On the order flow charts, all that, right? So options contracts are fairly similar. Option traders find out whether their options expire in or out of the money, right? Again, buying or selling occurs dependent on the direction of the original trade, right? Which we know that we're assessing, right? Whether we're bullish or or bearish, right? Wherever that energy is or that sentiment, that's where we're trying to be, right? With that contract, basically, right? And if it's going worthless, do you sit there and just sit on it and not, take what little less you have in it? Some people just say, you know what, I done lost that much, I just let it go to zero. But I'm of the mindset, if I can save a few dollars, if it's just a few dollars, so be it. I'll take it, right? All right. These actions in the market can cause increased volatility in which some day traders take advantage of, or completely avoid. Right. Again, that's why I say day traders love moments like this. Why? Because we eat, sleep, and drink volatility. We like expansion. That's what volatility brings to market. It brings a non-controlled trading environment where it methodically creeps to the upside. That goes out the window, and the markets are just up, up and down, blowing through standard deviations like it ain't nothing, basically, right? Blowing through ATRs like it ain't nothing, right? That's what volatility gives you, especially even on the quadruple witching or triple witching day, right? So, however, all right, not all quadruple and triple witching days have this volatility. Some are calm and others are full of action. So proceed with caution on these Fridays, right? So that's what we're looking to assess today, right? Waning volatility, right? Not today, right? Today's going to be what? Massive volatility, right? One way or the other, markets are going to move, and they're going to move, distinctive to that particular asset that a lot of people are, loaded in terms of those contracts, right? Future stock indexes, things of that nature that we read about as far as what is quadruple witching, right? So I know I said a whole lot doing all that, right? I hope you guys got something out of that, right? Right, but you definitely can go read into that on your own. Understand these are things that move markets. So you ask yourself, why the market ain't doing this, and why the market ain't blah, 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 blah. Well, this is what's happening. This is exactly what's happening, right? This is exactly what's happening, right? So that way you won't be confused or, be alarmed when these things are happening, right? So again, so if you guys want to come on the panel, there's the link right there. Again, we're actually getting ready to get into power hour here about the next 9 minutes. So if you got any trades you want to discuss, right, talk about your week, what you saw, what you're planning for, you guys definitely have the floor to do so over here because y'all know, Mi Casa is Su Casa or whatever, Su Casa, Mi Casa, however, right? You're welcome here anytime, right? Over, Chris, I see you in the building. What's going on today, Over?
Peace, power, and profit, Over.
You got it. How's your day, man? How's everything going for you?
Pretty good. I was telling the brothers, on the economic empowerment show the other day that, like the last, couple weeks, I kind of been on like a losing streak. I had a couple winning trades, but, mostly I just been, my psychology was off. So, I was explaining to them like, you'll have periods like that where you just, when you lose, you would just try to gain everything, try to gain stuff back. And, when you stop and think and just like, wait, I can't do that. That's not working. So it's just a testament to, sitting on your hands, not doing anything, and just watching and, getting your emotions under control and really getting back to your, your discipline psychology to, go back to your fundamentals and stop, emotionally trading. So, I was able, to, reset. I hit on Apple the other day. That was a good trade.
Boom.
Uh, I do have a spot call that, I got out early because like we was talking about last night, that red candle and, it broke down. So I sold it and I bought me a put, on Webull and, I made 50% off that. I'm cool. I'm good. But it's just a testament when you reset yourself, after losing, go back to your fundamentals and start doing the things you need to do to get back in the game and start winning again. That's why I love our training class, because you know it brings you back to where you need to be. That way you get back to reading the charts and going back to the tea leaves, peak to trough, things like that. And you know you see the difference when you do that. So you know I'm happy with the results, but it does happen. You do get caught up, you know, start mostly trading, try to, you know, chase a bunch of losers and, you know, try to get what you lost back, kind of like gambling at the crap table and, you know, at the casino.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. So,
Totally agree. I mean, you said a mouthful. Ain't nothing to follow up with that, right? That's literally what we again what we aspire for every day, right? To realize exactly what we're here for, understand the parameters, right? You know, in terms of our, you know, risk value, risk assessment, right? Not getting too far ahead of ourselves or you know, lagging behind in terms of the data or the information. We staying fluid with what's going on in the, you know, in the now, and then above all things, keeping our emotions what, you know, in check, right? Because we're trying to collect a paper check, right? And emotions don't pay very well, right? Unless you're in the acting right side of things, right? And so, you know, over here we don't act, we actually perform, right, the right way, the proper way, based on reality, right? And so the brother's 100% right and exact. I couldn't have said it any better, right? The importance of that, being grounded, understand the rules of engagement. We like to use that term for a reason, right? That stuff is very critical. It's very important. And of course, that's more directed to the day traders out there in the markets, whether you're trading Forex, crypto, binary options, any of that. You know, you have to be, again, focused on your initiative, right? Your goals, your game plan, your thesis, right? You have to have that plan of procedure in play. Once you step outside of that, now you're operating in what they call that gray space, right? That you're not familiar with that too much, but you're just, let me see if it just work out. We've all been there before. Like, let me see if this is gonna work out, because now this thing's supposed to have worked out, right? What end up happening? You find yourself trying to end up revenge trading at that point, because now it's like you want to force the market to bend to your will or to move into the thesis that you had in play, right? Well, we know the market pretty much isn't a beast of its own. It's a mind, you know, a mind spaz in itself, right? It's going to do what it wants to do, based upon a lot of the bigger players who have, you know, bigger money in play, how they want to change and alter the direction if they need be, because their money is really, you know, again, indicative of, you know, all that extra, you know, but it's all forward planning that a lot of, you know, smaller traders try to acquire and putting together an investment. These, to them, it could be a week, it could be a month, it could be a quarter, right? It could be towards a dividend payout, right? And then they'll collect their little profits and move on, right? But they can do that once you got millions and billions of dollars on the table, right? So, you know, when those things happen, of course, speaking to the traders out there, you just got to understand what's the risk profile involved here, right? What does the chart say? Where's my support, my resistance points, plot points, right? Where's my peak to trough assessments that I need to kind of focus on? Because in doing so, you'll have a little bit more peace and conviction in knowing how, when, where, you know, that you might want to take a trade, right? And knowing that, as they say, that's half the battle, right? The G.I. Joe saying, right? That's half the battle. And knowing what to do, when to do it, right? How to do it. So we use what they call the 4 W's, right? What, why, where, and when, right? Understanding those parameters puts you in a place where you can now have a somewhat of a compartmentalization on what to do and how to do it, right? We know what and why is surrounded around what? Technical analysis, right? We understand, you know, where and when, excuse me, that's funded around, let me repeat that. What and why is the fundamental story, right? The where and when is the technical story, right? So the fundamentals based upon, you know, what stock, why is this stock, again, worthy to be traded? Again, it could be catalyst, it could be news, it could be growth, whatever, it could be FDA, all that stuff. And then the technical more or less puts you on the chart and says, okay, where's a good place to start plotting this chart at, right? And then when to pull the trigger, right? That's that. Okay, right here, seems to be a great way, area to buy this, buy into this stock, right? So again, no matter how you look at the markets or how you game plan for it, those things are superlative, right? To you understanding, what to do, in a way where again you're not confused about, your goals that you're trying to hit at that moment, right? Does that make sense? You guys
Yeah.
with me? Right. So again, that's just a part of our disciplinary, what they call housekeeping, right? We got to housekeep ourselves sometimes the same way, right? You just can't be cluttered all up trying to make this money. You got your mind scattered all over the place, right? You might be, trying to trade the market. You might be thinking about your little boo, and you all dewy-eyed, and the market is like, okay, you over there drunk, huh? Okay, don't worry about it. Let me go and get some of the money out your account, right? Since you want to focus on me, right? So again, the markets are very jealous, right? The markets are very jealous, right? When it commands your attention, it needs what? That attention.
Yeah.
Right? If you walk away from it, especially again, if you're a day trader, then again, you better have some stop losses set, right? Better have you some insurance out there. Because they can easily do a 180 on you, and next thing you know, you be up like $5,000-$6,000 or $2,000. You come back, you down, about $700-$800. Like, man, what happened? Yeah, you was over there, dewy-eyed, right? You all dewy-eyed. They didn't rob you a little bit, but again, I can't stress enough. Over Chris hit it on the head, the nail on the head. He's 100% right in his act. And sometimes when you run into that little fog a little bit, right? The fog, kind of be over you a little bit. You step back, reassess your situation, right? Evaluate, what you might need to kind of return to or what you might be doing wrong, right? And then come back at this thing with a more clear conscience, right? And that typically, most times, you'll learn how to correct that behavior in that moment, right? And so that's why I love this stuff, because again, it doesn't take you all the way out, right? It just gives you some, sometimes the market ropes you back in and say, hey, you're forgetting some of these steps, right? You're forgetting some of the, the rules of engagement, right? So come on back home. Let's get you back on the right track. When that happens, you figure out, okay, now I'm straight, right? I got my mind right. And so now my paper about to be straight, right? So shout out again, over Chris for laying that out, because he's 100% right in that. And people out there don't, again, if you want people to always try to gas you up and tell you, no, you ain't got to worry about all that. Just keep doing this, do that, third. These people lying to you, right? We don't do that stuff over here. We don't pump, and we definitely dang sure ain't out here finna give you all these delusions of grandeur, right? The market is a real reality every day, and if you're gonna show up to be a part of it, you better be ready to show out in the right way, right? Because if not, it's definitely gonna try to take from you if you ain't ready for it, right? And so that's just a part of the game. So again, shout out to Over Chris, because again, able to rebound a little bit today and get some of that money back, right? Got some of that capital back and hit Apple. So again, y'all know when that happened, right? When you might have took a little trade a little too premature and that didn't work out, and you find another one out there, and that thing finally hit right, boy, you be like this right here. Funk, boy, you got out that funk fine, boy. You broke, like, I'm back, boy. You got to relief, boy. You could be like,
oh, dog, boy.
I'm back, boy. He's looking like I'm back, bro. Like they thought they were about the time. I'm back. Give me this
buddy.
Right? I kick in and I call, it's game on. So shout out to you. What's going on over Marquise? See you came in the building.
Peace over Marquise.
Peace, power, profit. Everything going well, man. How about y'all?
Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal day, man. What you out there in these streets, man? Wall Street.
Yeah.
I actually didn't really get to take the trade I wanted to today. I was really trying to salvage the trade that I took yesterday. Because I had done, I went long yesterday. Caught the bottom of that New York session and went long, but I got busy towards the end of the session, multitasking, and I wasn't really able to get out. So I had a moment, maybe 30 minutes to get out, but I'm so busy, and I just kind of glanced at it, and I'm like, well, it looked like we might be changing market structure, so I'm gonna just let it ride. And then once we got into the training session and we just talking about all the bearishness, I was like, oh goodness. I was like, I knew I should have taken profits. I knew I should have taken profits. And I seen some of those signs too, but I was so busy and multitasking, I wasn't 100% in there. So I was more focused on when the market opened. Let me get up out of this trade, this long I'm in before we drop. And I did. I was able to salvage it. I only lost like $10. So I was definitely happy about that. But I just got into a trade. Now. But I actually been doing, great all week, really just shorting the market all week, seeing that change in market structure. And then, kind of going against the grain for the last, 2 days. But it's been going pretty well after I saw that shift in market structure. That was definitely helpful.
Phenomenal. And again, and that's what I would like to say. That's why it's always good to have, as I like to say, all eyes and ears on deck, right? It's good to have a team, right? Or people that at least you can bounce some good, some good energy off of, even if it's just silent, right? You might see a person working on some charts and they may post something, and you might be looking at something like, oh, okay, yeah, I didn't think to look at that like that. It's so many different ways you can, again, repair your situation or enhance your situation, right? Which also effectively goes into making a good trade on the back end, right? And so just hearing you guys speak, course, and how, again, like minds, right? Like minds, right? We're kind of all moving at that same kind of, wavelength of that path where we're just understanding, again, what are the rules of engagement, right? How do I assess it? How can I benefit off of it, right? Even sometimes when we have it mapped out and still miss it, right? Or some might come when we miss that entry price. You be like, God, dog, but either way you look at it, your observation was right. And sometimes, even though you would have loved to get the paper from it, that's still a confidence booster, right? That's why I tell people, even when you paper trading and you put together a thesis and you paper trade it, that's a confidence booster because this is a game of consistency, right? You have to get comfortable at learning how to take sometimes small wins. And so sometimes when the big ones do show up, guess what? You ready, right? We ready, right? You be ready, right? Because that's a part of our daily regimen of preparing ourselves methodically to be able to tackle this market. Hey, Dollar Will, you popped in the room and he must have had something came up. Brother Dollar Will was in for a second, then he rolled out. He must have had something came up, or it might have been resetting his computer. But definitely, guys, come on the live stream, guys. There's the link right there. If you want to, come in and hang out with the family, I'm gonna pin it here. So there's the link to the stream, y'all. If you want to come in and share your day, share what's been going, working for you in the markets, you'll have access to that. So there's the link. It should be pinned. I don't know. It might be a little slow. I don't know. Right. But there it is down there. So again, shout out to people who are, again, who are realizing, the great opportunities that we have afforded to us by accessing these capital markets, learning to earn, as we like to say, learn to earn, and letting the chips fall as they may at that point, right? If we want to use that thesis, right? That's why we got the Jerome Powell, picture up today because again, he's been the dealer, right? He's been the one, causing a lot of this complacency in the markets, right?
Yeah.
Not just an equity market, but a lot of what he do affects the forex market. A lot of what he do affects the crypto market, right? And the gold market, right? A lot of people don't want to deal with that, but these central bankers, right? And the American central banker is pretty much the marquee central bank around the entire planet, right? He is, he's the right hand man of the, the Bilderbergs and all that stuff, right? And the Rothschild, right? He is their dealer, right? He is the dealer of those who got old bread, right? We talking about century old bread, right? Let's keep it 100 here. I know we all script a little bit, but we on point and understanding the nature of what these central bankers are here to do, right? They are on the takeover side of things, right? What was that song by The Rock? The Takeover, right? Who was that? The Rock or that Nas? One of them jokers. The Takeover, right? Right?
Yeah. I don't remember.
My time frame. That's the old school. Y'all know about the firm and all that. They're back doing them Nas and the old school Jay-Z, right?
Yeah.
Old school. But that's it though. That's the part of what they do. So of course, anytime you see this guy right here, coming to talk to you about anything that has to do with monetary policy, you already know what it is, right? And now he's addicted, right? Right? To money printing. And so, since things were working at a point where he felt like it was doing the bidding of Wall Street, it was all good, right? They say it was all good just a week ago, right? Literally, right? It was all good just a week ago. Now, volatility came into the market because a lot of other things that are starting to put weakness in or around the market. Now, guess what? Joker's like, whoa, right? Right? I don't know if we're ready to jump out the window quite yet now, right? Because seems to be that his magical power, his root bag, right? Or they call it south, their root bag, his root bag ain't working, right? That chicken leg ain't working, that rabbit foot ain't working too well.
Right.
On top of now, we got things like quadruple witching and whatever. So now when the dealer isn't effective, right? Or is it, right? Right? Well, I would say all that reverse repo operation money that's been pumped into the market for the last 5 days, trillions of dollars worth, mind you, that money is being sold into. These guys are selling into these little pop pumps. They selling into it now, right? When before they'll just be riding the wave. I'm going alone because it's Jerome Powell. You don't bet against America. Don't bet against the Fed. Well, guess what? Even sometimes that don't work. Why? Because people understand that if they're going to be comfortable sitting in the market at peak points, and there necessarily isn't a clear picture of expansion value to more to the upside. But basically, when one side of the ship is loaded in all the passengers, and the ship is going down on the other side, then guess what? At some point, you got to balance that thing out a little bit, right? You got to take some profit or unload some sandbags or something to balance the thing back out. And essentially, that's what's happening now, right? Yet it's still the water, and all that is taking on is still the Fed. It's still pumping water into the ship as opposed to trying to get money out of the ship to balance things out, right? So they have no chill button. They'll know when to quit pumping. And because of that, Wall Street saying, okay, we'll play with you. We just going to, start day trading the market, right? We're just day trading then. And so when the algos are trying to, make a move based upon, probability values and like that, bell curves and all that stuff based upon option market flow charts, this, that, the third, well, guess what's happening? Wall Street saying, okay, I got something for that, right? We know retail traders going to get sucked into it because they're emotional, right? Because they done bought and drunk the Kool-Aid of what? Buy the dip, right? They think every dip is buying an opportunity. Guess what? Sometimes it's not, right? And us as investors traders have to be able to ID that and act accordingly on that. Make sense? Yep. Right? So you always can't bet on the dealer, right? You can always bet on the house. Now, typically the house always wins. We get that. But in some cases, you can't always bet on the house, right? And so in this case, if Jerome Powell is the dealer of the, at the little crap table, wherever you at, the poker table, right? It seems to be them cards ain't working right there. They're like, man, get a new deck, man. Get somebody get him a new deck. Boy, them jokers killing me. They're killing the house today, right? That's exactly what we've been doing all week. We've been killing the house, right? We've been dragging the house. So again, that's just a part of our daily bread. We plan for this, and then we go out there and execute. It's simple as that, right? End of discussion. That's what this is all about. If you are, again, a person who gets excited about trading the market in real time, right? So I'm excited for that. So again, I love it. So anytime we see volatility, we run to it, not from it, right? And anytime we can so-called, quote unquote, stick it to the man, right? We get excited, right? Because we know what they're doing, clearly, right? Clearly, we know what they're doing, right? So I'm excited for that. So what's going on over Dondre? What's going on, Brother Dollar Will? See you brothers that came in the building. How's you guys' days going? How's everything going, family? Can't hear you. Check the mic. Can you hear it? Mic check. Couldn't hear you, Brother Dondre. I seen you open your mic for a second. Brother Dollar Will, you there? You're trying to get his audio together. Can you guys hear me? Can y'all still hear me on the panel as well? Over Chris, Marquise, y'all hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay.
I think they're in the chat. They're fixing the mic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're probably getting their sound check together. So yeah. So again, like I said, we'll assess this stuff. So real quick, let's pop over to the chart real quick while the brothers getting their stuff together here. All right, just show you. Let me take Jerome Powell off here. All right, J Powell. All right, old J Powell. Right.
J
Powell somewhere on that hard liquor today, boy. On that hard brandy today, boy. You're like, man, my magic ain't working. Selling it to me today, boy. It makes me look like a fool. There you go, Dollar Will. You open now. It's working. It's working. You there? It was just working, Dollar Will. I don't know. And then it went back out. What's going on, over Brandon? Peace, power, profit, over.
Peace, family. Peace.
How's everything going today, man? How's life, in your neck of the woods today, over?
Oh man, I'm still working for Charlie, so But I'm watching these screens though.
Ain't nothing wrong
That
with that.
setup is nice.
You game planning. You game planning for early retirement. That's all. Right?
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So what you like out there? You anything in particular catch your attention today in the markets?
Pretty much everything. How's everything going down? You know, I'm starting to bargain shop a little bit.
Okay, doing a little early shopping, right? All right. So again, breaking trends, saying we kind of feel that gap in 443.40 area. We bounced at it and we went lower because obviously now at that point it's not a dead cat. It's not a double bottom. It's more of a what dead cat bounce, right? We broke trend, right? So now you start saying where's the next levels of opportunity I need to start focusing on, right? Because again, if the markets are now going to kind of what they call hang out there in what they call no man's land, right? Because at that point it has neither house or home because it's outside the what. You know, the strength of the trend of support that we just filled in terms of that gap fill right here. Now you start looking at what the next particular area. So now that comes what this area down here, right? This area right here becomes, as we say, an area of what? Of interest, right? That's the next area of interest, right? And until we break back above that resistance point, because now old support becomes new what?
New resistance.
New resistance. So now where's the new resistance at?
I'm looking at this.
At 443.
Yeah. 443, 20 some 2040.
Right.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Right. Even though the charts flipped because of the dividend messed everybody's charts up.
Yeah, I seen that.
I know y'all know that. When I said y'all know how my chart was just off when I came on. I was like, man, what's this mess? But that's what it was, right? The dividend, it was even messed up on Webull this morning. I'm sure y'all saw that.
Yep, it was.
It was messed up on Webull too. So that lets you know. Now over the weekend, all these trading charts or platforms got to go back and reassess all them those price points.
Yep.
Right. So that's what caused that. So if y'all was wondering, like, man, what happened to my charts? And why did the price, when markets were down like 0.50% on the S&P today because of futures, right? Mm-hmm. But once dividend hit the market this morning, what happened? It went down to like 0.09. The market was saying down 0.09, but the price was still sitting at like 445. Right, yep. 445, 40, like that's wrong. It's supposed to be down this thing near 0.60%, right?
Right.
So that's what it is. So that way you might have to go back and correct your charts later, and the price points are going to be wrong, so they either fix it or whatever, right?
Right.
Will so, but either way, we're going to be prepared and we're going to be ready, right? I see, brother Dollar, where you got your chart up? You want to go ahead?
Get my chart ready. What's happening, fam?
You got it.
What's up, brother Dollar Will?
So it's yours. Over, peace, power, and profit to you.
Okay, well, listen here, y'all know I'm gonna just give y'all a little light Elliott wave perspective of how we look at this, and this is a monthly chart. Sometimes seeing less price action is more informative. All them squiggles and stuff. Get you dizzy. So I sometimes when I get confused, I either go to the biggest chart value like a monthly, or I'll switch to a line chart, man, to see even less. All right. And I had this note to my folks, and this is what was freaky about this. This is the S&P 500, of course, and this is the floor on the low from March of 2020. And what was freaky about this thing moving up in Elliott wave theory, the concept is when prices move up, they generally move in a 5-wave pattern. So even if you're not an Elliott wave theory trader, you've used Bollinger Bands, Donchian channels, or you may have just drawn your own support and resistance across the top.
Pattern scenario, right? Which is somewhat indicative of the same thing to a degree.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The ABCD pattern scenario.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So even if you're not Elliott wave theory trader, you've seen everybody, all of us have noticed that prices trade within a support and resistance channel. And what was odd about this move when we bounced off that low in March was we didn't get a break. We have a series of higher lows, and we typically get what we call a wave. This wave 2 typically happens low before you make a higher high. It didn't happen. It didn't happen until here. And so what that says is, and typically a wave 2 is a deep retrace where we don't make a lower low. Everybody, people might talk about the smart money concept and the I forgot what what they call that in their parlance.
It comes back and test trend, right?
Yeah, that order book, order book, and all that. But it's like people have different language for different and within different concepts, but there's a lot of symmetry in these approaches. We just might have a few little things different, but we all dealing with the same structure. But the fact that we didn't get a typical retest of this low, it shows just how strong this move is, and the shallowness of this retrace here is very telling, because I think what we're going to get is a very shallow retrace up here, very shallow. So if you were to put a moving average right below here, that's not going to be rock solid, but I think it's going to approximate how far we fall, and we're going to fall in that ABC pattern. And that's what I'm looking at, because but this thing has been haunting me, and just as for us Fibonacci tool users, the extension from here to here is slightly higher than 62%. So that's also a warning to us that this is a common area for, or this distance traveled is a common amount of gain in order for us to have a signal that we may or should expect a retrace of some sort. And so that's what's kind of been slapping me around, just gaining the patience to just like chill and let this thing happen.
That part. And explain why you're on the monthly chart, because that's important. I see you got the monthly chart up.
Okay, yeah, I can go back to it. The reason why the reason why I went to the monthly is because when I get confused, tunnel vision, seeing too much information, I like to go to the larger time frame to see the structure and see fewer candles. And so going to the monthly makes it very clear that I have a series of higher lows right here. And so then I got a break in the structure here. So in terms of Elliott wave theory, I'm expecting this break to happen at some point, because that would be wave 2. And then we get wave 3, which is a little more complex, because it's got a lot, sub waves in it that can get complex and all that. But still, generally, it's so seeing less information makes it easier for me to decode it. And so, like I said, one thing I'll either look at the monthly or weekly, or I'll switch to a line chart just to regain my balance, because in Elliott wave theory, we're looking at the big waves and the sub waves within the wave. So it's a whole lot of wave counting, and we can get dizzy with that stuff. So looking at fewer candles is always good, And so, but you can see the monthly chart is overboard. This is a weekly, it's overboard. So this thing is way due for some type of correction. But I think in general, this channel is going to hold, because we got to get that 5-wave pattern in.
So coming down to base, I guess base trend, that puts us at around about a little bit under 420.
You mean where I'm projecting this thing to end?
If you're coming back towards trend, where are you looking at assessing it at? Around
I'm looking at this. Come on, stop computer. This low here on the week of July 19th, and that value is 42.24. I'm looking for that area to be where we finish up. We're going to have an A move here to this area here around 43, 47. And then we're going to have typically you get like a 50% retrace. It's not exact. And then we're going to finish it off here.
So for some of you guys who are looking at this is US 50. So this on the future side. So on the equity side, that would be equivalent to that of what, basically 400 and, at where he have his market at now, that'll be like $422 and like 30 some odd cents, right? So all you're basically doing is moving the decimal over like one, place over, and that gives you that readout perspective in terms of the S&P 500, right?
Yeah, I think in percentage gain, we're talking or loss. It's about 7%.
Right, so that's right and exact to the ideal that they're looking for at least what they consider to be a first micro correction, about 5 to 10%. It's within that window, and then from there, if there's any more inherent weakness still on the table, because now at that point it's all going to be dependent upon what the stuff that a lot of us don't deal with, the economic bureaucratic side of things that can cause the market to go lower, i.e. the Fed's tapering, right? The spoof value of market saying, okay, well, that's going to kind of put a dent in all this kind of paper, right? This basically unaccounted for paper going to the market, proper the market up, right? And so we at that point, do we say that the markets have reached the top and it's in? Possibly, who knows? But if they're saying that if we desire to have at least the minimum of a 10% correction, but it's due for at least 25%, and that best case scenario, or what they call the worst case, but it's the best case to get people into the market who missed out on the big bull run coming out of 2020, that's a 50% retracement, right? So those are the levels that I always tell people to look for, that 10%, after that 25%, and then from there 50%. Right. So
yeah, and this correction here is going to set us up for a sweet like the typical Santa Claus rally. That's what's going to come after this. This run from whenever we make this bottom, it should take us through the end of the year.
Right. And that's being, again, if all the other things check out, because again, the looming ideal is that if they're going to play that quote unquote tapering game plan over there at the Fed, everybody's waiting on that to become either, make it official, or we're just going to trade in or around all the ambiguity surrounding that. But like the Fed was saying, they're going to let people know well in advance when they begin to start tapering their bond purchase. Why? Because like we all know, they're trying to cause the market to have a safe landing, right? If there ever such a thing, right? A safe landing. What is that? Right? They don't do that to Main Street when we need, milk, egg, cheese, and bacon and gas, right? But that's the game they play to prop up their darling stock markets, right? Or even on the Forex side, or these other asset classes. But again, don't be confused about what the levels of market announced that you should be still assessing for, right? Like you see the brother Dollar Wills putting out, you got to still be able to go out and chart those levels on that market regardless, right? So at least all the risk values that are apparent, so you can trade in or around them respectively, right? So that's a part of that chart hours that we talked about. You got to put that 10,000 chart hours value in, right? You got to know, enough to feel confident to go out there and chase these markets the right proper way.
Yeah, and one other thing I'm looking at, it's too early. It's not ready to pull the trigger yet, but I'm looking at this critical level for this is canopy growth. Somebody in my group sent me a chart for MJ, which is an ETF for a lot of the cannabis space, and that chart looked pretty nice. But typically I want to always go look at the market cap leader in a particular industry, and so
right.
It's looking like we're going to attack this, confirm this bottom here that we hit back in March of 2020. And then I'm waiting for it to violate the trend line. I'm gonna be all over this thing. It's got to break that trend line though, but I'm gonna be all on it.
And you know what? You actually on time, because what's coming up in the docket that everybody waiting on?
What?
That's the fundamental side of things. They
the triple witching.
Well, no, not that. I'm turning into the future in terms of this sector. Everybody's waiting on that legalization, right? They're literally getting closer and closer.
MJ, yeah, okay, yeah.
Right, the marijuana stock, they're getting closer and closer, getting that removing it from a Schedule 1 drug, right? There's been a lot of paperwork that's been pushing through the system of late to now make the base case for marijuana, right? Be it medicinal value. That's going to be the thing to really get it, legal. They're not going to do it on recreational alone, right? Kind of like how the cigarette prohibition scenario was, but it don't matter to us. However they do it, it's game on. Why? Because these stocks now become what they call portfolio official, where hedge funds may still have what they call ethics rules why they want to invest in crypto plays, or marijuana plays, because they still do have a value of Schedule 1 drug hanging over some of them, because some states ain't quite there. That removes that ambiguity from their investment houses, and guess what? Now they can kind of go all in, and they can use it under the guise that we're in the medical marijuana space. Even though they can do that now, but they're still scared to do that. Because we've been posting about this ever since, basically for the last 2-3 years, right? Slowly but surely, all these different laws been kind of working in favor of the marijuana cannabis space, right? Obviously, Canada being the poster child, and then America's trying to play catch up. So all the Canadian players who want in on American markets, even in Israel, right? Because Israel, they want in. They have a very big medicinal cannabis and hemp space over there as well, right? So all these major players are waiting on America to get to get on board, right? When that happens, y'all know it's going to be a cash rush like none before, right? So he's 100% right in his act, especially on that CGC chart, because I've been looking at it. I always come back and hit my little sectors, my little sweeps on the back end. Let me see who's oversold, who's overbought, who's prime, because they may have economic data coming out that may benefit them. All those things are fair game, right? So he just gave y'all a really good gem in CGC, right? Because literally right down into that $12, $13 level, of course, you can see obviously it's bottoming out in around that area. If it gets down there, now it's going to be right at the what? At the point of that what? That falling wedge. Y'all know we love them falling wedges, right? Falling wedge, and you get any kind of, pop up outside of that, falling wedge, that means it's game on, right? After that, they're going to have to do something crazy, or slender piece, hit piece, make that start come back inside that trend.
Yeah, and this the good thing about the powerful thing about this retest that we're doing on this low in CGC in Elliott wave parlance, that's wave 2, and the next wave after that is wave 3. Wave 3 is the strongest, most powerful, most profitable wave. So the big money hasn't started yet. That's what I'm trying to say. The big money is really, really just starting when we hit that bottom and we break that trend line. That's the one. I don't like saying hodl, but I would say that's hodl approved, especially for like wave 3. That's because that's gonna last a while.
I agree, and I'm gonna come over here and pull up the. I do the monthly chart just to make it more precise and concise. Like I said, Dollar Wheel definitely had it mapped out perfectly on his charts, but you can literally see exactly where those areas of interest are going to obviously end up hitting a point of control, right? Where that divergence point happens, right? And that's a good thing, right? You don't want to be too premature, right? You want to be in a position where if you can, effectively put in what they consider to be what they call limit orders at the most, profitable peak potentiality point on the chart, then guess what? That's what you trade for. So literally, you see it right here sitting at 14 and some change. You see, obviously, some areas down, even, that's deep down in the $6 where it kind of took off from, but at or around that point there from where it's at now to at this point right here, that's going to be pretty much right at, or if I had to look at this, about a 30 RSI on the monthly. And anytime a monthly chart hits a 30 RSI, you best believe then that baby is truly oversold. Mind you,
and they're gonna come in hard. When it's time to come in, they're coming in hard.
Right, they coming in aggressive because they know any 25, 30%, even 50% retracement from that point alone, that still puts you back up towards what? That 20-day moving average in this case, right? I should have had the 200 up too, but it's out of it. But at least it'll rally back up to where you see this blue line, that 20-day moving average, right? That's about near close to 50% to 100% retracement off that pivot point there. So that's how, you literally can plan to make 100%, trade off, again, a bottoming effect in terms of a stock that was just kind of egregiously oversold for whatever odd reasons, kind of, diplomatic, all that stuff. But regardless, that's just the rules of engagement as far as technical analysis. And the fuel to the fire is if they do go ahead and continue to push the paperwork through for us to get marijuana removed as a Schedule 1 narcotic, that is just icing on the cake. So, could be. It might be a timing thing. We'll see, right? But nonetheless, either way, even if it does not come, until next year or maybe the following year, however it's coming, you still get a chance to play that technical retrace.
Right? They're working to get it tradable. They're trying to slip in that safe banking bill under the defense bill that's supposed to be coming up.
Yep.
And they're trying to slip that safe banking in that will open up for the hedge funds and brokerages to start trading the marijuana stocks. So that should be coming up soon.
Because that's what I was talking about that earlier. Good point, Brother Dodger. See, that's why I love my team, right? You guys are powerful, right? On Ubuntu. Because that in itself somewhat helps remove that ethics clause, right? The ethics clause that a lot of fund managers are dealing with in terms of, investing in crypto stock, even though they're legal to invest in, you can trade it, but they have certain clauses where they have presented to their clients that we want to invest in certain things. Like for me, y'all know I ain't investing in prison stock, right? Why? They lock all my people up, right? That's my ethics clause, right? Ain't nothing they can do to get me to invest in that. But at least on this side, this is something that's helpful. It's marijuana. It's medicinal value for those who understand the science of it. That banking clause is very important because now they can now move money through and sell the money through coming from what? Those type of what? Investments, right? Marijuana. So it doesn't seem like it's dirty money, my point, right? Right? It won't feel like it's dirty money. And under the MORE Act, because y'all know that was the initial bill that came through to kind of help repair all the damage that was doing under the 94 crime bill and all that they did with 3 strikes, where they locked people up for life for marijuana charges, petty marijuana charges. People got life sentences for having roaches in their cars and stuff like that, right? So this in itself is great because now that gives a bigger thumbprint on the idea that now here's a good space where people can come into, legally and effectively, and then be able to gain from it. Where number one, it helps your economy, right? Your local state governments too, because now again, it's another form of a tax that people obviously enjoy endeavoring in if that's their thing, and that's just another I added to building out our GDP, right? Because they're already fattening a lot of that money into our GDP at some point. It's projected at this point to be a massive $1 billion industry, which can easily get into the trillions when the medical side really catch up. Let's be honest here. Cancer treatments in the trillions of dollars. Well, guess what? Some of the stuff they're gonna start using for cancer treatment, right? It's going there one way or the other, right? People like love it, right? But we know it has its value for what it does and what it is. So, I'm just putting the backstory to it. But no, those things that's just the fundamental side to it. But the charts don't lie here. The brother's right in his act here. We get anywhere down at that point. That falling wedge is obvious. Look at that falling wedge. It's coming right on down. That thing bounced around that $12 area, 12 and a half. You best believe you're gonna throw me some leap calls on that, right? You best believe I'm throwing me some leap calls on that, right? So if I even get a 50% to especially 100% retracement back to a 20 moving average, that's gonna be a nice little bag.
Yep.
Right?
Hey, Over. Over check out 23 calls.
Which one?
Check out 2023 January the 20th.
Oh, the
See how they
calls.
stacking up. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. On the option side, right? So let's run over here to the option side real quick. All right. Let's go ID that. All right. Options. Let's go to bar chart here. All right. And again, this is how you assess it because you can check the order flow in advance, right? Right. And I tell you, man, this stuff, man, jokers ain't ready. Jokers ain't ready. As you see, got CDC already sitting up here on my chart, right? Been working, right? Been working. No secret that brother came over here and I was already, that was queued up, days ago, right? Man, confirmation, right? So you said the 2023 is over, or the 2022s over, Brandon?
I'm sorry, the 2023s.
The 20. Okay, so the January 2023. All right,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you're right. So you got some people actually buying that today. That $20 call strikes, 3,000 open interest in there. You got 1,000, but basically 2,000 on the 15, right? Another 1,000 sitting at the 17 and a half. The 25s are sitting at 44 open interest. Now, again, this stuff is not by accident. What did we just look at in terms on the chart? We looked at around about that $23 level. Makes sense? Because that's what the 20-day moving average at. See how that works? That stuff don't be by mistake, right? People like, well, how y'all be knowing that stuff and seeing it? This is how we assess it. The order flow charts are not lying. That's showing you where people putting their money where their mouth at. Clearly, the open interest there is significant for a reason. And even the $30 strike call price, those contracts trading at $1.50, right? The $20 trading at basically near $3, right? Basically $300, right? And then, of course, close to the end of money, right? It's sitting at $4 some change.
Yeah, that's the key word. They sitting there. They not running. They very confident that when that bottom comes, that price gonna run right back up there, real fast.
Look at there. Look at the call volume. Look at the call open interest. Open interest is what dwarfing the put interest by what? They ain't near 4-1. So that means somebody's playing it. They planning for that. They planning for that bounce at some point. And the closer you get towards that, or it comes down close to that support, I guarantee that call open interest is going to increase. I guarantee it's going to increase. Right? So again, that's just a part of being able to assess the risk, play for the technical side, even understanding the fundamental story behind it too, and then going out there executing based upon that, all those variables and moving parts. Right. So again, this is I looked at a couple of these things, like I said, over last week myself. Definitely eyeing that back to that 20-day moving average, which is at 23 mark, which is sitting at basically at this point near 25. If, from an option contract perspective, right? If we get anywhere near that, 13, then close to that 12.50, I'm definitely buying me some of them 25 calls. They only cost a couple dollars now. That means at that point they'll probably be worth about maybe $1, $1.20, $1.50 at most.
Yep.
Right. I buy maybe about 5 of them, spend about, 500, 600 bucks on, just sit on it. And you got how long? A whole year, right? They say a whole
year.
year.
Some things are mature, man.
A whole year. Them $500, you ain't gonna, look, you can afford it if you can put it together, the thesis together, you can afford to sit there and let it work for you.
Thanks.
And that bounce can come easily in a 3-month time span.
You ain't lying.
It can come in 2 months, right? So it's not like you sometimes be sitting there waiting for the paint to dry. It can come, pretty rapid. And that just gives you more intrinsic value because your delta is now what? Just working for you now, right? So, I mean, it's stuff like that, right? It's trades and opportunities just like that we talked about, and we talk about a lot because we're assessing all the parameters that make up a good opportunity. And so Dollar Will definitely came in and gave y'all some good game. And if y'all, sleeping on this right here, y'all won't be, going into the next day. I guarantee you're gonna start looking at it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna put that on my watch list. Let me set me some alerts, right? Because now you need to be setting some alerts, right? Because if it triggers those alerts down near those support points or oversold on the RSI, guess what? You're gonna have them calls ready, right? Right?
Yeah, give yourself some space on that alert because when it gets there, it's gonna move. They're not gonna mess around. So you want to give yourself a little space so that you can wake up, turn on your computer. So give yourself a little. Don't put your alert right at the spot.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's gonna get there fast.
And being ready is again, that's half the battle in that perspective, right? We know it sounds cheap when people say that, but that's reality, right? That's the market. Market is about something. It's about timing, right? Timing matters in the markets, right? And so being in the right place at the right time to get the best bang for your buck. Guess what? When that happens, it's game on. So at a 4150 RSI on the monthly chart, man, hedge funds got alerts just like we're gonna have our alerts sitting at around that 1268, 1270, 1250 area. And
at some point when we get closer, I'm probably gonna go and throw my limit order in there.
Yeah, so obviously, because how Wall Street do. Wall Street to have those obvious areas sitting there for retail, but what they're doing front running about a 20-cent hedge.
See, I put my limit order in there. I want the people shorting it. I want them to see.
Because once it hit the blotter, it's in there. Now it's like it's in there, right? So 100% right and exact because again, that's how you front run essentially the opportunity, right? You're front running, the idea that once that trade gets at that ripe stage where it's sitting there, waiting and people seething to kind of play for any kind of particular bounce, right? Not that they can't go lower, it potentially can, but guess what? Your risk is already defined at that point. Clearly, your risk is defined at that point, right? So any stop loss you set at that point, just protecting your backside, you already know where to put those in play at, right? But your upside potential is much more greater than that of the downside risk because again, this ain't just no sleazy slouchy company. It's just under the pressures of what? It's industry rules, right? This company is the biggest market cap in the space. It has a phenomenal player, right? Being underneath who? STZ, Constellation Brands, right? One of the biggest beer distributors on the planet, right? They sell Corona, Modelo, right? That's who own this company, basically, who financing them. Right? So the cannabis stuff is coming. It's just they got to get through all that bureaucratic red tape. These people knew that when they put those, those trades into play. And I think at the time when Constellation Brands came into CGC, I think at that point it was sitting around about 17, 18, 20 bucks, I think, a share. And that's what caused it to break out. It was at around somewhere near that point there, right? So they ain't really losing a whole lot. It's back below it a little bit now, but guess what? For them, they just add in it,
That's that bottom.
Yeah, so. But that's essentially that's how you assess it, and from there, of course, if things pan out the way you want them to, it'll be blue skies and blue sky breakouts, right? And going and getting that clip in that bag and catching that check, right? So,
bag.
Shout out to brother Dollar Will for kind of bringing that opportunity back to fruition. If some of you guys haven't been seeing it,
Oh, haven't. That was good right there. Another dollar wheel.
Hey man, we don't just say peace, power, and profit. We live
right,
it.
Facts.
right. So we live this, eat this, breathe this, sleep this, bro. Right.
Absolutely.
This is a part of our daily bread. Seriously, guys. So that's why I say, man, putting in the work, man, that's just a part of our everyday reality. We love it too. It ain't like we don't fret this. We love it. Right?
Yeah, and I want to again reinforce that it's so many opportunities out here. But in my training, I got to shout out to this one of my students named Iori. He found it because he looked up MJ, which put me on track. I'm looking at some whole other stuff, but that's the good part about working in a group because somebody gonna find something to find some gold for you.
Thanks. Totally agree, and that's why I tell people use your community for a reason, right? That's why we say Ubuntu. I am because we are. You need all eyes and ears on deck, right? There's no competitive value there. It's us against the market. That eliminates all that kind of confusion. Everybody coming there with an agenda to grow what? Their bottom line, right? We're all seeking alpha for a reason. And so when that happens, that's how, basically that's how a hedge fund works. They got people working at different factors in the hedge fund, right? No different. It's a think tank. Essentially, that's all it is. It's a think tank where they're utilizing market value to gain what? Gain profit. Right? This person is good at analyzing valuation. This person is good at chart valuation. This person is good at news publications and things of that nature. That's all they're doing, right?
And this person watching crypto, this one watching penny stock, this one watching S&P 500.
Yeah.
Right.
And they just compile that data, give it to the whoever the the executive manager at that point is, whoever that person is. Y'all see the title when they come on CNBC. These are people that they report to, right? They compile that data, give it to them, and they say, yeah, pull the trigger on that, right? Put it, release the trigger on this one, right? Or pull the plug on that one. So that's all this stuff is. Essentially, that's all it is, right? So again, that's why you got to love it, man, because it really, sets in motion a lot of what they do. We're able to do on a micro level and be just as effective, right? But we're just doing all the work all in one. It's just you, the one man stop shop, right? Or what they call it, one stop shop, basically, right? Or woman, right? For the sister traders out there, and that's fine. You like that? I live for that. That's great. That means you're getting all this knowledge. You're getting all the firsthand knowledge in real time, right? That's why I tell you, I don't run from it. I run to it, right? I run to the challenges in that perspective. Right? So it says a lot about where we are. So shout out to, again, those who out there who are doers and go-getters. As we see the markets are starting to try to make that move, like we kind of discussed, quadruple witching is starting to kind of take its, its course here. I'm pretty sure if y'all been watching the S&P 500 here, and also stocks like Tesla. Tesla actually broke out, which seemed to be obvious that they were just trying to front run Tesla. Tesla got, a lot of things that still, are. They got more bullish things on the table than they have far as bearish. Now, even though it's been getting kind of, beat up a little bit lately, but they definitely want Tesla to succeed. So I think it's running right now because of witching. Matter of fact, let me go to it. The SPY kind of, did a small retrace, but Tesla definitely got a big candle off the witching. Look at there. Look at that hourly candle right there. Somebody got excited about, coming in close to the power hour scenario, and they just bought Tesla off this pivot around 750, and now it's up like, about 8 points, right? That's what quadruple witching does, right? Or the effects of quadruple witching. Tear that down. Let's say we'll put it on the 5-minute chart. You can literally start seeing where they bought it up, and it was obviously they bought the bottom of that linear regression band too. Look at there. They stopped that thing on a dime, then they slammed it there at 750, and then that was just a given, right? And buy call confirmation definitely came when it crossed over the 200-day moving average there. That was strictly confirmation. Ran it all the way outside the band, right? In that little bit of time.
It looks like Tesla's part. Tesla's a big market cap contributor to the major index. So it looks like it's participating in this correction.
Yeah, like I said, many others, like, of course, Apple is the darling stock of America. Of course, they like to look at that as like, that's the apple pie bread and butter baseball. And so if Apple, definitely sputtering, well, today Apple is sputtering because they got, some fundamental problems, right? With the iPhone release, the Apple store crashed, and it was just excuses for them people like, yeah, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? But Wall Street never really reveals their hand unless you just know how they play. Then you already know what they're doing. And so that's pretty much putting a lot of weight on the S&P today. But definitely Tesla and the likes of Microsoft and Facebook and Google, Amazon, those major players they're definitely contributing. But they're definitely right there in that perspective. So Tesla again, it's been trying to get outside of that. Consolidation's on for the longest. It's still bull flagging, clearly, as we know there. When it came down and tested, that low 700 point, and have gotten back above that. Of course, it's on the 5-minute chart. It's just starting to flatten out and kind of get back into a level of consolidation. As you can see that long line right there. That's a long line right there. It's just for this month alone, stretching out in terms of consolidation. They're trying to build it at that support of the 200 moving average. Right, so anything above 200 moving average here is breadwinner. It's go time. Right? Definitely anything below it, okay, be a little cautious. Right? Clearly.
But Tesla and Apple, they're going to pretty much rule what happens to that NASDAQ.
Yeah, like I said, throw in Google, definitely. And, like I said, Microsoft too. Lately, man, they've been really showing a lot of love to Microsoft. Microsoft just been, kind of pushing the market up behind the scene, right? Everybody focus on, the ones that get a lot of attention because Elon is crazy. He sometimes he go off and act weird, but definitely Satya Nadella, them over there at Microsoft, man, them guys just been innovating and changing the boundaries and making things happen.
What does that put call ratio look like for Tesla right there?
On the for next week or just what?
Let's say expiring next week.
Next week. So let's run over there real quick. And it's starting to get some attention. Like I said, this is definitely a stock I trade a lot as well. Where am I?
I'm curious if the bearish sentiment is building on that, because that's pretty big consolidation there, and with this index correction going on, I'm looking at that. I'm like, that's a short. I can't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you're right. And I would just say that because I was posting it earlier this morning, right? Knock on wood. That's why I want to talk on that. Is because what's happening? The dollar's breaking out. If the USD dollar is breaking out, DXY is breaking out, and the VIX is ripping, and the 10-year bond is ripping. If interest rates are going up, that means tech stock values are going to what? Have to come down, right? Because that puts a damper somewhat on the inflation, right? Because the raw cost of goods and services are more expensive because of inflation, which obviously provides them the value to expand their profit share in those environments, because they can say, well, we have to pay more for these car parts and computer boards, and so we got to pass that cost on, which they still can get a good margins, boost from that. They borrowing cheap money at low interest rates, but when that comes to a point where they have to, interest rates starting to go up, then guess what? That free money bag goes away, right? So that actually hurts tech stocks. So yeah, you're 100% right in that. Look at the put call ratio for next week. That's almost, basically 2 for 1 and some on the put call ratio. The same thing, and that's what bought today. These were bought today. See right there? That came out today. 172 contracts for next week on the put side. 116,000 open interest for put value as well for next week. And so where's it most concentrated at? At around that 750, right? All the way down towards that 710. Let's do a little bit out of the money there so you can see exactly where it's starting to all coagulate at. And I guarantee it's going to be between that 750 area back down towards at least that 680 area, right? So let's see what we got here. So we got 680 here on the put side for next week, 504, and then of course it's pick up around by 704, right? Oh, that's on the call side. My bad, wrong side. Like, hold on, it's supposed to be more than that. I already looked at this stuff. Right there it is. Like, hold on, I know I looked at this stuff. All right. So right here, even down to 660, but look at that, 680, right? There it is, 5,000 open entries. 690, 15,000 open entries. Look at that, 700 even, 15,000 open entries. 69,000 contracts bought today. And mind you, quadruple witching got Tesla up now, 10 points off the low of the day. That's quadruple witching, right? But see, we know that's fugazi. That's just because it's quadruple witching. It's contracts coming and expiring. So smart people say, well, you know what? I'm going to buy that put right at the point, right? When everybody else is chasing, right? Because next week it got to deal with what? FMOC. What is next week? FMOC, right? That's the feds, right? So literally, as you see there, you see what's going on there, while people are starting to attack, right, at those points, right, of interest, right. Oh, go back, Kobe. I'm sorry. Moved around, lost my doggone chart here. There it is. Yeah. At that point where they feel like the market's going to kind of, have some weakness if the dollar keep rising, if the VIX keep rising, and definitely if the 10-year yield, which is starting to break out above 131, right, 1.31 on the 10-year yield, we getting near about 1.38, near 1.4. That's going to definitely put a damper on tech stocks. Right? So, but even though Tesla still got some lot of good stuff on the pipeline, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to, just crash. It's just that, you might have some inherent pullbacks. It may just happen. Look at that. Look at the 750s. 12,000 contracts bought today.
Yeah, spot choppy right now too.
Yeah, that witching is kicking in big time. And then like what, 760. Right? So again, all of these are just signs and signals of exactly what we're talking about here. Everything inside of that 750 back down to 700 and even down to 680. Those are very well what they call that's fair game in some cases, right? Now, most people will trade that, then they'll probably they'll hedge it, right? Because it can easily break out too, because it's been trying to get above what, 750, right? Because that's a natural whole dollar mark that really shows a lot of strength for potential what, more breaking out.
Mm-hmm.
So in the same breath, you look at the 750 calls, all the way out to what, 800 or 810, look at openings out there. Same way, 800 contracts. 5,000 bought, basically 6,000 bought today. Opening is sitting at 5,000.
They swung for the fences,
right? And they only cost $1.
Yeah, they cheap.
And so if Tesla move like $4, right, towards your area, you gonna make some money. $3, you make some money in Tesla because the premium allocation is very high. It's a highly liquid stock in terms of IV value. Make sense? So again, that's just how you again, we're assessing the risk, right? That's it. We assess the risk and see if we can get, find a way to kind of, use that to our advantage, right? So that kind of stuff there is just exciting when you look at it for what it is, because again, that's a part of the markets. So the market's all over the place right now. I'm sure y'all watching this quadruple witch and kick in. It's fascinating.
It's so choppy, man. You just have to. Sometimes you have to just sit on your hands with stuff like this. Like earlier, like we was talking about last night, it was obvious that, it was probably, the market was probably going to sell off again. That's when you make your money that first hour or so, and then, turn it into a movie after that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of what we was already planning for, we already hit those goals. Like I said, I was very fortunate. I was literally about near 11 o'clock. I was literally done, even though I was still scraping a little off the top, right? How black folk get.
Yeah.
Okay. I was already up, like $2,300, by 11 o'clock. So I was like, okay, you gotta, don't do it, brother. I had to do it the other day because I made a killing the other day. Not as much as today, but I still did well, right? But I was like, okay, pull back, brother, pull back. Don't do it, right? And so the one thing that saved me from really going after the market, because I was ready to attack it, because I knew we mapped this stuff out. Did we not? We mapped it out last night. We literally mapped all these trades out. The one thing that saved me is I had a training session at 11 o'clock, right? So I had to be done by 11. Right, even though I went a little bit over, I ain't started the session around about 11:15. So shout out to Ilbo for being patient with me. But that's saving, right? So I was like, man, let me go and close out, man. Let me put the rest of them on, stop losses intact, and then let me get on out this market, man. So take that bag, little, don't be greedy, of course. But even though the markets was still giving, because we still trade under the discipline that until something tells us to get out the trade, we stay in it.
Right.
Right. If the indicators tell you stay in the trade, you stay in it. Right. That's the rules of engagement. Right. And so just like he's saying, you seeing this quadruple witch and kick in here at that 1500 or 3 o'clock spark. Look at that. That's quadruple witching right there.
Yeah, I don't trust no triple bottoms. When I see that,
yeah,
I don't trust no triple bottom to hold.
So that's all that volatility that has to deal with all these contracts coming into expiration on the future side and the mutual side options, all that stuff. And so the market's just all over the place. It just up.
Look at that volume spike.
You see it?
Yep.
That's a big candle. You see that green candle and that red one, that bears engulfing?
Yep.
You know how much money in that candle right there?
Yeah.
That's a ticket. I mean, this is the S&P 500. Now look at it.
Yeah, that's
How
crazy.
much came into that?
Now this is more than likely.
Hmm?
This is more than likely. This could be short. This could be a rising short interest.
No, today is quadruple witching day. I don't know if you caught us earlier. Today is quadruple witching day in the markets. So all this is coming from all these contracts coming into expiration at the same time. And so that's why you have all this volatility like this. They're streaking all over the place. That's what quadruple witching does to a marketplace, right? And it's crazy when you look at it, you're like, man, God, these jokers here just, they wide open, right?
Right. Yeah, they pumped this thing in the last 2-3 minutes. Boy, that's crazy.
That's what they do. That's
Right.
people moving.
At the close, we check out the put call ratio. I would expect that these are shorts, because when you short, it begins with buying the stock. So every rise is not necessarily optimism. It could be the initiation of a short position. So that put call ratio, if we end it right now and we have like a huge put call ratio, that would I would be inclined to view this to say that this is more than likely initiation of short positions.
Yeah, it's people, like I say, they're assessing the idea that the markets are getting ready to kind of set itself up for a great little either
Doji.
It's going headline, or it's going to be what exit stage left.
Doji, right? They got the equilibrium.
You see, it's coming back down. It's trying to present it.
Bulls and bears having a fight in the center of the ring. Oh no! Holyfield went down.
They hooking in there right now. They hooking.
Holyfield went down.
Look at that. See it?
See, I don't believe in no triple bottoms.
Look at that.
And it didn't make a higher high either.
It failed to collapse. In this case, to take that 442, because that would have been a massive psychological victory for what? Dip buyers.
And that big volume spike is rigged. Come on, make that lower low right at the end. In the last minute.
It don't stop too, because quadruple witching lasts all the way into what? 415 on the SPY side.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can trade SPY contracts all the way to 415, because that's when they settle. They settle at
4.
So there you go. Look at that. See it?
Yep. Now something.
You
broke the low. We breaking the low right now in real time. That's the low of the day. Gone.
So yeah, those were shorts being initiated. That's what that was.
Out of there. Look at that. And it's still stretching. Now, they're going to try to snap it back a little bit before 8 o'clock tonight. But, that's the market. Right?
But look, that big spike on that candle, it blew out those people who had a stop loss.
Yeah.
If you were shorting it, that big spike on that view you just had before, it blew them out. Shook them out of the position.
Yeah, that's definitely when we had them settlement candles, right? But once the price settles in the true price, or they say true price value, you'll see exactly a lot of that people were, like you said, when we were seeing that candle in this one here, a lot of those people were piling in at shorting it, right? Up there around that 442 area. They were loading up their short. Or they were buying a lot of what they call put contracts up there. Right? They was like, you're gonna have to make us out to believe them, right? We're gonna stay short you, because now the trend is still to the downside, because the market been weak all week, right? For the last basically week and couple days, the trend has still been presented to the downside. Hence, we've been training around when you spot inherent weakness, you keep your foot on the gas pedal until the market shakes you out of that trend. The trend is still to the downside. Look at you seeing this stuff happening right now in real time. Y'all seeing it? This thing is leaking. It just sitting there leaking. Yeah. Like, bro, what's going on? Right? Yeah.
I mean, your trend line is telling us the bias, right? Both of your trend lines.
Yeah.
They're both going down.
Yeah, that's that 20-day moving average and the VWAP.
I'm sorry, your moving averages. Yeah.
Yeah, the same thing. Right? But that's essentially what you got there. That's quadruple witching there, guys. So if you guys ever been through a quadruple witch before, y'all are seeing it in real time. Ain't that something? That's beautiful. 442 all the way down to 440.60. And it still won't lower. So again, now y'all know me, transparent.
And they set us up. They wait until Friday. The last couple of minutes, they keep you on a cliffhanger,
That's literally the date. They do it every third Friday.
Yes, they
4
do.
times out of a year, they do it that third Friday in that session of the month. So and this obviously September, 17th. That's when they did it this time. They got another one coming up in December, right? But you literally right. That last hour, that's when it really kicks into effect. It's going to happen between 3 to 4. So between 3 right here, 3 to 4, all that right there attributed that up, down, left, right, A, B, right, right. And the Nintendo people, that's exactly what. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. And also in terms of like market psychology in bearish markets, you'll notice that it's weak. It's stronger in the beginning of the week and weak at the end of the week because the sentiment changed. Nobody wants to keep their money in the market over the weekend. But in bullish markets, it flips. Friday is a positive close. And then you'll get your retrace, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then you finish the week out strong at the end of the week.
Exactly. So that says a lot because, again, we train around that too, right? Monday gaps up unless there's a lot of inherent weakness or fear in the market. Then you got to trade with caution. Look at that sell volume. That red candle right there, that's 5 million shares. Those were, now keep in mind, this is equity shares. So that means those contracts got exercised.
Yep.
People that had put contracts that got exercised right before the bell, that attributed to that 5.7 or 5.7 million share that you're now seeing on the blotter. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Explain this to me. I'm not an option guy really per se. I'm kind of toy around with it a little bit. If you want to, how would that affect the data if I had a short position, I had a put contract and I rolled it forward because I want to just keep the hammer down on this? How would that affect things?
So basically, all it is that at the level that you rolled it over, because that's like a timestamp, like anything, right? Say you rolled it over right at that peak point or resistance at 442, right? And so whatever profit that you was already in at that point in terms of in the money value, that applies to that rollover price, strike price, of what it would be for the following week. So if that contract for next week is sitting at maybe like, let's say hypothetically it was sitting at $1.50, right? If you already made, let's say you was already up like $400 some odd dollars in profit, right?
Right.
They'll just subtract that $1.50, right?
Mm-hmm.
That contract, and then the rest of that profit sits in your regular, back into your your holdings, and you'll still be on at that same value, strike price, going into the next week with a different, longer expiration.
Yeah, because that would have been my move. I would have rolled the contract. I'd kept hammer down on this short.
Right. So, and if not, you just buy it, outright for next week, right? If you didn't, if you already didn't have a play in place, like kind of for like a hot second, I would make sure I get my contracts set for next week too. That's why I was over here playing before, right? Setting it up for that same thing. I was sitting there watching the quadruple witch and seeing, the energy here, watching the contracts flip right on the flow chart, right? And of course, I still see inherent weakness. Why? Because like we mapped out, again, we not, this ain't stuff that we speculating and guessing on. We are literally doing this in real time, right? So if we come back over here really quick, right? We come back over here really quick. Hold on, I messed up the screen. Oh, did I not? Oh, my bad. Let's come back over here really quick and show you exactly what I see. Again, these are my opinions, of course. All right.
Ain't that 439, 438?
Yep. Man, again, y'all know we already been talking about it, and if this don't work, we planning for that. It's that kind of like if and code, right? We in our coding stage right now, right? For all my computer geeks out there, right? Look right here, right on the, and this is the hourly course, but let's pull this down. Let's put some magnifying glasses on this thing here. What y'all see right there, right?
Very candle.
Wicked out.
Yeah.
Broke lower, couldn't hold. Now you sitting down here, right? So now the onus is on who? The bulls to fight back, right? The onus is definitely on the bulls, right? So again, and you had a dividend payout day. See that D right there? That means dividend. People typically do what on dividend days? Do they buy or do they sell on dividend days?
Sell.
They sell because that money is already what? Made.
Yep.
Right? So if you already bought a gazillion contracts ahead of that, or shares at this point, you sell it. And the insult, the injury in this case, in terms of this dividend payout, is that the market ended the week on the downtrend. Mm-hmm. So it really was a consolation that you bought shares, even if you bought shares up around this point for the dividend, right? Or let's say typically you have to pay like 30 days in advance before a dividend payout. So we'll just say going back, I don't know, maybe like the 18th of last month, right? That still puts the market at around about what 442 peaking point around there. If you caught the dip at 434, then yeah, you made a little money still. You gave a lot of your gains back, but you still collect that dividend once that payout came out today, right? That's just based on going from here to that candle right there, big red, bearish engulfing candle. But if you bought anywhere near 442, you just broke even and took at best you broke even and walked away with what, just the dividend payout. So that in itself shows you how methodical and mindful the market is. It literally played at around that point there and closed out. It tried to, of course, right? But right there when it first initially dipped down right here on this big counter here, the first one, that right there spooked a lot of investors. Like, man, let me go on the sale, man. I'm gonna take what little bit I got. Right, let me get the dividend and move on. Right.
Yeah, anybody over here buying the short ETF SP X-ray SAM?
I don't buy that. I know of it, but the same like when you do the SPX or you doing like volatile like UVX, stuff like that, UVXY sports in that case. But a lot of those are really good derivatives that you also can play the 3 times triple leverages and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you got to get it right though.
Exactly, right? But see, that's more of that's why I know you more of a future trader, right? You next level on that side, especially Forex side.
Right.
Those are the type of contracts you buy strictly on that side of the house, right? But they're just synonymous with what we do over here because, again, those triple leverage icons are just great for what? Really scalping with, right? Like you said, you got to know your peak to trough. You got to know the instrument in a way where it typically high trades, right, from volatility perspective, because they're just basically what they call antithetical trades, right? It's the inverse to some other, stock that's acting a fool or what losing is cool, right?
Yeah, when they act right.
Right,
they're risky now because sometimes when they're good, when people buy those triple leverage shorts as insurance against their long position, everything works fine when that's the thinking. But in a severely bearish environment where the sentiment is bearish and nobody's long, then they don't need those triple leverage ETFs for insurance.
Right.
And so then you'll see the volume dry up and they don't act right. They will fall when you think they're supposed to rise. So, I tell my people, look, it's dangerous. You kind of want to stay away from it, but people going to do it anyway. But I tell them, look, if you're going to do it, you got to chart it as a separate chart. Forget the correlation about what it's supposed to do. Look at the price action of the thing.
Right. 100%.
Because it will do something contrary to what the description says because the volume dried up.
Exactly. 100% right. Because a majority of those trades are already price action orientated. It's really no fundamental story behind it. It's just the inverse of something else anyway. That it may be a big macro story, but ultimately it's price action.
Right.
How those fund managers and algos are looking to use those as what, tools to get alpha out of the market that day. Depend on strength of trend, right? And based upon how the price action comes in and set that stock up, the chances are that's what they vying for that day, right? They like, we're going to work to get this thing either up or down.
Yeah,
right?
They're good for trading for short term. They're not. They're kind of dangerous to hold for long term because they don't act right.
They'll do a 180 to literally the next day,
right?
Or it even happen intraday. I've seen it happen intraday, especially when you trade like drip and gush, like on the oil ETFs. Those triple leverages ones like that, drip and gush. Man, to kill them back in 2017, 2018, 2017, we used to kill those ETFs. Right, strictly trading the oil market from that perspective. Right? Drip and gush. That's all. Matter of fact, y'all know Ricky Gutierrez, right? Y'all know him from we used to be in his room, right? And we used to set them little drip and gush trades up, and that's everybody to be just crushed, right? All right, because it's either gonna do its thing, and it's not. On the macro picture, you have to deal with what OPEX numbers, right? The OPEX numbers come out. You're taking the COMEX futures on the option side on intraday, on investing.com or a bar chart. If everything lined up, you trade it, right? We just go trade it, right? Because the energy was already placed, the algos were already in play. You just trading the momentum.
Right? Yeah, you dealing with those triple leverage ETFs, you definitely got to use a stop loss. You got to be really disciplined about that.
And or trailing stock, because if you in profit, you
right
in it to kick you out, but you definitely put a trailer on it, right? Put some trailers on that thing, right? So but you're 1,000% right. So again, like we talk about here, looking at the futures going into at this point, because now we're in the future session of the market for Sunday. You clearly got You know, SP 500 now is down to, as you see, down to 440.72 here. That's quadruple witching. Look at the outflow candle here. I want y'all to see this here to show you how odd it is to see that candle that big, right? And this is on the hourly. It's the hourly candle bar, right? So that's why it's showing it at that level. But look at the length of that candle. But look at the length of that movement. See how short right there is not really a big move, but it's a lot of money went into that move, right?
In 1 hour, that much money.
In 1 hour. And that candle here, over here, that dumped early in the day is a lot bigger than this one. And the volume is not even what? The size of this one here, right? Because that's money going in and out in that quadruple witching moment. It's crazy when you look at it from that perspective, but that's literally what caused all that's quadruple witching in real time. And it's longer because now you still got to account for the the after hour trade down to 440.77. It's just showing you from the white line. I mean, excuse me, the blue line, right? But you'll see it like based on the chart that I just had up, based on like even on the trade net chart, where you can see how that thing is still somewhat effectively showing weakness. See right there, that thing still it's still trying to find a way. It dripped all the way down here. Right down there, 440.50, bounced and shot all the way back up towards what? 441.40. Gave up the ghost again, and now it's coming right back down. Why? Because again, the options market doesn't close till 4:15. So these are people who are day trading the last 15 minutes of the market. How cool is that? You can day trade the last 15 minutes in the SPY and make you a good little bag, even on a quadruple witching day. And that's exactly what the market did. Right, you best believe a lot of people selling now. That's why they that spike. There was a few people covering. Some people hit it again. Daredevils, right, and shorten it back down real quick before 4:15 hits. And they get out that contract. That way they lock that profit in, and they just wait till Monday or Sunday, open up and whatever. Right. So right at 4:15, we're done. Option market is officially shut down. Right, it's officially shut down for the weekend. Well, until Sunday. Right. So whatever it does from this point, whether it kind of the dark pool come in and start trying to buy the spot, at the time I started saying it, right? It's probably the dark pool trying to they're trying to stop the bleeding at this point, right? Any dark pool buys, I can assure you that's them trying to stop the bleeding. Right? Matter of fact, let's go see really quick if y'all don't mind. Let's see if they got any of them that came out here on the back end. Let me reset my chart over here on Black Box. But all that stuff is relevant, like we was talking about. That's why it's good to have a lot of different perspectives in the market. Again, knowing how to use the market at your benefit in terms of all the moving parts when you have volatility coming. Of course, in this case, the quadruple witching scenario, right? So yeah, I'm going to show y'all this really quick. Yep. As soon as I was thinking about it, this is exactly why I want to show this here. Let me go over here to Black Box. Where we at? Stop sharing. Back over here. Share. I want y'all to see this dark pool. The dark pool already printing over there. Already. Look at that. Right at 415.57. Dark pool buy came in. 251,000 shares at basically, right, the spot price. That's somebody trying to keep the market raised up, right? All the spot prices at 445, they're buying to keep the market from crashing at that point, right? A lot of those people there are probably going to be people who are doing the bidding of the reverse repo operations. Some of them fund managers like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, right? And then you got what they call the spot price values of it here at what 441.58. That's within that wicked movement that you got. These stocks were bought at that point to keep the market from potentially going lower. Now you see how they all consecutive 451.48 or 441.58 all the way up the stream right there. All that was methodically done by Algo through a dark pool blocks. 66 million, 111 million, 331 million, 221 million. I mean, y'all see the numbers, they're just crazy, right? Some of them short, some of them long, but for the most part, all that's long buys, right? They're trying to keep the market from falling. Meaning they put in a limit buy to buy it right at that price. If you buy it at a high ask price, that means you're trying to save the market from going what? Lower, right? They're trying to, spark a bid, right? To get, traders, nah, we're gonna buy the market long, whatever. That's dark pool, right? That's how the dark pool work, right? Them jokers they bought that life over there. I just say that they really bought that life, right? So as you see, the most active calls today were definitely Tesla, Moderna, Apple, LRCX, and then Lucid, right? Lucid is kind of coming back, and then look at the outflow in terms of the puts to calls ratio on Tesla, right? Look at that put volume in Tesla. They made the number one outflow today, 221 million, right? And put value volume there, right? So it says a lot about how people thinking about Tesla, like we were talking about, for that consolidation area, right? So, depends on how the market's kind of, I don't know, set up for next week. These things going to be very, very vital as far as assessing the risk for next week, going into the FOMC meeting, which comes out Tuesday. That's Tuesday too. So it's not even going to be a back of the week like Thursday thing. They're doing that. That meeting is Tuesday. So early in the week. So they ain't going to give traders even time to even build the market, trend up. They're going to hit them hard early. So whatever Jerome Powell got on, on the docket, look, all I'm going to say is be prepared. Be prepared. All right, so that's your SP 500 right there. And yeah, look like, market's going to provide a little bit more fireworks for next week. We already broke trend, meaning we broke support. Now that, old support is now becoming new resistance. So anywhere near 443.24-ish, that's the new ceiling. It's a pseudo ceiling, but nonetheless, it's a ceiling, right? So use that as a guideline or a rubric or a baseline to now start charting into that, or away from that if you still think there's more downside inherent to the marketplace, right? So just something to think about, guys. Food for thought going into next week, and we will be there to diagram the stuff and outline what we see. Some ideas to put in the put into play, and so that way we'll be ready. When things pop off or kick off next week. All right. What's going on, brother? Rich B, I see you over there. Our family EOR 666 in the house, right? The family Jim Denson came through. I see you guys, brother. Everything in the house. Brother over Divine Fuller, right? We over here working, so I ain't had a chance to see the YouTube side over there, right? Happy to have you guys in the building as always. Definitely always excited to see the family come on and share some knowledge. So again, if you guys got anything else y'all want to kind of go of, if y'all got some trades y'all want to talk about, speak about what you did in the week. The panel, the floor is all yours.
Well,
I just want to say, have a nice weekend, fellas. I'm about, but that brother Iori, that's the one who he gave me from my group, the MJ, that put me onto this DGC thing. So,
yeah. Iori, he pop in every now and then when I go live. Happy to have him here. He already family, right? So I see him sometimes too whenever we're going live. So, like I said, y'all know y'all welcome to come on the panel anytime, man. Y'all know we open house over here. We don't do all that dictator trading on outside of the house, right? We open the floor up and we just, we get in the game mode and back testing, trying to get good information so we can build from. So you always welcome. Thank you, Dollar Wheel.
I'm gonna retire to the chat. All right, peace, fellas.
No fam, and again, go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Dollar Wheel has a YouTube channel. Post it in the chat. You can, Dollar Wheel, if you don't mind.
Okay. So, okay, thanks.
Appreciate you over Dollar Wheel, man. See you in these YouTube streets.
Dollar Wheel. Have a good one, brother.
Thank you, brother Dollar Wheel.
Thank you, fellas.
Anytime. All right. So yes, again, what amazing day, guys. A great market cycle. And so I guess it's official now that I get a chance to play this, put this picture up. I've been saving this thing. Y'all know me. I've been saving this bacon, right? I am legend, Will Smith, right? I've been saving this bacon. Right? It's time to put this picture on up here now because I don't know what else to say. You know what I'm saying? Because we were down and out. We were down and out. We back now. We back.
We had a bear funeral and someone says the market is crashing.
What? I'm back, bro. Look at that, bruh. Y'all said crashing.
Whoa.
And look at him, bro.
Woke about the cash, boy.
I push for the print.
Yeah. Return of the Bears, like the mummy or something.
How that song go? Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
Yeah.
That trigger come up that casket with dust and everything. With them puts at. With them little
Yeah, we get them puts.
Boy.
I know Nike and Costco got earnings next week.
Yep.
So
some massive movements there. I mean, consumer discretionary items there.
Yeah.
So on both sides, retail and consumer discretionary items.
Last time I traded Nike earnings, I made about $1,600.
Yeah,
I'm shorting them this time though. They got too many supply chain issues, especially with
the entire market now.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the inflationary, I should say the inflationary story is becoming more and more a thorn in terms of people who want to just be aggressively bullish in the market. Can't deny it at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As much as they would like to, they just cannot. And then certain stocks are more affected than others, right? Who's most affected from the China sector? Stocks or companies who get a lot of their products from what? Out of their factories. Yep. Same with Taiwan. Taiwan and Vietnam make most of the Nike shoes now. They've been slowly trying to get them out of China to put it in the Taiwan and Vietnam, but they under scrutiny now because of COVID. And then China putting pressure on Taiwan and and Vietnam in this area. They literally close to going to war with them.
Yeah, Vietnam is dealing with COVID issues too.
Exactly. So that's a strain on supply chain that affects what? Bottom line distribution and what? Profit value, because you can't move them units. So if there is a
late.
Say again?
I said Nike been, they shipments been, delayed a long time. There's a couple pairs of shoes I'm still waiting on that they haven't delivered yet because, they dealing with all that stuff.
Real-time reality, real world
shipping container.
You're right there and you see it.
You
feel it, you know what's going on. See what I'm saying? That says a lot. So again, a lot of these, them stocks like that going to earn it, boy. It's gonna be like little Becky, you jump on out there. We started out like we were ready about that life, but it ain't end too well, but we came in hot and heavy. Right?
Yeah, buddy.
So the market is, weird for a reason. So so Nike definitely. I don't know if you want to show your chart. You guys got the floor, man. So you want to show your charts, do what you got to do, man. Y'all, the floor is y'all, right? Y'all qualified to do this and then some.
I'm driving right now, or I would.
Driving. All right. So again, just in case anybody want to show their chart, break down Nike or Costco really quick. I run over the Nike on CP. Just kind of show you exactly, what may be potential. See, there they go. I knew they was gonna pull that trash.
What they do?
Y'all just saw the breaking news that came through
about that.
You see it early in the week. They did what? They pushed back against what? The booster shot. Remember?
Booster shot. Yeah, they just
now they just against. They voted against. They voted against the earlier to what? Against the booster shot, right?
Yep.
Now, breaking news: FDA panel recommends Pfizer COVID booster shot does for people for 65 and over after rejecting third shot general population. Is that mine? Got that distortion? Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Robotic.
It's robotic. Can y'all hear it? Is that me or is it somebody else?
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right. So it was, I heard a robot. I don't know if it's my phone got put it in my microphone. But no, this just came out. The FDA panel recommends the Pfizer COVID booster shot dose for 65 people and older after rejecting the third shot for general population. They voted on it earlier for general population. Then they turned around and went back to the drawing board and said, no, we got to do something because we don't want to look like no idiots, right? Because we told everybody they need the booster shot, months ago. They keep trying to push this Pfizer vaccine. Why? Because y'all know ex-FDA chair Scott Gottlieb, which is a charlatan, sits on the board of Pfizer.
Yep.
How is it that Pfizer gets the okay for the FDA approval and the booster shot, but yet its efficacy rate is less than that of Moderna?
Right. Yep.
These people playing, man. Why people be mad on all that vaccine stuff? They all in their feelings about this, man. Yeah, y'all know me. Excuse my language. Ain't nobody taking over my life, my body, because they want to play politics with a stupid behind shot. And this virus don't care about none of that. Why? That virus mutating faster than look.
And they can make a vaccine. They even think about it.
So they still they want to say they come back and clip the live stream like they've been doing. They've been cutting people live streams off. They've been putting people channels in suspension. I've been seeing a lot of that on YouTube. Just because people are talking the truth, they're speaking about this stuff. Like they don't want you even to talk about it. Like what? What kind of mess is this?
Yeah, they trying to be like China, trying to be
dictator stuff.
Yeah.
Like, man, what's wrong with these people? You know, so you already had Supreme Court overruling the New York mandate for the jab. Right? Then people already starting to push back. You know, them lawsuits were going to hit day one when Biden came out with that old dumb behind press release about making it mandatory for all these different scenarios. You know, people going to push back against that, man. All right, let them keep playing around. They think January 6th was a fluke.
Yeah.
Like you said, right? They think January 6th was a fluke. Well, let them keep messing around. Yeah, I understand the level of safety because I'm just like everybody. I want to be safe and I want my family to be safe like everybody else. But a lot of this stuff, again, you got to let people have their discretionary value in that perspective, right? Because you can't have it one way or the other, right? It's just not going to work that way, right? You've already politicized. That's y'all fault. Y'all had a position to get everybody on board when y'all had everybody with attention. When you locked everybody down, that's when all the smart people should have stepped forward and the dumb people should have stepped to the back and let the smart people be upfront, honest, and give us the true assessment of what the threats or dangers of this virus was. At least people were ready to hunker down and do what they need to do. But since they want to politicize and play this game, all right, a lot of that responsibility falls on Trump. Again, hate like love is the fact, and it also falls on Democrats because again, they are just as easily to blame in that perspective. So again, that's why people don't trust governments even more now, and they're not going to be running to take these shots. They know that FDA approval was rushed. It was rushed. Stop playing. It was rushed. That's why you had FDA people that have been there for years walked away. Two of the top lead FDA people, not lower level, they were top tier FDA people walked away because they rushed that Pfizer vaccine. And that was based on Scott Gottlieb pushing that junk to get it because he said so. Because they used to work with these people. Like, man, look, all right. I'm gonna leave that alone. I went off in my little feelings real quick, y'all. My bad.
Real talk.
Got on my soapbox for a hot second, but that's just the reality thing, man. I don't sit here. I ain't finna play game. Ain't nobody finna shame, try to talk me into some dumb junk. And I'm old enough in my life where I understand my risk value, and I know how to read data. I know how to look at efficacy charts and phase trials and that stuff. Like I've got equipped to learn to do this stuff. And so that's another part of why I love being an investor, because we get a chance to see firsthand data point and go through it the way where we can have a level of confidence about certain things.
Right.
It ain't my fault, right? I'm just in the right place at the right time, learning how to be up to speed on information, right? So again, I'm just whatever. But anyway, let me be quiet, man. So yeah, you guys got the floor. Y'all want to open up some charts? Y'all want to talk about anything else in general? The floor is is yours. Again, thank goodness we had a great week. And the market's still going lower right now as we speaking. As we speaking, the market is going low. I think we made a new low on the market.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's still dripping on fofos, right? Dripping, right? Right? The market is still dripping. Who that? What the rapper? What that? Not that wasn't.
Wall, Slim Thug.
It was Slim. That's what it was. Slim Thug. Wasn't that him?
Fofos.
Yeah.
Fofos. Yeah.
There it is, right there. That thing's steady lifting, right? Making it, it's on the way out the door. So yeah. So again, guys, if you want to come on the panel and share any information that you got in the chart, crypto, forex, whatever you got, the floor is yours. Right? I know people like, yeah, man, we just listening, chilling, right? But the floor is definitely yours. If you want to come on, there's the link right there. Dollar Will got a YouTube channel in the back chat. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. It's all love, brother. You already know you family over here anytime, right? Anytime, you already know. All right, but so there's the link right there. If you guys want to come on, come on the panel, right? If you got anything you want to talk about going to the weekend, I like crypto still because crypto is starting to find a floor at around that 40,000, 42,000. It's starting to hold, right? And this again, Can't be excited, any more excited about that space as well. I've been adding on my LRC like crazy, boy. I've been tearing them dips up on LRC, right? Because man, look, we already know Ethereum is the future. I know jokers don't want to hear that, but Ethereum is the future, right? It has a corporate governance platform to bridge that gap, right? Because everybody want to throw salt on Bitcoin, but Ethereum, smart contracts. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, smart contracts is where it's at. And
I just grabbed some XRP, waiting for that case to settle. You could cop them on Uphold. So I got some of that because I figured I know it's been suppressed with the court case and they're projecting the case to be settled by the end of the month, or at least early October. So I'm figuring by the end of the year it's gonna get a nice jump once that's settled. Yeah, so I grabbed me some of those.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna talk about them too. Forgive me, guys, I'm eating late. But that whole SEC case, it was smoke and mirrors, a shakedown. And it was even more so. I don't know if y'all watched the other day because y'all know I'm into this stuff like that. Did y'all see that Senate hearing the other day with Gensler, the SEC chair? When one of the senators asked him about crypto, are these securities or are they tokens? Essentially, in layman terms, a lot of that was surrounded around the whole idea of what? XRP to a degree, right? So he had to come on record and explain that. It really is not rocket science. They know it's not. Regardless of the fact that he might have had holding values or within his firm where they had dealers dealing on the security side, but the token in itself is not a security. You cannot force it to be just because they have other security properties within their firm.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally in a nutshell what's going on with that. They're trying to parse hairs here and put all the onus on XRP as not being forthright or not putting it within their prospectus or white paper or to the degree of how it is looked at, because it bridges across what centralized lines in terms of what money movement, MoneyGram, Western Union, right, stuff like that. Anyway, long story short, that's just the gist of that. My opinion, right? Keep on, these are my opinions. I don't, right? But seriously, so we'll see what comes from that. But you have every right to start looking at it from that perspective that if things starting to get to a point where they just hey, y'all ain't really got nothing. If that's the case, free my people kind of reality, right? Well, definitely up until that moment, if that news comes out and it exonerates that whole idea of it being a dog and pony show anyway, it's gonna rally, right? It's going to rally, right? So you might front load ain't always a bad idea at this point. Just understand the risk that's involved. As we always say, as long as we understand our risk profile, you got a definite comeback story in definitely that in XRP. Okay? So yeah, definitely shout out to you, Overdone, for that, because you guys are all on that. I love it. I'm loving it. Right? And there goes the SPY. And there goes the SPY. They still leaking it.
Dang.
So again, them calls, if you bought them calls inside 4415, woo, Gina. Boy, look at that thing drip. And that's nasty, because if they mess around and drip this thing down to 438, meaning between tonight and then Monday, pre-market, they just going down there and kind of close out that 430. And I know I'm putting it out there in a weird way, but and then try to bounce it intraday. Could be a game plan, but definitely swing calls right now are bleeding. Swing calls are bleeding right now. That's quadruple witching, guys. Y'all seeing this thing in real time. That's why.
You share a candle?
Yeah, that's what they call settlements. Anytime you see that there, I know people always ask me, why they be doing that? That's settlements. That means there's a market maker dumping stuff in there that hadn't been accounted for. That's what happens when you see that kind of spike like that. Yeah, there was just more settlements just hitting the tape being accounted for. Right, but there you go, man. That's your S&P right there, guys. Yeah, so everything is red across the board. After I'm sitting there looking on my big screen, Tesla back down now about near $1, about 70-80 cents. I think, let's see, Apple is down to 145.82. That killed Apple today. Oh man, my swing Apple puts that I bought yesterday, I bought 12 of them, and I bought them methodically throughout the day. I caught every peak, I added a contract. Every peak in Apple that was trying to spike yesterday, I just kept adding puts. I ended up like 12 puts at the end of the day, which I showed y'all this morning, right? When I showed y'all in the group, I was only up like what, $37.
Mm-hmm.
By what? By 10:30, I was up like about 800 some odd dollars. And they were cheap. I was paying no more than like about $39 a contract. True story. I was paying between 30 something and 40 cents a contract. I just kept loading on the peak points. Right. And so that was just a great controlled trade where again, I was playing for that inherent weakness, right? SPY breakdown, the hourly charts, hourly candles in the first, trading session when the market opens up, it proved to be red all week. And did we disappoint today, Friday? That candle was what color at the beginning of the first hour of trading? Super red, right? And it was a dividend day. So people sold into the dividend. So I was like, got him, right? And I forgot to even mention that Apple ones last night in trading. I told y'all about my AMC puts. Did well on those two. And I told you about my SPY puts. I forgot to even tell you about my Apple position. I was saving it, right? I was saving that bacon. I was saving that bacon to show up in the group. Hey, y'all, the Apple. But that was a good little trade. Ended up making. It was around about 7. I got up as far as like 8, like about 870 something. But I didn't get a chance to get out of it to around like 760 ish. Right, so a little bit got back, but that's all right. Right, it's all right.
Good, still good.
Still good, right? You know what I'm saying? Definitely well over 100%. Buying those 12 contracts around about 39 cents. We just kind of kept adding yesterday, and then just swung it until today. Played into the price action. So nice little bag on those Apple puts, right? So Apple is in trouble until it can, get that 150, resistance level back. Look at the SPY. Ooh, boy, look at the SPY. Boy, jokers. Ooh, look at them contract for next week.
Oh, they dumping, man.
Y'all see that? I ain't making that up. Ooh. I'm gonna have to get me over ginger beer tonight, right? I'm celebrating.
Mm-hmm.
But no, seriously, I mean, y'all see this here. Once trend is gone, now this is a testament to let people know. Once you break key levels of support, no matter what, how people feel about the markets in terms of buy the dip coach, all that stuff. That's how I open up talking about that, because I wanted people to realize you can't always bank on the norm. Not in markets. You cannot. Because people emotions change on a dime when money is involved. Am I lying?
Nope.
When money's on the line, jokers, look, it was all good just a week ago, but not this week, bro. Nah, that's just too much pain right there, bro. I'm out. You saw that this week with AMC.
Mm-hmm.
It was all week. It was just, even though they got a big army of buyers, but them jokers was selling this week too. They got caught. A lot of hedge funds and market makers were basically busting them out. Like, yeah, they selling. All the people that supposed to have diamond hands, we see it coming through. They selling. So they couldn't even get their story straight.
Mm-hmm.
They supposed to be diamond hands. So I'll let you know, again, when you start feeling pain, or you start having unrealistic expectations, we got to get above 50, we straight again. Man, they ether AMC all the way down. I hit AMC, twice this week. Both times I made over, the first time I made over 1,000, I think about near $1,100, right? That was Tuesday, Wednesday, I posted in the group, and then I hit them again last night. I caught the top, right? Up near that peak around about 40, it was like 48, like 48.20 something. I bought 2 contracts there. Rode that big puppy always back down. So I got him again. So I got him twice a week. I eated them for about, I think it was around about $1,500 this week. No, actually I had enough. I forgot my other contract. I had him in Tastework. So I hit him in my Tastework account too. I had one over there. I was on one though. But it was up like near $200. So around about $1,700, right? Out of AMC this week. And just puts.
Tough.
Yeah, so beat the brakes off them. They say beat the back off of them. So it's crazy week, guys. Again, we love this stuff. It's fun when you can make money. Thank you, Oversnot Bar. See you, man. Peace, power, and profit for that, man. Thank you for the super chat, family. Right, you know we're here just working for the people. You know how we roll over here, right? We all work over here, baby, and it's fun for us because ain't no better strategy than playing financial chess, right? Playing financial chess. What's better than ain't nothing better than that, man. God, dog, bro. When you can find a way to put together a game plan to get you some money, look, I'm just saying. Right. So shout out to everybody who was very fortunate this week to capitalize on the market. I just putting it out there, I think in a tally, I may have ended up a little over. Gosh, I want to say I ended up around about between 6,000 and 7,000 this week. And majority of that stuff y'all saw me posting in the group, so y'all can definitely start doing the math, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that way, transparent. And a couple of them, it was like a few of them that I didn't get to post, right? I was saying that I think I said that earlier this morning. There's a couple of them that I didn't even get a chance to even post, right? And they were sizable positions too, in most cases. So, really good week. I'm very fortunate. I'm very humble because again, having that skill set. Look, I traded for nothing in the world right now, and I'm saying that for the value that if we're gonna be independent, if we're gonna have a skill set that where we can just tell everybody or Mr. Boss or the government, to move on, kick rock. It starts here with us.
Yep.
Seriously, it starts here with us. It starts with the information. It starts with the studying. It starts with the group crowds and things like that. Depending on your buddy, your foxhole buddy, right? That's what it entails, right? So,
yep.
Really excited for that. I think, matter of fact, I think Brother Derek, I don't know what he did today, but over there, we spoke about that last night trade. I think Brother Derek was already up near 9,000-10,000.
Yep.
He was up there yesterday though. So if he hit anything today, and did stay in the trend, stay within trend, he should be up over about $11,000-$12,000, if not more, the week.
I'm sure he'll post about it.
Yeah.
Go to his page and see what he did.
Mm-hmm. So jokes around here getting them a nice little bag, and and that's why I say when the market is in fruit bearing season, guess what? We're gonna be right there to pluck.
Right.
So shout out to everybody again who.
He hit. Yeah, he hit for about almost $2,000 a day.
So you posted it today? Yep.
Yeah.
So that put it up there near that 11,000-12,000 area, somewhere around impossible, somewhere around it, maybe between 10 and 12,000. I could be wrong, but somewhere around there, right, for the week, right. So again, people out here getting it in, man, and I don't know what to tell the joker. They just gonna keep convincing themselves that they're gonna sit on the sideline and meaning don't participate in learning, right? That's what I'm saying. Not just jump straight to the market. We don't do that over here.
Right.
We don't preach that kind of stuff over here. No, man, give me a ticker. No, we finna give you some knowledge. Let's go. You hungry? Let's go. Get in a training session, right? Because that's what's gonna preserve you in the long run. Right? You knowing what to do, how to fish, when to fish, where to fish, right? That's what's gonna preserve you into your future in this craft, right? So we're excited for everybody,
right?
Who value that knowledge over, somebody just give me a ticker, right? No. Here to the no. Oh, we don't do that over here. We're not a signal service. We are not a signal service, right? I repeat, we are not a signal service.
We teach you how to fish.
Facts, right? Because we don't want you showing up at our door looking like this right here. You know what I'm saying? You got your little chicken hat on you when you put that little 2-piece order in, and that card that came back for it.
Yeah. Be mad. I'm like, hey, man. Should we all lost?
Hey, look at all grease that didn't work out, bro. Hey,
yeah.
We try to tell you, bro, because it's hard out there for it's hard out there. But no, man, all seriousness, we appreciate you all our YouTube side of all the family, yeah, we got a ton of books, Brother Jay, man. We got basically every PDF on the planet. I ain't lying. I ain't just saying that.
Facts.
Any PDF you want, and when it deals with business and finance, taxes, entrepreneurship, options trading, forex, crypto, we got oodles and oodles of books for the free, right? For the free, right? Right on your little download. So hit us up, man. We can get you anything you want, any specific topic, technical analysis, any of that, psychology, you name it, we got you. Right. So no hesitation there. So just hit us up, and we'll make sure we get that over to you, right? With no problems at all.
He said, "What do y'all think about global ETFs?"
Yeah, so it's the same thing that we've been discussing far as what how to hedge American markets. That's basically what you're looking at for assets outside of our shoreline, right? So you think about markets that give you favorability of opportunity besides that of the American market. We're basically the second, or basically let's call it what it is. We need to stop playing. The biggest market on the planet right now is China. People don't want to deal with that, psychologically, but that's just what it is. Until you can output their manufacturing hub, who gonna compete with that? Right? So they can play all that political game and say we this and that, even though we may have the reserve currency, they got the reserve what? Manufacturing. Right? They can shut down your whole entire country by closing their manufacturing hub overnight. Stop playing. Right? Stop playing. Right? So who really got the juice and they got the power? That ain't me cheerleading for them. That's just the reality thing, right? I'm a businessman, right? So if you look at it from that perspective in terms of economic growth expansion, and they already are highly more technologically advanced than us, they just are, right? Then yeah, you want to make sure that you still have exposure to a lot of that market. Now, even though they've been getting beat up lately, and they even actually the Chinese government is entering their own corporation right now. Why? Because they're trying to test their fealty, their loyalty. Are they not?
Right.
They hit Alibaba across the head. They hitting JD across the head. Pinduoduo, Baidu. They hitting all of them across the head. They putting them under regulation scrutiny, and they got a company that's getting ready to go potentially go under if they don't get saved by the government. It can backfire all the way over here in America and crush everybody in Evergrande.
Yep.
They going after these people, So that stuff is very important, So, but they still are a lucrative market because they are leading basically they're leading the roost.
Snowball said, "Do you have a certain time of the year that you start beginners classes?"
No, because I used to try to compartmentalize that stuff, but now at the level of time that I have available, I just mix it all into what we're doing. Even with some of the more seasoned people, I added in there if you're in the group session. But I also still do individual training sessions too, right? As a matter of fact, I had 2 today, right? One of them, obviously, I had to postpone, which was actually allowed me to trade the market even more, which made me really get after the market this morning, right? That was one set for 9 o'clock, right? So I just focused on this trade, multitasking trading, which worked out because to get me a nice bigger bag. But I have individual sessions throughout the week as well. Then we also have group settings. But I mix it all in there, right? So a lot of people that's still in the early stage, they'll tell you, like Sister Shanika, all that, we canvas everybody, aspect of where they are and work in the greater good of the entire group, because sometimes it's better even for some of the more experienced traders to go back and get some of that old school stuff, right? Go back to the base, like Oprah Chris spoke about earlier. It's okay to get, freshen up on some of them old school technology, technical terms and things of that nature, right? So yeah, I do it either way, right? Individuals, right? Along as within my schedule, availability. But we also have the group settings as well, right? Where you can come in and be a part of our group. And that the group setting is every Thursday night around between 6. We typically start around 6, or at least at latest at 8 p.m. Unless it's just some emergency stuff happening to me. But we try to start around 6 p.m. Every Thursday. Right, and it's a minimum of 2 hours. Like any session I do is a minimum of 2 hours. Right, that's just a part of my mandate within the services that I offer, and we get a lot accomplished in that 2 hours. I guarantee you. Right. I had a sister this morning, but she was stressed out. But I just couldn't take notes fast enough. But I was just hitting it with that. I was hitting it with the tape. I was already trying to because we were doing real time with the market. That's why I love doing it, because the case study was the market in real time. Like this right here. Like one of the breakdowns I did I was showing that stock IPHA. I don't know if y'all saw that one this morning. It was running, right? It got that cancer news. They did pretty good on the phase 2 cancer study in collaboration with AstraZeneca. That stock jumped up from like $5.75 and ran to like $12, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it went from $5.75 at 4 a.m. I think rather at 9:50, my 9:50, 10 o'clock pullback strategy. That's when it top and pull back. So it got to near $12 at that point. So even if you got in when it was breaking out around about 6 a.m., 7 a.m., around about
Mm-hmm.
$6, $7, you still made bank. You still end up picking up like about $4 of profit per share.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so that was a runner today. And so we actually used that stock today in our training session as a case study. So broke down all the significance of that and price action. We went over level 2 support. I mean, just really made it make sense to it. And, by the time she was done, it's like, man, this, yeah. I was intimidated by this stuff before, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's simple, from real world application. They're just products and services, right? Either they, attract the market share or they're not, So it's just, that's a layman way of looking at it, but it really does bring, solid values there. What's going on, Oba Rich B? We're seeing the building. Peace, power, and profit to you, Oba. Right, thank you, man. Hey, we've been planning together. It's all ours, man. I share that victory with all of it because, we were very adamant about, making the market, present itself to us in a way where, it can convince us that it was not who it said it was, right? That's that saying. They are who they say they are, right? That Art Shelton, old school saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
The market just gave us that downtrend, rebound for a week. It was still weak, and I wasn't going to, kind of trade the market knowing that we broke key level support. Again, we broke the old support. That was a baseline support, that 443 gap closure field. Once that broke, even though we saw the big red candle in the very beginning, because we talked about that last night. Again, I know I keep bringing emphasis to that, but that's just the reality, right? That was just us seeing that as a hold up, what am I doing here? Why is okay? Hold up, big bro. So hold up. Where we at? Brother Marquis, you might have to go back and come back in. It's still not allowing me to add you in the group. So it might just be a glitch. Let me see. Did it come through? There it is. It finally came through. I was just in there.
Oh, okay. I didn't. I thought I was on the thing the whole time.
It won't allow you because I stream out. You got to wait till the person. I guess wait till it always get them. I don't know what it. I guess it's some kind of like the package got to come all the way through for it to hit the macro button. It was just
You mind if I show my screen real quick, though?
Yeah, you got it. I'll definitely go over the spot. But no, I would say the floor is y'all, man. Y'all need bail me out, man. Let me eat my little spell oats right now.
Yeah,
I'm trying to eat.
Yeah, just kind of show how I was looking at the market today. Even though I didn't really play the puts like I wanted to, I was focusing on getting out of my calls. But I definitely was following it and marking it up and everything. Hold on, let me come in from my computer. All right, cool. Share. I had hit the share screen. Did it send like the request thing?
Not yet. It's probably lagging, but yeah. As soon as you hit it, you should be able to have access to do it. I just got to click the button on it.
Okay. All right, I think it's showing now, right?
Yeah, you got it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's showing you.
Okay, yeah. Let me make some sense of this to y'all a little bit real quick. So this right here is the SPX 500, and this over here is the dollar. And I have it like broken to categories. These right here represent weekly charts. This white line, the separator, like these is the weekly candles. The next one, these are the daily candles. This is the 4 hour, and then this is the hour. All right. So if we like looking at what happened today, if we look at the daily, this is yesterday right here, and this is pretty much what happened today. So like since like the beginning of this week, that's when we kind of moved under this order block, this weekly order block, and we moved down. We came back and retraced and hit this daily order block here, and since then we just really been trending down. And so what I did right here with this this weekly bearish order block, I took the Fibonacci. This is how I do whenever I have an order block. I'll take the Fibonacci from the open price. Like in this case, I'm taking the Fibonacci from the open price, and I would basically on the daily, since I'm taking it from the hourly, I would just pretty much trace it, you know, and allow it to retrace up into an optimal trade entry. So like right here, you see it retraced, and then, you know, every day pretty much it's been retracing into an optimal entry. If you're looking from this order block to the daily lows, from that day, each time it made a low, it pulled up, retraced into that optimal trade entry, and reacted down. So if we look right here on the 4 hour, same thing. If we zooming in on that 4 hour, we see us coming down, hitting that optimal trade entry and going down. And even if we look down into the hourly for pretty much what happened today, we hit there and we hit the optimal trade entry and we're going down. And right now we kind of ran into like a weekly order block, bullish order block. But it's kind of just, you know, kind of disregarding it right now because it's actually been traded through already right here, but briefly it got bought. That's when we had that pullback and it got bought all the way up, and we had make those higher highs, and we was making higher highs up until here. And since we came off these highs here, you know, we just straight, you know, pretty much been trending down. Same thing on the dollar. I did the same thing. I look at the weekly order block, take that Fibonacci from down here and just trace it up, and you'll see, you know, we were tracing right into those optimal trade entries. You know, even going into yesterday, and since yesterday we just been pretty much rallying up. But one of the things that I was looking at right here, this is as the move was happening, this represents New York session, right? This is like 8:30, 9:30 right here. This is right here by the open, 9:30. So on the open, what I have here is the US 500, which is like the SPY, that's the green one. I have the US 100, which is the NAS, and the US 30, which is the Dow. That's the I'm sorry, that's the blue one. Yep. The NAS is orange, the Dow is blue, and the SPY is green. And one thing I like to see right here, when this Forex New York session opens up earlier than the actual stock market. The stock market opens up at 9:30, but you know, it pretty much opens up right here. You see NO, that stands for New York Open. I have, like, you know, this indicator that kind of shows you these different open times. So right here, when New York opens on Forex session, we can see, if we look at this green, what these lines represent are the highs, right? So this right here, this one on the bottom, this represents that that SPY, where it came and made higher highs. Right here, made higher highs. And then when we look at the Dow, which is this blue line, we can see we made higher highs as well. But on the Dow, we made a higher low. You know, kind of showing some divergence in between these three in the correlation. And you see, after we had, you know, we made higher highs, then higher lows, we had a crazy reaction, you know, to the bottom, you know, after that point. So that's something I often use. You can see it in any session where you will have two of them make higher highs or higher lows, and then you'll have the other one fail to make a higher high or higher low, which, you know, shows that divergence, you know, happening. So if I wasn't so busy trying to get out of the out of this trade, which I got out in time, but I wasn't set up enough to really catch this down trade. But, you know, I think that's something that really good to watch. And you can spot it happen in a lot of places. Like, for example, right here in London session. In this London session, we can see the Dow, which is this orange line. We made a lower high, right? And then we look right here on this green line. We made from right here to here, we made a higher high. Let me paint that green or black. And then if we look on the Dow right here, we made a higher high as well. So if you was trading this London, this divergence here making higher highs where they kind of ran out these highs but failed to make a higher high on the NAS, which is this orange line. So, this divergence happens when these pivot points come in each session. And if you're watching all three of them, you can see one of them kind of diverge first and then kind of a continuation in the other ones. So you see divergence happen in New York, which gave you this down move here, and then another divergence that happened here in New York, which gave you a stronger move that way. Yeah, but
all those were synonymous with what we got out of coming into our equity markets, of course, as a whole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I was looking at a little bit of the futures too, where you had a little inherent weakness obviously coming into China. We looked at it actually last night before we got off the live in the training.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a lot of things starting to happen. It's like when one really unraveled, the three mega juggernauts, of course, going to be us, China, and Europe, right? Everybody else is secondary. I hate to say that, but they're secondary, right, to the overall market value. Right, even though Japan has pretty much a volume market, not overlook them, but of course you saw weakness coming out of the FTSE, the DAX, right? Of course, going into London session, you had weakness in China because China cracking down on this, but it's mega tech giants and people who are big, big money harvesters over there, so that hurts a lot of our cross, crossroad, business practices in terms of they stock, being listed on certain exchanges over here. So basically what's happening when I'm looking at it from that perspective, I'm saying, okay, well, if they're starting to be that level of converge, well, it was a convergence aspect of it when it was kind of moving in before all this stuff really started to unravel. When everything started unraveling, that's when you start getting that divergence to a degree, right? If I'm hearing you correctly, you kind of break it down when things starting to kind of separate the shakers from the movers at that point, right? It really began to show you that the inherent weakness that all markets are now starting to kind of suffer from, right? So if you are a forex trader, you can say, okay, well, they starting to sputter a little bit here, right? You can kind of go after and attack their currency pairs, right? Or if one's remained to be pretty decently strong, while others were kind of getting taken to the woodshed, well, you will play into that pair strength, right? And so there's a lot of different ways you can look at the market. Just from my perspective, when I say, I'm a student of the game, period. I look at I'll be looking at forex. I don't trade it, obviously at the like the gentlemen and the sisters do in the group that we have, but I'm always watching it and I'm always assessing it, and the same thing on the crypto side, because it's all a part of the global markets as a whole, which gives you indication of how people feel about markets, or if they're running from one market going to another as a flight to safety. Right? So it's good to know those kind of things. So I mean to interrupt, I just wanted to add that because I think that's important so people will just focus on equity markets and equity. Now go look at the forex market too. Go check out, how other nations are faring in their market structure value too in relation to ours, right? Comparative analysis. Getting a lot of insight in doing so.
Yeah, definitely. And then I love, using forex markets just to see that they'll just give you a hint of what's coming. And even this overlay I have here is basically putting the hourly chart in an overlay. And you can see here even on the hour, if you look at that 2 a.m. Bearish order block and we draw that out, you can see, we pretty much on the Dow that went up, hit right there. as well. And you can really just see these divergences really happen in any session for real. Like, all right, example right here. See, this would be you playing that the purple stands for London close. So this is that overlay, from New York, because New York and London, they have this overlay. Speaking to the family, New York and London session has an overlay, and New York closes right here, but New York stays open until pretty much like Asian right here, I believe. Yeah, into this Asian session. So if we was playing that London close, which is this purple, the divergence we'd be looking for right here. First I'm gonna show you this hourly order block right here. That'll be the first thing. This last down candle, before the up move.
Mm-hmm.
And, we can draw that out. We can see like the price came and bounced right off of there and moved higher. But even before, we really got here, you can see it building up. Move this out the way real quick. Well, I'll put it back. We can see it building up here where we're getting on the Dow, which is this white line, we're getting a lower low. I'm gonna put it black. Okay. We're getting a lower low there. On the SPY, we're getting a lower low here, but on the NAS, we got a higher low. We're gonna turn that white or blue or purple. I think that stands out better. Yeah. So seeing if you put these lines on the chart, you'll see the divergence. Kind of happen before it comes. I find this. I can go to any one of these sessions and really kind of show you this. Like, this is a very powerful tool, especially when you of course you have to structure it with a higher time frame structure, but this is basically the sniper. This is like the zoom down in your sniper scope to really, nail that and get the best risk to reward ratio, because you're seeing when, the institutions are actively, shifting the bias one way or another. So I think that's definitely something that all you have to do is you can, in TD Ameritrade or on TradingView, you can just add each one of these. You go to compare and you just add the other symbol, and then you put them all on the same axis on a percentile, and you just put it on a line chart. You change it from instead of a regular bar, or regular candles like this, you can just change it to a line chart and put a certain color. And when you're looking to go bullish, what you're really supposed to do is change the price source from the lows. Because I was showing you a bearish move, I had it on the highs, but if you change it, supposed to actually change them all to the lows if you're looking at a bullish move, actually.
Are you talking about flip-flopping it around? Like, what do you mean change it?
Well, the price source. So normally you can have the price source on the open, the close, the high or the low. Open, high, low, close. So you're basically choosing which price point this line graph is using to illustrate the line. Whether you're using the open price of each candle for that, the low or the close. So I'm saying if you're using it and you have a bullish bias, you want to be looking at the low. You want to be looking at those lows. And if you have a bearish bias, you want to be looking at the high price points to really see that divergence, better. Even though it's showing the same thing right here, it's just, much cleaner if you have those, if you're looking at the price points the appropriate way. Gotcha. Yeah, it's something that's really valuable, especially if you're trading anything that is connected to any one of these indices, which is pretty much everything you're going to be trading. this is something good to be watching because, for example, you're trading something in the NAS. Of course, you can't be trading it right here because this is I think it's closed right here. Maybe if you was trading the Forex version of certain NAS, but if you was trading again, if you're trading, New York session, and you're seeing this divergence happen, for example, like in the NAS, because remember for London and New York both. For London and New York, the NAS made a lower low, and the other two made a higher. I mean, made a higher low, and the other two made a higher high. So that would show you the NAS. You would really get short in stocks that were connected to the NAS because it's really getting the sell side is being shifted heavily.
So when you say
in
the
this
NAS,
index.
when you say NAS for the layman's out there, what is the NAS?
Oh man, what is that? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear you. Your mic
Oh,
did
mine
go out for
sounds
a second.
slowed down. I don't know if it's mine or y'all.
Well, your mic did go out for a second, but
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Ober was
Oh, that's
asking you
him,
something.
or is that what am I tripping? Oh, but Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. So that must be over Chris or something that got the little chopped and screwed voice going.
Can you
No,
hear me?
it might have been mine. It might have been. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Or maybe it's something with mine. I'm gonna go out and come back because somebody called me, so I think it kind of messed up.
That's what it was. I hate that. That happened to me a lot.
Yeah, they messed it up.
Hey, put on your tinfoil kufi right over.
You know what I'm saying? I got that thing right in my office door. Ready. You didn't even get me.
Well, that's what happened.
Yeah, buddy.
You spitting that real.
Somebody
Yeah, boy.
got that thing crisp too, but that thing in the sharp in the drawer.
He said crisp.
Yeah, my thing was tripping. They had somebody talking slowed down, chopped and screwed, all kind of stuff.
Interference that would happen when that white noise kick in from signal for radiation when that radio signal when people call. But I was asking when you say the NAS, what is the NAS for everybody in the building that's layman term? Keep in mind, there are people in the chat that make that a brand spanking new, so they want to know exactly the names and so what is the NAS? If you don't mind me asking.
So we're talking about the Nasdaq, which is also the US 100, Nasdaq 100. So yeah, I basically put this is the Forex version, being the US 100. So all three of these, the US 30, which is the Dow Jones, and the US 100 was the Nasdaq, and the US 500, which is the S&P 500 or the Forex version of the SPY. I put all three of these on a chart. Watching that shift. So yeah, this is the Nasdaq 100.
Awesome, appreciate that. And if you will, what stocks make up particularly the Nasdaq? What industry make up the Nasdaq?
The tech industry, if I'm not mistaken, the top 100 tech companies. Would that be correct?
1,000%, and that's important. Why? Because when you have strong dollars, rising yields, what sector do that hurt?
Tech company.
Oh, I heard that tech because it's affecting their ability to, invest into, to get more money. Cheaper interest rates means more, money for them that they could borrow essentially.
Aha, that part. So you can play even, when you're doing a cross industry comparison like that, the Dow and the SPY and the Nasdaq, and you can see that a lot of the weight that is keeping not only the Dow prop but the SPY, definitely the SPY, is weighted in terms of all conglomerate tech companies who are now weakened because of the implied aspect of possibly what interest rates going up or bond tapering prices. Bond tapering starting to come into play, which obviously consequently raise the interest yields up. That can bring a lot of bricks on top of the SPY and the Dow, right? And so that's important because those convergence moments when they start to lead to divergence, typically the one that's the most overweight or overbought gonna be the one that's gonna get hit hard. That's what the algos function on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure if you look at your NASDAQ 100 on your chart here, as y'all see, which one is the gold line? I guarantee that's probably gonna be the NASDAQ if I ain't mistaken. Is that the tech one or is the green one? Which one is NASDAQ? Marquis over
The
Marquis.
orange one.
Oh, it is the orange one.
Yep, that's correct.
See?
Yep.
See, y'all already know what's going on at that point because that shows you that's the weighted value of those markets being propped on. Now it's starting to be, it's still strong. Don't get it twisted. Tech is still strong. But when it has a bad day in the market, I almost can guarantee it's going to pull a lot of weakness down on the Dow and the S&P.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Especially Apple and Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, this is a tool you can definitely, use, especially, during that session, that New York session. For example, we went back. What day is this? This is the 16th. So what we have here, we have this. We got the S&P making lower highs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm over here in the wrong thing. Okay. Make the S&P here lower highs here. We got the NASDAQ 100 making lower highs here. And then we have the Dow here making a higher high. So, again, it's showing that divergence. And, just like Oba just said, essentially this one is becoming more overbought. This became more overbought, so it crashed real hard as well. So I'm telling you, this happen every session. Every session, you can kind of sit back and kind of wait for these type of moments. And of course, if you line that with your overall technical analysis, it can give you some extra confirmation when you say, oh, okay, I see this happening. Plus, this lines up with my analysis. Plus, the fundamental, case is there or some news is there, and one of the stocks that you trade in is going to be located on one of these. And even here we can see. Let's look at the bottom when we hit because what we're looking at, we're looking at the shift from one session to the other. Looking at this shift, and in this shift, I instantly see these divergences because I do this so much. I can just see them. So like right here, we're making these lower lows on the NASDAQ, but we made higher lows on both the Dow and the S&P.
Mm.
So you seeing that divergence happen. So we had some divergence happen here. We had some divergence happen there. Plus we got an order block. That was also located where that divergence is actually taking place here. So that gives you this. Once you align this is really getting down to the nitty gritty sniper. And this is just me looking at this type of divergence on the small time frame. You can look on the hourly, the daily, and really see these same things play out, but on a larger time frame scale.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Let me see. Where's my But yeah, that's how I actually gotta make a move real quick. I was just trying to show the fam that real quick. I actually gotta run to the store real quick.
Okay, Oba. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate y'all.
Right quick, I know you got to run right quick. You spoke in like the
No,
divergence.
I could definitely. I got a couple minutes.
You spoke in
What'd
the
you say, Obi?
divergence. Hold on, it's a little lag. Hold on, give me 1 sec. So you spoke in the divergence of the the Nasdaq, and you spoke here about how the watch that and time it where you can short the potential of certain Nasdaq stocks. Now, when you have that ideology or you have your thesis statement, which particular stocks would you focus on? Would you focus on like the backer half for the actual Nasdaq or the stronger half?
I'm really mostly like giving it to y'all for y'all to maybe search that out because me
Gotcha.
personally, I really just trade the spy. I trade the spy and I trade forex. I'm a one trick pony, like Oba said. That's about all I do. I am gonna get more into jumping into some of those, but me personally, I haven't even looked on which stock I would choose. I would probably look at that whole Oba showed us that spy wheel thing, that website that showed us which sectors were stronger or whatever. So I'll probably go into that tech sector and I'll find a chart that I felt like lined up well with this and kind of was showing me similar indications, and that was probably weighed a little, I don't know, maybe a little stronger, something that's a little more well known, because that's what I would be more familiar with. But I don't. There might also be a case too where if you look for some of the weaker, lesser weighed ones and found that shift as well, you might find some nice explosive profits that way, as well. I just haven't had a chance to really look into it. I mostly use this really use this to gauge the change in the SPY itself, you know. But if you was definitely looking into, because generally speaking, if I was using this strategy and I wanted to go with any, honestly, with it rallying like this and this divergence that happened here, I would think, almost whichever, at least the heavier ones, at least the chart was decent. They probably will all, kind of rally a little bit. Not all, but, you'll probably have a nice increase on those main ones because they're the ones that's making this diverge like that. So when this diverged to go up, let's say if we was talking about, the NAS, it probably was a crazy run in an Apple or one of those big ones that did that. So, maybe if you able really to spot which ones are kind of taking off, maybe I'll take like the top 3 and kind of look at those. And whenever I see that liquidity come in, I'll probably choose that one.
Okay.
Yep. But I definitely holler at y'all. Definitely appreciate the bill. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate you, Oba. Appreciate everybody in the chat. I didn't even get to look at the chat and see if they had no questions or nothing. But I definitely catch y'all next time.
All right, Oba. Be
Appreciate you,
safe.
man. As always, again.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you. Be safe, Oba.
So,
Definitely. I'll be listening in the YouTube. So I'm
Okay.
still here. If y'all still here, I'll hop in.
All right, Oba.
really good
Good.
breakdown. Check this one out. So again, like I said, it's round robin Friday. In that perspective, guys, if you want to come on the panel, want to share your trades, any ideas, any questions, any thoughts, you're welcome to come on. And again, share your experience, right? If it's a trading testimony, entrepreneur value testimony, or come on, hit them charts up, right? Putting on a trade, wanting to get second opinions and third opinions. Doesn't matter here. We are definitely with you in that perspective of becoming better. So the link is definitely pinned in the YouTube side, and the floor is definitely open, right? I remember myself. I'm trying to stuff some of these spell oats in it right now in pieces. I don't want my stomach touching my back come 9 o'clock. I'll put some in there, put some food in my belly.
Facts.
So you guys, the floor is open.
Let me see here.
I always can throw on the Maverick up. We'll get a good little insight of what the Maverick was talking about. That's always.
Oh yeah, that dude.
The Maverick be going in, right?
Yeah, he be going in. I was just reading some of his tweets a while ago. And he was talking about Dr. Fauci.
Yep. Yeah, he one of them what they call a real married. He's been around the market for a long time. He's been on both sides too. That's why it's good to have people like that. They're honest. They've been on Wall Street side and on the retail side now. That means he know all the tricks and all the trades. So
Yep. Let's look at Nike.
you got it. Oh, you want to share your screen?
How do you do that on my phone?
You on the phone? You should still better do it because it still should have the macro for the share screen value. I think you could do it through StreamYard. Don't quote me on that, but I think I've seen people use their cell phone to share their screen on StreamYard, if I ain't mistaken, or it could have been Zoom. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't see it. Just say mic, cam, chat, and leave. And I don't see where I can share it.
Or it don't have it for it?
Nuh-uh.
All right. Yeah, let's see if there's any setting that isn't in it. They settings already come prefabbed into the platform. Unlike Zoom, because Zoom you can just really toggle around the administrative privileges.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably why Ober Marquis.
I think he uses computer. Yeah,
because I remember him saying that. Yeah, I had to jump on my computer. So yeah, that's probably what it is. So they don't have it for. Well, as a matter of fact, I only have the middle plan for the StreamYard. So maybe you need the full plan to get that. I don't know if it's just.
Oh, okay.
It may not even offer it. Who knows? But I have to ask somebody who got the full pro plan. Can you share your screen with a cell phone, a laptop or not laptop, a tablet or a phone? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. Because I don't see why they would just prohibit that. That don't make any sense.
Yeah, they gonna trying to send us back to Zoom.
Yeah, that's what they're trying. Yeah, that would make no sense. And the platform be getting a lot of attention lately, so not having that is just kind of odd. Yeah, that's really odd. Yeah, that's the case. Yeah, if you got another, it may work for the tablet because the tablet is a little bit more rated for a browser.
Yeah,
compatibility than even of the cell phone.
Let me try my tablet real quick. I'm gonna log in. Let's see where is the stream. Let me see.
Over here we got there it is. Yep. So that one came in. So
Yep, can't share the screen.
It still ain't allowed you to do it through the tablet either?
Nope.
God, shame on StreamYard for that.
Dang. And I'm not near my laptop, so
no problem. I say it was worth to try. I gotta say, hopefully, they add that feature. I'm gonna send them a suggested letter through their little suggestions there. I don't know why they don't have that feature now. I say it might just be for the pro session. Who knows?
Yeah.
I had that mid-tier session. Who knows?
Yeah, I was looking at Nike though, and what's funny is going into the earnings for September, where it's at right now is kind of where it jumped to after hours, and that the next day after their earnings around that 156 mark.
Let me see. I can probably pull mine up. And you just have to talk to it though. You probably can't write on it, but
yeah,
I could just still probably pull it up. Just discuss it.
I'm curious. You see that previous gap up though?
On today.
No. Like if you go back and chart like a 6 month chart on it, you see that previous gap up on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't like what you said before. You know, they have problems in Vietnam and all that. Yeah, that don't.
What's crazy is, man, I first bought it like around $56, like in a used stock trade account. Matter of fact, Oba, well, that was one of the first little investment apps I even got. Um, called used stock trade. He told me about back then, and that was the first stock that I got on there was Nike, and it was like $56. And then that mug just kept going up, shooting up, shooting up. Cause I'm like, damn, this cheap, for a Nike company. You know what I'm saying? It's way cheaper than any shoe I ever bought from.
That was a great inflection point. Cause I remember I was hammering that price really hard to a lot of people. Like, this is a great time. Why? Because it was dealing with all of this controversy at once, and the stock still held at or around that $50 area. So
Hmm.
when those things that are present, that you've kind of gone through all the begrudging, headlines, the whole this, that, and the third, and it was just all kind of stuff,
Right.
and it held there. So that was a clear buy signal at around that $50, price point, and man, you guys haven't disappointed since. So I'm pretty sure those who've been in it, of course, I got it in a long-term portfolio.
Yeah.
It's been a phenomenal, player, at this stage in the game. But yeah,
Hmm.
you're going to diagram it over because you can talk about it. Of course, I'm just going to mute you.
Okay.
We still kind of know what's going on just by being able to look.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I remember. That was back in June. Actually, I'm trying to see if it's got to be one of these green candles where it gapped up from like 130, 129, 130 something to like 150 after hours. I remember playing the call option that day, and cause they blew they earners away. They beat on everything like enormously, kind of like how Amazon do every time they have earnings. I played that to the T, uh, knowing you know their e-commerce business that they built up over the pandemic. Because I think right before the pandemic, those tariffs was causing a problem for them, and since they in China, you know, that's where they manufacture it is. That's everything coming from Nike. That caused them a lot of issues, but the stock was still climbing or whatnot. But uh, I just knew from the e-commerce side, and how all of these shoes that they drop, not just the shoes, but their apparel, and they really started going hard with they women's stuff. They women's stuff blew revenues and all of that estimates. But just they online presence, it grew so much and so fast. Over the pandemic, it was crazy, and just to experience it from the consumer side, where they was dropping shoe after shoe and after shoe after shoe after shoe, and they would just sell out automatically. Like, if you couldn't get a shoe, like, people were mad, man. They was going crazy. They was fighting in stores. We heard about that before, but now it's a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of stores, were doing can't be no more than 10 people in the space. That just made sales online just go bunkers, and we can kind of see that. Um, what is this? The 5 minute? Oh, It's a daily chart. But if we go back to the weekly, you can see that big green candle, where that was all just they earnings and how they beat earnings in their estimates, and it just gapped up so much. I remember we was in class, and I was like, man, breaking news. You know, Nike just it's just gapping up. It's going crazy. Yep, there you go, right there. That big green candle. right there, it just went bonkers. So when I played that option before the market closed, and I seen this, I was like, oh yeah, this is a big bag right here. And I listened to the earnings call, and like I said, I could relate when they was talking about their online presence and their e-commerce, because I seen it firsthand. You know how their online presence just expanded. I didn't even look at the women's side. They said the women's side like exceeded expectations, more than some other things. So when you think about Nike, you got to think about all the other retailers that you know they put their shoes into. You got to think about Foot Locker, Champs, Foot Action, Finish Line, JD Sports, Shoe Palace, um, Hibbett Sports, all these other different retailers that benefit, from that. That is a major conglomerate. So those other stocks, actually, other companies kind of went up as well based off of that, off of Nike, exceeding their expectations. So, but if you're just looking at the chart, even from a yearly perspective, well, you got the weekly up right now because I wanted to show, how much it gapped up just in that amount of time. That was back in June, I believe, when the last time they had earnings, and it jumped up. It just ran like a madman. What was that? Okay, June. Okay, that was May 20. Okay, June 24th. Yeah, June 24th. And then it just kept going. It just kept gapping up because they online presence basically superseded anything they did in person. And Nike don't have a lot of stores anyway. They got a few here and there retail stores. So, they online presence, their e-commerce just grew. Even after, canceling their deal with Amazon. Because they decided to cut out the middleman. I think Oba talked about that before, cutting out the middleman, and putting all their money into their own e-commerce business. And we can see the proof in the details that that's well, I would call that's damn near a not bear flag, but a bull flag right there.
So you think it's gonna go up more on this next earnings?
No, I don't think so. I think it'll be a good opportunity for investors to buy, whatever happens afterwards. I mean, I will buy right now because it's dang near almost back to where it gapped up from after earnings. Maybe about 5 points higher, actually. So just that big green candle, that was what, 120 something to 150, 151.
Yeah, I think it got all the way up to like 170.
Yeah, it went up to 170. But I'm just showing you like kind of how, from 2017, 2018, where it was like $50, because I seen it with my own eyes, and I'm like, man, this stock is just growing. That was like my first experience of seeing like my investment just grow like that. Because it was the first stock, real stock that I bought. And just to see the growth over time, it just shows you the perspective. If you let these things, if you invest in these companies, and a company that's producing, your money is going to grow. And
Right.
then when I got into the more technical side to where I want to trade it, what I'm saying, then you got to take into account how you feel as a consumer. What did you see as a consumer? What does their balance sheet look like? Their financials, those things. How are they performing? So when COVID happened, you kind of like, damn, well, they don't really have a lot of stores anyway, but you know, they cut the deal off with Amazon. That means they're gonna start putting all their money into their own e-commerce online business. So Here come COVID. It's nothing for Nike. You know, we drop J's every month,
Right.
2, 3, 4 times a week.
Jugger used to be lined up out there in the cold in Detroit and Chicago to get them J's.
Yeah.
During COVID, now they get it lined up on their computer. They be all sitting there, refresh.
Facts. And it now it's so crazy now. This is how I'm gonna tell y'all about the sneaker game. Cause we used to, talk about, our people buying J's a lot. And that's right. We do spend a lot of our money consuming. But his Michael Jordan shoes have become such an asset, and that it grows in price and value, that companies like StockX and GOAT, they basically make the reseller game bigger than it ever was before. So now the prices of these shoes, after they drop for retail, let's say you don't get a pair, you can't get a pair, they sell out too fast. And you try to go to these reseller websites, which like a StockX or a GOAT, because they basically tell you what the value of that shoe is, just like a stock market. It's a sneaker market. These shoes used to, go on discount on the website before the pandemic. After the pandemic, now you paying 2 to 3 times of what that retail price is. You got people paying thousands, tens of thousands, $20,000, $30,000 for an exclusive shoe, a retro. I am not joking. I am serious. These people drop that type of money on these shoes. So, when y'all see me post this stuff, every shoe is selling out. Every Jordan that dropped is selling out. Then you got to think about it. It ain't just Nike. Nike shipped their shoes to Foot Locker and all these other shoe places. They sell out. So now it's like a fishing game. If you don't get there while the fish is hot and there's more fish in the water, know if it's a dry day, you ain't gonna eat. So you got to get there. You got to get in. And now adding to that, they done made the game harder now. So now they got bots where, it's artificial intelligence. They basically put all your information in and skip all of the manual stuff that people got to do to, they cutting corners. So now I get to grab all the shoes before any regular person will get a pair. And people be hot about that. That's what COVID did to the sneaker game. So now you got sneaker shoe prices going up after retail. So you can't buy them at the retail price. Now you paying double, triple the price. And then you got to pray that the price will drop down and people won't want them as much. If not, they're going to keep going up. I got a pair of shoes now that I bought in 2019 for $160. They worth $400 now. So
sounds like appreciation to me.
Right. So I said all of that to say this about Nike. When you see their price increasing like that, man, it's because it's a lot of it is because of this stuff. Because this sneaker market it's just going bunker, it's going crazy. The demand for a sneaker now, or Michael Jordan shoe, is crazy. Even Nike Dunks. These shoes are $100 retail, but you can sell them for $400. This is why Nike's price has been increasing steadily. So looking at it from the consumer side, then you look at the technicals, then you look at, the macro and the microeconomics, and you say, okay, well, since Nike, got all of this demand, they up their own presence. They started, their online business. It is, quadrupled from where it was in the beginning. There is no reason why this stock would not perform well. But now Now in the situation we're in now, with the Delta variant, and this was just 3 months ago. The Delta variant is, disrupting supply chains, shipping container costs, all of that stuff matters. So I don't have the same outlook as I did, in June when looking at Nike, because so much has changed in that amount of time. And you have to take that into account, because that is, hurting sales. You get upset customers. It done got so bad, man, that UPS people, FedEx people, they've been stealing people products. So that will cause an issue as well. And they're a third party with, Nike and the other retailers. So, my analysis is a bit different this time, because you got to consider all of that. And it's kind of hard to replicate something like that when it's fresh. So now, well, yeah, he got the shoes up there now. That's StockX. So yeah, look at this, man. Look at these shoes and look at their price. These are not jokes. These are limited edition shoes that came out probably 10, 15 years ago, and they retro. And this is the value that people put on this stuff.
Is that 80 million I'm looking at?
Yeah, I mean, people put silly stuff up there like that, but ain't nobody. You can bid on something, but some people will put some silly price up there like that. That's unrealistic. But some of this stuff is actually real. Like that Jordan 4 right there, retro Travis, Scott Purple. That is a real price for his shoe.
Wow.
So when I talk about this stuff, when I post about this stuff, this is not a joke. These shoes kind of have more value than a stock. in, in some shape, form, or fashion. It's ridiculous, but this is what the people want. And
That's crazy.
just it can remain irrational, then we can remain solvent, just like the stock market or the forex market or the crypto market. So as much as we don't think a shoe is worth that much, hey, you either gonna pay or you ain't gonna have it. It's one way or the other.
That I won't have none of those. I won't ever pay that.
I get it, but there is a market for it.
See, this
I'll sell them if I could.
now you're talking like a business owner. I was just finna go to you like mine, because now we have the mindset where we don't need to have to even utter that out of our mind, because unless we just want to make a spurs like that, which you can if you can make the kind of money to pay for it, it's not hurting your money. Of course,
Right.
That's why we use the stock market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stock market pays for this. So literally, the amount of money I just made, literally all week, I can go ahead and buy, one of these shoes for like 7 racks.
Yep.
Am I paying for it? Is the stock market paying for it?
Stock market.
Stock market paid for it. I started out no more than maybe $210 last Thursday. I think I told y'all like Wednesday. I started with 211, 210. Turned that into 7 racks. Between 5 to 6,000, somewhere around there. In about 6 days. 6 days.
Yep.
But we had the holiday.
Yeah. September 6th. Yeah, Labor Day.
Right? So, yeah, after that. So no, it wasn't in that time. So after that. So yeah, it was 7 days. So 7 days. But anyway, that's still $211 that turned into like 6,000 or 6,000 change.
Yep.
So see, that's the part where I'm at on the consumer side. If you're gonna have those kind of items, number one, you're still thinking like an investor. You're gonna say, do I want to waste money on that? Unless it has an appreciating value to it. Well, obviously this collectors in this perspective, because there's a collectors market now, because they really up the ante and getting that marketing strategy out for collector items. Think about NFTs. What are NFTs?
Non-fungible tokens, like pictures.
These shoes are within that same rarity space now.
Yeah.
They are literally tangible NFTs.
Yep.
Because they built the market out or ecosystem around collectible and rare items. Now, like I told you, I think I did this on a live stream, maybe about a year and a half ago, when I was explaining to y'all about fine art and stuff like that. Because I kind of peek into a lot of those windows a lot myself. And I was telling y'all about Jay-Z. Of course, y'all know Jay-Z is a really big art collector. All of a sudden, he's really big into art collecting, right?
Yeah.
And so he was able to turn a lot of these rappers on and sports, celebrities on. So, hey, don't just go out and buy all this stupid stuff. Get into buying fine art. It has appreciating value.
Yep.
Whatever. So I was explaining to y'all that the company that's responsible for a lot of that fine art or those exposés, they have a lot, especially in New York. They also in the real estate, stuff like that, a company called Sotheby's. Right, Sotheby's do very expensive jewelry. They do very expensive paintings, and they do very expensive real estate. Right, so that's where some of the top dogs go hang out at. Right, in terms of getting those collectibles and things like that. And so now, of course, like I say, with StockX and many others, I think it's another website that deals with rarity, rare sneakers, stuff like that too. They're making that a new market now, right? For those who are really, truly about it. So, because like I say, from a business perspective, that's the only way I would make me personally. I would get into it for the value resale.
Right.
For the resale.
Facts.
And nothing wrong with Jordan, because again, like anybody, they some fly shoes. It just once you get a little older, you're like, oh, man, okay, if I'm gonna blow money on these, then it's gonna be money that I made, a surplus, right? It ain't just okay. I'm saving 2 or 3 paychecks because I work at Walmart. And I ain't got nothing. Eat and wear shoes like that. See, that's that person out there that ain't woke up yet. They still sleep.
Right.
They putting their worth on their feet. That can get mud and dog stepping dog poo and all that. Paint can hit them, then they ruin. Ain't no insurance on them unless you learn how to find a way to put insurance on them. Right. That's a wrap.
Yep. It's done. That's what I'm like.
You know what I'm saying? All you need is one hey dude run by you with some paint on the bottom of your shoe and then do that Lil Jon stomp on it. You done. Start crying and want to fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pistol whip this. You got my shoes. Right? So,
right.
But that's it, So yeah, risk first reward. That's how we look at everything.
Yep.
Right? So yeah, it's crazy out there. But yeah, like he's right. And exact when it comes to understanding the supply chain, understanding supply versus demand, understanding when there's bottlenecks and when there's congestion and a lack of things moving in your direction, that hurts broad and bigger pictures, scenarios. In this case, just like we have a chip shortage, there is a supply chain shortage on cost of goods and services, and they're dealing with what? Inflation. Right. So that means the cost of materials to produce these shoes going up too, right? Leather, right?
Yep.
Cowhides and all that stuff like that, and foams, composites, and stuff like that. That stuff costs money. Now that inflation is running rampant, so that makes the cost of goods go up for the supplier, which he has to pass that cost on to the who? Consumer.
Yeah.
Right? And customer. They're not gonna sit there to eat those higher prices and goods and services. Now they're gonna pass them out to the consumer a little bit. But that's cost on because your supply chain all jammed up. That's even worse, right? Right? For your bottom line. If nothing else, if you just stalled for at least a week or two, think about a big factory that makes those shoes. If they just shut down for about a week, they behind big time.
That's gonna hurt.
They can't even afford a week worth of shutdown. In some cases, think about how Tesla had all them problems when they're trying to make them production goals. If they had any issue at the factory at Fremont, right, or the Nevada scenario, that just messed Elon all up.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it is that kind of part out there. It's really in the field, as they say. So that's a good case of the kind of dissect in that perspective. When you're thinking about companies, are they adverse affected by any kind of issue on the supply chain, right? The import side or the export, right? Because that affects their book bottom line for that month. Now, if they already guided in higher to coming into a month, and they didn't plan for something to happen like a supply chain shortage, that's what they call a black swan event in terms of they book value for that month.
Right.
So that means that's going to put a lot of pressure on them to meet or exceed those goals that they come in light, and they already got a premium evaluation on them anyway. Well, like, oh, well, okay, well, now we're going to take the product, right? Right. Of course, they're going to be right there cheerleading when you gain in market share, but once something happens, it's wrap. They're going to be like, all right, that's take a little profit here. We did well off the last bump up. But that's markets though. That's just markets.
Yep.
So anybody y'all want to buy your brother Patty $50,000 shoe right there. My address is 555 DC. They're gonna resell them or resale.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah, man. So that's again, great assessment, great breakdown over Chris. Exactly how you can just really common sense valuation value opportunity in the markets, right? That's why I tell people this stuff is so ubiquitous to your average everyday life as a consumer. It is not hard to put together an investment or trading thesis once you learn some of the basics, right, of this stuff. It really isn't, right?
Yep.
It's only a problem when you complicate reality. If you don't complicate reality, it ain't hard to sit here and look and see how this stock is performing from one earnings to the next, right? So that's earnings, that's an earning, right? Look at this earnings here. They missed, right, on EPS. Stock still went up because they had pretty decent revenue, right?
Mm-hmm.
They missed on EPS again by a lot, 672%. Guess what the stock did?
Still went up.
Right here, they start getting in the green. They start beating because all that stuff started to work itself out. See how that worked?
Mm-hmm.
Now they right back into a issue where they probably have issues over here, but in this case, supply chain issues, all that. And the third, and you had a big gap up leading into the earning. If you can't maintain that energy or exceed it, Wall Street gonna say, "Oh, whoa, okay, all right. Let's see if we can get the thing a little cheaper so we can watch it repeat it." So particularly, he might be on to something when he's saying that. Obviously, you can clearly see it's kind of rounded tops, right? We know about them rounded tops.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Rounded bottoms and rounded tops still matter, right?
Yep.
So all it is rounding it out now. So that means it kind of peaked out kind of like how the S&P 500 did a little bit, and now they're trying to play it back down to that back down to a point of where they can say, well, fairly, Nike is worth this, right? It should be kind of, that's your 681 field is sitting right at around about 148
Mm-hmm.
field. So typically things always bounce at around it if you come down that low. So if you say they think if you thinking they're gonna miss on earning, well, you got a clear target at 6.8 as bottom bounce. At least there. If it don't hold there, then it can definitely come down and hit that 7.8.
Yeah.
Around about 142, and then still be up from where it bounced from way back down here about 128.
Yep.
Just to be up a good little amount. Now it might be a little lower than where it was cresting at around here, but all it will be doing is kind of rounding itself out to kind of make a bigger move, right? So still got a little room down there. No harm, no foul.
Right.
Stock still showing that it's presenting what? Higher lows. Higher lows are determining what? The uptrend.
Yep.
Right. So at this point, the nearest highest low is down here, still sitting at that 127.
Right.
So that means the stock can come all the way back down and retest that area and still be in good graces. As weird as that is, that's just the facts.
Yeah.
To be honest, that's just the facts. That's still being good graces in terms of a uptrend.
Right.
So just something to think about. So good assessment, brother. Over Chris, really good, impactful breakdown there with Nike again having earnings next week. Literally, they have earnings next week. On top of FOMC meeting coming Tuesday. So again, the market might be a little wild next week. We'll see. All right. Powell really been good at calming the markets of late. He got his spiel right. He got his talking points right. We don't know if it's gonna help this time or not. Again, we'll see. We'll see, because right now people starting to go sideways, but they like him because he just been beating everybody on Wall Street, right? So as of now, the dealer, perspective, right? Yeah, so right, you gonna flush it, you know what I'm saying, or they right, or they gonna they gonna buy what he's saying or selling whatever. So a lot to think about in that perspective.
Yeah, boy. Think Costco got earnings too. I might play them as well.
Yeah, so a lot of good stuff to think about. So as of now, we winning. All I'm saying, I'm just as of now, we winning.
Yep.
We woke up, boy, and woke up out that casket. Like, where that? where them puts at? We winning right now.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. So anybody got something else? Anybody else want to share their screen? Talk about a stock, investment, crypto, forex. The floor is open. Floor open on Fridays. Anybody?
Over Brandon. Is he still on here?
He tried to come back in. It might have been having a signal issue.
Oh, okay.
But got overdone, brother Jeremy, and my key still in. But yeah, there's the link in the back chat, guys. If you do want to come on, share your screen, or just talk about a stock, or have questions, definitely the floor is open. Got a few more extra little minutes here before I get ready to shut it down.
Yeah.
Keep my little feet up, because y'all know this tip of the day. If I wasn't already on the fish, I was thinking about going to fish early, but I was like, let me get a live in. Let me get an entry live in, because I think the energy that we had last night in that training session was really worth kind of expanding on today, because what we mapped out again, it turned out the way we kind of was looking at it from a consensus perspective, right? I think that was well over Jeremy. You was feeling kind of bearish about the markets, right? So we all kind of was assessing that aspect in terms of what I was talking about. As far as I had some swing puts, I was very transparent on why I took that position. Not just I'm just gonna chance it. No, this is why I'm taking these puts, right? And we mapped it out. So it won't be like, well, no, he just was just saying it. No, this is why I took it. Look at the chart. Look at this. These are the overhanging factors, right? And so that but the one that really did it, I don't know if y'all really pay attention to it. That's why I waited to late to share that. Was that what the hourly candles, right? That first hour in the markets for the past 6-7 days. If that didn't reveal it, I don't know what to say, because we was all on top of it. Right? Every candle, get that out of there. Every candle was just, like, bro. It was just like, hey, short me, right? Short me. And first hour right there, out of there. Previous day, out of there. This one here was the only one because it bounced off the support, obviously, right? Gap closure. But everything outside that, out of there. This one here, out of there. This one over here, right? Same thing, out of there. This one here, out of there. Right? Even though it was still green, so it sold off then, kind of rallied back, but you can still kind of see what's going on in that perspective. That first hour scenario, right? Way over here, out of there. Right? That downtrend was very liquid, based upon that first hour was where people who had got trapped, who bought without the expectation of selling right away or in the intraday, they had no they had no shelter. Right? So today was no different, and it was a dividend again, like we spoke about earlier. It was a dividend payout day. So, people always sell on dividend days. They don't care if it's a SPY, Amazon, they don't care what it is. They're going to take a little profit to lock in that, some profit on top of that dividend, right? For those who were just day trading for the dividend, of course, they're going to sell everything. But even if you're a long-term holder in those positions, if you could trim a little bit on top of even getting your free check and the dividend, then so be it, right? Because the market was already kind of showing weakness, and people like, man, let me lock in some of these profits. I ain't going to give all my gains back, right? Because the buy the dip coach just ain't, it ain't about that life at the moment, from that perspective.
Right.
Yeah. So it was just a given. So like I said, we broke trend now. That was our base case support, right? We lost the 200 moving average. We talked about that. I said, if we lose that, you definitely get short. We did. After that, it was just a downhill slalom, downhill slalom race from that point. Right? And so, really, really good market, really good opportunities. No complaints here. We gave, pretty much everything that we can present about it, about the trades, to give people that, ability to assess the risk, whether they want to take those trades or not. And they paid out. And they paid well. And a lot of the contracts, again, were not expensive. They were not expensive.
Right.
So that was maybe even better, right? It was not. So shout out to everybody who's taking this information in, who's building on it. It's going to become sharper as investors and traders, right? That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy, did you say you had a Tesla call?
Yeah, well, I got rid of it that next day. I think I sold it for, it was a $33 profit. It wasn't much because the stock didn't do nothing. Like, I got right out of it as soon as the market opened.
Oh, okay. That's good. Well, at least you took some profit.
Bird hand beat one in the bush. And like I said, even on a quadruple witching day, even when it was showing weakness because tech was getting hurt and the SPY was coming down. But again, quadruple witching kicked in. Like I told y'all, brace for that volatility. Now y'all got a chance to see it in real time. Some of y'all already seen it before, but I've been through several of them, like tons of them, and so anything can happen, right? Like the imbalances when they come out, right? Anything can happen. So just like like clockwork, it'll differentiate those who were sitting there in certain stocks that they favored anyway. It
Mm-hmm.
kind of be like a magnifying glass or a cheat sheet of saying, okay, who was the one that everybody was kind of sitting there and waiting on, right? And apparently it was definitely Tesla. But look how it bounced when the witching kicked in. it bounced from 650 all the way up to 760, right? It just
Yeah.
like out of nowhere, just two big bullish engulfing candles. Look at the volume bars down there, right? Those are 247,000 shares in that one volume candle alone, right? This is a $750 stock. That's a lot of money, right? Make no mistake about it. That is a lot of money, and that's on the back end of the day. Right? So yeah, so if you played that bounce off the 20-day moving average here, intraday on the hourly chart, that's a bad. You picked up 10 points on the way out the door, right? Literally on the way out the door. You could have made you a nice little bag, trading Tesla in that moment.
Yep.
There's always so many ways you can trade the market.
I noticed with Tesla, because the premiums be so high. If you wait till like Wednesday and Thursday, the premiums they drop dramatically.
Right. And they still do pretty well, but you're gonna need Tesla to move today. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Typically does move, but you can't have it having them stagnant moments. It can't be trying to do like the SPY and ramp and count. It needs to move and it kind of keep moving fluidly, not just keep surging up, but just long as it's climbing, climbing methodically, and not just kind of dipping lower than what it climbed. Let's say within a hourless perspective. Then only try to fight back and claw it back later, because that's what kills premium. But if it goes up small pullbacks, keep going higher, then you can keep that a good delta in play and play it even out the money and make some money on it, right? But like you said, definitely on the back end, it got to have a story or some kind of strength coming off the tech sector as a whole to carry it for that that reason to keep pushing it higher, right? And so as of now, again, Tesla's still it's in strike zone. Of course, it's midline basically, a little over the midline, on the linear regression band. Of course, you still got room all the way up to about 774, 75, right? But in the same breath, you got room back down towards what 730, whatever, right? 736, whatever, right? 738. If things kind of get a little shaky next week, then yeah, kind of still sitting right at the gun line almost. So yeah, that's a very ambiguous spot to be in Tesla right there, because it's in the middle, it's purgatory, right? And then we got Feds talking next week, so yeah, that can get a little ratchet. But ultimately, Tesla's still bullish, right? Because we crossed 700 and we crossed a massive resistance at 720. 720 is a massive resistance. Matter of fact, you see my line down there, my bar, right? We talked about that a while back. See right there, right? That's a massive resistance point that had to kind of get eclipsed in order for Tesla to move forward. And then from there, definitely now 730. Right? 730 is that kind of.
Are you sharing your screen over?
Yeah. Oh no, my bad. I thought I was. Look, dang. I keep forgetting I'm not on Zoom. You got to do it manually on StreamYard. Yeah, so yeah, right at that 720, that green bar right there. And then from there, of course, like I say, hold all the marks of this natural support resist naturally. So, of course, at around 730. And then, of course, 740. Right? And you can see clearly there, those peaks there at the bottom of this candles area here, this area here, this area, and this area here. Right? And then from there, everything is now situated back towards the 20-day moving average, right? That's your clear pseudo support, the moving average.
Yep.
Right? But right now, the chart, again, is still in a, as weird as it looks, it's still in a bull flat perspective regardless. It's just, it's up against some, the ultimate tech, out of the tech juggernaut and dealing with these rising yield prices and stronger dollars at this point. But we'll see. We shall see next week what Tesla does. as well as others.
Just got to get over that 763 level if it's going to do anything. That's where I got its resistance at. It tried. Let me see, because I can see on your screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 times, and it didn't go.
And then you got little areas here, a little
Yep.
wick, a little bit around this area here. Then over here, of course, that's the latest peak. You got this guy right here. That one there kind of got close up there. So it's coming right up on that back door. It hit 760 today. Of course, like I said, because of quadruple witching, it got rejected up there, obviously, right? But it definitely went on up there. Now you sit up here at 759 after hours, after bouncing off 750. Showing some strength. Yeah, so who knows? Now if it fails and you have this big old rounded top, we don't know if that's the case. But if it fails to make a move, you know, this little rounded top scenario that you're starting to kind of build out here, it definitely find itself back down towards that band right here, over the bottom of the aggression band. If it breaks the 21st here, then you got to eat these guys up here, of course, and can land there and bounce. If not, then definitely it can, come on down to that 733, 730 area, whatever, down towards the average, about 725. But hypothetical, but you still got to map it all out, either way you look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on it this weekend.
Yeah, if not, if you definitely go on up there and test that 770, right? Make everybody happy. Y'all got this joke in that long term portfolio. Definitely know I do.
Yep.
And 3 different long term portfolios. So I'm a part of the future crowd. I ain't finna be playing that game in my head like I can wait. Tesla been and ran up on you about $200 before you know it. Boy, like, man, where the stock went, man? And took off. Missed that entry price. Right, so, but be methodical about it. Be smart, of course. If you get it for a discount, by all means, load that boat. But it is going to be a growth stock. It is a growth stock, period. Either way you look at it, it's going to be in the future, right? It's going into the future. With or without, those who, favor Elon or don't favor him, favor the company or they don't. You better compete with what they got coming, right?
Yep.
That's just facts. That's not emotion. That's straight fact.
Yeah, buddy.
So get excited, guys. So anybody else want to get the floor? I'm chilling right now. I'm gonna jump on my little recliner here in the office and did my work for the week. I'm tired.
Right. That's right.
Kick back. Do a little what they call bird watching, and watch my little tube and keep my feet up until my little man get in and throw on some little Netflix kid movie, spend some time with him and chill out.
Right
Hey,
on.
Angie, this is Angie in the building. Popped in here all late. Y'all joking, y'all know you pop it up, boy.
I just saw the link.
I knew you've been probably busy too. How you doing?
Blessings, you guys.
Good afternoon to you. How was your day?
Great. I had to put my head together. It was raining a lot here in Florida today, but everything is good.
But they still got that new hurricane down there. It's supposed to be still threatening Texas. It already hit, right? Or it didn't hit yet?
I don't even know. I don't even look at. I'm sorry, I don't look at the news.
Yeah, it's another hurricane that came behind the other one. It was another one that's threatening Texas. So anything inside the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to we get rain out there all the time, but definitely, when hurricanes coming through there.
I'm gonna look out. I'm in Fort Lauderdale, so it's right. A lot of times they kind of go by. But I got a little ice cream money with my spa today.
All right, you want to share your screen? Talk about that's what we're doing
now.
Well,
I just took a little bit. It wasn't that much, guys. It was like true ice cream money. Like I bought a couple of cones and that's it. But I bought another put for next for expiration next week. So hopefully I'll get some more ice cream money because I have to put it. Those SPY options are kind of high, so I try to do like one or two a week, But I hope if I keep getting that ice cream money, I could keep increasing the amount I could buy for for the right strike price?
It's all relative and selected to how you can map opportunity in markets, right? Because again, I know I keep talking about this dumb blue in the face, but again, in that one account in Tastework, again, I took $17 and turned it back. At that time when I told you, I had 17 into 800, right? Now I turned that 17 to 1,000. It's like $1,100. $17 turned to $1,100.
Exactly.
Not lying, not making. I know people like, man, you just talking about. No,
I like that, man.
no, we can show you, right?
Yep.
All right, I can show you. Yeah, matter of fact, I need to post that. I'm gonna post you when it was that $17 when I bought that $17 used $17 to buy that first call, and I turned that $17 into it was like 110 or somewhere around there, and I ended up locking it in around about 80 or 90. Then I turned around about 2 more calls with that. Those 2 calls there was the ones that struck out. Right, they ended up turning into like $300-400, like somewhere around there. Then I turned around and bought some more. Right, I just kept doubling up, playing the strategy like I was telling y'all how I did it. Before you know it, at the end of basically today, out of those 6 days, I'm up like $1,100 some odd dollars off that $17 initial buy. That initial buy, I only used that profit only, right? So I made sure I was like, I'm gonna keep this separate. That profit only, I turned that into like $1,100. So convince me how, and everything has to align to happen. I get it. We know stars have to align, but that's a part of being in this industry, right? We don't make the rule, we just play by them, right? We play by the rules. If the timing is good, the getting is good, then we benefit. So again, I know sometimes we were like, well, I'm just gonna chance a little $10 call. Now, of course, put a purpose behind it though. Don't just chance to throw away your money. Really sit down and put a plan behind it, right? Because you may just get a chance to be in a good trade, right? The markets provided that this past week. And look at the spot. It was just giving paying all kind of fruit. On the downside, because thing y'all know the market stocks come down faster than it takes them to go up. Right? So that's why most people are short, inclined a lot because they like that idea of stocks coming down faster, which also, especially in the options market, the money turns up a lot faster on the option puts than they actually do for call buys. And that's the stock that's really, really breaking out. Right? So yeah, it was just, man, it was great in that. So yeah. Whatever you did in that, I'm sure you, Sister Angie, you kind of mapped out what you were thinking about for next week, but just, stay on top of it. You'll be surprised, You'll be surprised.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Sister Angie making some coins today. Doing a little something strange for a little piece of chain.
Something strange.
Right? I'm excited to hear everybody just continuously winning and winning. It didn't cost a lot of money to do it this week too. That's why I'm excited about it. I had people hit me up, man. I put 30 in there, I put 50, 40 in, and now I'm sitting on a couple hundred and change. And I was like, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Yep. Let's go. All right, let's go.
That's it.
Yeah, man. So we know what we got to do, guys. We ain't slacking in this. Like I say, we're not looking for handouts. We're only looking for good, actionable intel. Let the work do the rest. We'll do the rest from there. So be happy about studying. Be happy about becoming better. Be happy about putting in some charting time. Get used to this stuff. Get familiar with it. Yeah, get make it intimate. Right? Make it an intimate relationship with learning this stuff, man. Seriously, because it's going to benefit you. You're going to, hey, it's going to benefit. It's going to benefit you. So don't run from it. Run to it, as they say. So RSI still got a little room on it, particularly to the downside. They ain't hit oversold on the hourly. Right, you close. We sitting at 35, so we got about a 5 point value. Before we hit that somewhat, complete oversold on the on the S&P course. If you just put that in perspective, let's say next week is what, the 20th is Monday, if I'm mistaken. Mm-hmm. So if we take it all the way out to, let's say, 4 o'clock, this is what they call worst case scenario, right? Well, base case scenario in terms of, before the bell. So right here, that's the 15:30 mark point. So basically 15:30 all the way to like 4 o'clock. the market has the ability to come down to at least to 439.06 in base case. Now it can obviously blow through that and come down to 438, right? But that's hypothetical. Of course, I'm not saying that's what it's going to do, but I'm just saying this is how you use these little guidelines to help you see possibilities. Now I could reckon all that by looking at the option flow chart. What's the open interest look like? I could go through all that too. But we're just saying from purely a technical perspective that there's a little bit more room to that downside before that RSI, really hits, right? 30 on the RSI, right? So again, so 439 is not out of the question. We're already sitting at 440 right now. That's only a point away. Literally, that's about a point away, $1 away, right? So very much so that you may have, some continued weakness in the next week, or they may come out with some news to try to balance the market. They probably tried to already with that Pfizer vaccine, right? The booster for the 65 and older, right? Market still kept selling though, so I ain't people like nothing burger. But who knows, right? Wall Street funny. They'll delay a buying opportunity if they can sometime, right? So maybe not. Who knows? Either way, we're prepared. Right. So, and I think I made it very clear, just from my aspect of transparency. I got, y'all know me, I like my little 2-piece chicken bar. I got my little 2-piece put swinging in the next week, right? And then I put those trades on at a point where we kind of had a little snapback rally. Well, I didn't call it snapback rally, but when you kind of had that stalling out right here and tried to retrace back up to that mid-trend line right there at 443.27, right? I bought me a couple puts, right around that point there between 440, like 443.16 or 442.90 area. I bought two more puts, going into, those are the ones I bought in there 442.30 area, I believe, somewhere around there, 28.30 area. Make sure I'm correct. But those are the ones I bought, going into the back end of the day, right? To swing potentially into next week based upon quadruple witching, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Because we literally, again, we broke trend at the base support at 443.40 area. So we'll see, and it only cost me a couple bucks too for a 20 expiration date. I only paid maybe $1. I paid like $1 a piece for those. What I paid for those? I think it was like $1 and some change. Right? Nothing major. Not over $1.50. Yeah, right around about $1. Actually, $1 a piece. I was right. Yeah, under $1 a piece. Right, had the potential to make maybe $200. If we get down to that for 439 area, that'd be like $200-300, close to $300. So additional little bit to add to the pot. So so that's it. So great day, man. Great opportunity. So again, you guys got anything else before we get ready to shut it down? Anybody want to talk about their trades in detail? Anybody want to set up a trade for next week? The floor is yours. You can share your screen. You can share success stories, anything. You're welcome. You guys are all welcome. Really, really excited for next week too, because again, that FOMC meeting, that's gonna be a good one there. That's gonna be a good. That's a good one. There's a good one. All right, so excited for that. And somebody kept asking me. I know I got to pull that video up, but a lot of people been asking me. My inbox been blowing up since I posted about my student loan being discharged. I get a lot of people like, is it official? No, that's from the U.S. Department of Education, right? It's the real deal. Right? Well, once they seen that, that was official, mail that I got, or email in this case, people been asking about it, so of course, I nailed that was my service provider, which they are an official, federal grant disbursement site for U.S. Department of Education. So if you do have student loans, that are in question for student loan discharge, or you met that criteria that they did under the Borrowers Defense Act and some of the programs they have out there to help people get from underneath student loan debt, go to those websites, hit up your service provider. We actually have that video. I just got to look for it. I know people asking, man, what did the link at? We did that video back on the Dagger Squad channel a while back. So I just got to sift through it and find the actual one. So it's not that I haven't, I'm brushing y'all out. I got to go find it, right? Because what I didn't do is also I should have downloaded it too, right? At the same breath, so I can always have access to it right away. But if not, you can go to nailnet.com, right? Or you can go straight to, the FSA, right? Because that's where we actually did all the work from. We did it from the FSA, right? Federal student loan, federal student aid, or just U.S. Department of Education, right? Because all of it goes back to, to the same portal, right? And from there, you'll get all the information. But the form in itself, like I say, it's called the Borrowers Defense Act. Now, they got two types. There's different. There's two types. Then there's also the ones that they do just for people who have met a certain criteria. If they work for the government, federal, they met a threshold, they're just, discharged after you've been with them for a certain amount of time, or you've been current with your payments for a certain amount of time. They'll go ahead and disperse the rest, or discharge even the rest, right? So, that's something to think about in that regard. So when I find a video, I'll post it, repost it, so you can go through it. So as you see, quick loan forgiveness, right? Qualify for student loan forgiveness, right? Public service loan forgiveness, teacher loan forgiveness, closed school discharge, right? Perkins loan cancellation discharge, total permanent disability. They got a lot of stuff on here, right? When we did it, it wasn't this many on here, but they've updated it since then to help a lot of other people because of COVID even more so. So it's like, man, we got to really try to help them out. We ain't gonna just, blanketly discharge a lot of people's student loan that Joe Biden somewhat ran off of and turned around and lied about, right? He'll fraud, right? So they try to do it other ways. So unpaid refund discharge, false certification discharge, bar defense. Again, there's that bar defense I keep talking about. Discharge of bankruptcy, discharge due to death, discharge of permanent disability discharge, et cetera, right? So, it's, this is the official website for the U.S. Department of Government. So here's everything right here that we went through. We went through line for line. We put up all the schools, right? And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some more on there now since then, right? So there's other stuff, or programs that may qualify for either a partial reduction or a completely discharge of all the loans, right? And so it's that matters. If you can get some of it off your back, that's a positive. Student loans are the only thing that follow you to death. Student loans are the only thing that follow you, across international waters. They will come extradite you over a student loan. I ain't making that up, right? You can get away with murder and rape and jump town, but if they want, but student loan, they'll come get you for that. I am not lying. They will come hunt you down for student loan, and they will revoke your passport for student loan debt. If you get way behind, they're like, no, you ain't finna skip, leave the country. They would definitely revoke your passport. But I stayed current with my stuff, of course, whatever, when I didn't defer anything, but still, when I was reading through a lot of that stuff, I was like, man, these people crazy, man. This stuff worse than, man, what, bankruptcy, some people, child support stuff, it's worse than that kind of stuff. They don't play about them federal loans. So it's crazy, man, but yeah. So this is the website. Come to federal student aid website. Plug in your stuff because you're in the system, but you there, because they keep track of all your stuff from grade school up until this point. Because even if you haven't even not qualified, but initiated student loan or just a loan period or just to get into college for any kind of grant programs, Perkins, Stafford loan, not Stafford, but Hope grants, all that stuff like that. It's all recorded in the U.S. Department of Education, meaning they got a bar value of what they feel like you qualify for first-time borrowers. Whether you use it or not, you can go in here and actually check it. True story. You can see, they'll let you know if you got like a $250,000 left to be able to borrow against the government, or if you use some already, like 100,000, right? You may have 100,000 left. It has all that stuff already in there under your name and social security number, even if you never probably enacted student enrollment at any university or higher learning institution. True story, right? Because if you've been to school in America, anywhere in America, you already in the system. And U.S. Department of Education pretty much it's the portal that houses all that information, which tells you how much you qualify for in potential student loan value. Right. So yeah, I pull that video back up. Man, I was telling Sister Monica we'll pull it back up and dust it off again, and maybe do another update on that. We did, I think, like 2 or 3 shows on it. Right. And I pulled up my form, my filled out form. I showed everybody, what I had to go through, and I sent it in. Right. I sent it all in, and got the email just recently. Right. But it was worth it. Worth the wait. So yeah. So there it is. So yeah. Go check it out, guys. If you're under that, and it don't hurt. It don't go against you to try to get it off, right? That's for sure. It definitely does not hurt to try to get it off. So, I was on the wrong side. I forgot. I'm on. Is it showing? It's not showing. Oh, hold up. Yeah, that's why I don't like StreamYard. StreamYard be on that foolish, man. I was up here on the FSA site. And it's still showing NailNet. There we go. Here we go. Federal Student Aid site, right? This is where you come to check everything dealing with your educational background. Period. Everything. And they got sent up there in bold. Student loan repayment start back on what? January the 31st. They're going to make sure you know that. They already been probably hitting people up in the email. Hey, just 31st next year. Payment going to start again. That clock going to start again, boy. Man, I'm just gonna cut a break, boy. Don't cut just a break. Everything you want to know about Department of Education.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Qualify for loan forgiveness. Come over here on the managed loans. Click that. It'll give you all the rundown of different things that you may qualify for with your school or university or program that you might have been in, whatever. Right? I mean, and don't think it's not just exclusive to certain smaller institutions or even whatever. They got big colleges in here too. We went through it. Some of those programs that they had, they terminated them. If they terminate them, that means those certificates are what? Null. So you can get that discharged, right? Right? You can get that stuff discharged too, right? So it's not just the schools itself, it's programs. And so people like Florida State was on there, University of Texas was on there, Notre Dame was on there, USC was on there. So don't get it twisted, right? It could be program, it could be bad loan officers at that time. All that stuff, you can dispute it, right? You can dispute it, all of it. And it don't go against you to dispute it, right? So it's not like it's a credit check, right? So yeah, fight, fight. You'd be surprised what you may qualify for as far as discharge value. But this right here was the one that we kicked it off. And now they got a lot more on there than what we started. So that's that, the form right here. You can get the PDF, download it and mail it in, or you can do the online version, but you still want to get both copies. Right. So yeah, and it's not hard to fill out. Like I went over, I showed mine on the live stream. Voided my personal information, but yeah, I showed you everything else about it. All right, and they got some updates too. So I'm pretty sure they do, of course, but. Yeah, so they got the what? If you receive an email with the correct school information, you do not need to do anything. If you receive an email with incorrect school information, you still need to consider approved discharge. Look at the email. So yeah, standard stuff, I guess. Announced approval of bar defense for more than 1,800 court reporting institute. See, yep, them courts. That's our Supreme Court held up because Betsy DeVoe tried to mess it up for everybody. Oh, dusty behind Betsy DeVoe, right? That's what held mine up. I'm like, man, thing supposed to have, man. They didn't fill that thing out, and they acknowledged that they had it. It was like, yeah, we got everything. Then they came back like, we got to reevaluate. I'm gonna reevaluate. I said, oh, these people gonna try some foolishness. But now, no problem. Everything's starting to move through the system finally. And see, as you see here, some of these schools right here, their stuff is starting to move through now. More than 1,800 claims, right? Now it's starting to move a little bit for some of these schools, right? 18,000. Right, look at that. That's for ITC and Tech. Right, 18,000 those claims finally moved through the system on June 16th this year. What else? This just announces changes to the relief for approved bar defense. Right, meaning more criteria or less, whatever. You'll receive email explaining the changes to student loan relief and any steps you need to take. Current bar defense provision, federal law, federal bars to seek loan forgiveness of the William D. Ford direct loan. That's that one, court. Program loans, if the institutions engage in certain misconduct. See, that one, the one there right there that got me off right there. They was egregiously over marketing it. And so I used it. I didn't know whether. I said, I'm going to put it on there. And sure enough, I sure did. Hey, and let me up out there like, wow, that about 18 racks left. Woo, boy. Kick the cans now. I'm out of there. That took me a long fishing trip that day. So I'm going fishing today, boy. I'm going to celebrate. All right? Get that monkey off your back. But that thing, I mean, it's good for your credit report. Again, that's, it's good to have it. Paid it off, but I was like, it's good for credit. I mean, honestly. As long as it's not, in default status and is current, student loans do look good on a credit report, period. Now, nobody want to be in all that debt, right? Exorbitant high levels. If you got like up there in the hundreds of thousands, then I'm straight on that. Yeah, so. Yep, so federal student aid, guys, come over here, hit managed loans, hit that qualify for student loan forgiveness, and just read through all this stuff, man. Get the knowledge, right? Get knowledge stuff. All right, source up. So you can fight back, man. These people don't care. Right? These people do not care. Right? And it don't cost you nothing, and it ain't gonna hurt you to, submit. So get excited for that, right? So there's 18 rats gone. Right. That's it. So yeah, guys. So that's it. Unless anybody got anything else. Like I said, for those who wanted that video, I'll find it and I'll post it on the same portal I posted about myself. Yep.
Oh. Yeah, you good.
The one thing I will say about it, guys. So, see, I ain't got nothing else, guys. Unless y'all got anything, I'm pretty much done for the day. First.
Oh, any update on CPSL?
None that I know of and seen to the degree of what we can, assess through Twitter at this point. Because most of the updates are coming purely strictly through Twitter, right? When I say through Twitter, obviously meaning everybody is just kind of updating through that. Even though Corporate Revival Solutions, they're not necessarily updating any longer because again at this point they kind of did the 8K, right? They transferred that, that 14.1D, 14.1 Alpha D form. That kind of took them, all that responsibility off them at this point, right? So they're now, everything now you got to go strictly through Dr. Foods, which is the new name, or Next Meats, right? So, of course, if you just go to Twitter, matter of fact, let's go to Twitter.
Right.
Right. So now you can keep up because most of the people now are just doing it strictly as the investors. Then those of the those of the right, the new investors or the new owners, right, within the Capital Solutions, right, or Catapult Solution now, which is Dr. Foods, right. So as of now, let's see, somebody got a little link right there. Let's see if they ain't no craziness. Reshaping the future, right? So that's more information surrounding around Next Meats, right? Because we know that's our parent company. We are the science lab, apparently, of the arm of trying to figure out if we're going to be the NASDAQ listing or not. It's still up in the air, but as of now, it's probably going to end up being NCMO, which is going to get absolved. Well, Next Meats will get absolved into them. Right, but we got the share structure for it, but it's still in the air. We're trying to figure out what it's going to be. Right? As of now, it's just a whole lot of them. They just picking, they're trying to make it the most easiest way so they can get to the NASDAQ, one way or the other. Right, it's going to be either our ticker or it's going to be that NXMA, MH, excuse me. Preferably ours because we got already the shares, right? We got enough shares to be able to accommodate that, and not necessarily have to do a dilution. That's the only thing I'm watching very careful. I don't, it don't have to be, it's not necessarily it's a bad thing, but you get more shares for less if you get in like where we got in at 00, 4 and 000, areas, right? And so, if everything stayed the course, then we'll just keep riding the share structure. Right? So right now we're just under the strain of the market pullback, right? That side of the market also affects OTC too, right? So SPY coming down, it hurts all markets, right? That's why CPSL is kind of backing off a little bit, not testing that 4-cent support again, right? A little bit under in that at this point, 3, but it ain't really just it ain't plummeted, and it's just everything weak because of the SPY. Right? So this is more of a them speaking about the future of next meets, right? And for what it's worth, Beyond Meat been getting hit with a lot of bad press lately, right? Now that could adversely affect our side, but in the breath, this actually catapults us into more of a spotlight, because what do we have that next meat do not? Beyond Meat do not have, right? We have a seemingly better pipeline already. We already got a fast food chain with 500 locations, right? Beyond Meat still trying to go out their way to court McDonald's, right? They're going out their way to get that McDonald's contract, and I don't blame them, because that's, y'all know, I like Beyond Meat. I was in Beyond Meat before IPO, before IPO it. But Next Meat's got a bigger market, right? They got that Asian market. And they got more than just a burger patty. They got eggs, a pork nut, and they got a tuna, mock vegan tunas, right? And then Japan is the second largest egg eating nation on the planet. I don't know if I knew that or not, but the Japanese, they're the second largest egg eaters on the planet. And so now they got a mock egg in Next Eggs. Let that marinate, right? And then there's a few other things that they got, of course, pork. Pork is a big market over there in Asia too. They got a mock pork, and they got a mock tuna, right? So they got all the right, player portfolio perspectives in place. They just got to get market share. They got to get more brand, and they're doing that through these little stuff like this. These are great.
Right.
They trying to get into what? Silicon Valley. You see what the Silicon Review? They trying to get in America. They're based in overseas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they knocking on the door, and they got with a good burger chain and Way Back Burgers, right? So that's a premier distributor for that. I'm just saying, shuck, man. I'm patient, right? I'm patient until they kind of convince me that. It wasn't showing. Again, I keep thinking, man, I'm not on what's the name. Zoom. It's not going to flip. I'm over here on the wrong site. God, dog. 1 second. Come on, man. Blah, 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 blah. Where we at? Here. This is the article here. I was sitting there just talking as if y'all was watching it too. Yeah, so 50 innovative companies to watch in 2021, right? 50 innovative companies to watch in 2021. Let that marinate. One of them is Next Meats, right? So our parent company, right? Our parent company is CPSL, which is now called Dr. Foods. Right? So again, it's more of that, that growth.
Yeah, they be.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, over. Oh, Chris, you there? You saying something, or you?
Yeah, I'm here. No, I was saying, Next Meats, they stay posting about new products and stuff like that.
Facts. Yeah. That's why I like them, because these guys busy. They want attention. And again, not just cause everybody like, man, they companies that buy their life because they like it, but just being impartial, but also being again a student of the game in terms of how people are sometimes, especially younger CEOs, gain a lot of market recognition and share because of their past. Well, these guys went to Harvard. They graduated from Harvard. That says a lot. And I'm only saying it for this reason, not just because of Harvard. It's just that Harvard is the biggest business hub networking, conglomerate on the planet. It's a resume, stamp of approval, without you saying anything or doing anything else, because it's a business-laden school to a degree, right? So they have a lot of connections, is my point. They have an expansive network that they get to pull from and helping their business startup. And keep in mind, these guys living in Japan, back in their mainland, they just came over here to go to school at Harvard. But they got all that Rolodex, right? They got that Rolodex that Harvard offers. The endowment funds and all that stuff that they can pull from for resources to expand. And this is, again, a market that's obviously going to be a massive market in the future. Alternative food value. Even though it's odd to say that if it's coming from vegetables, but there are also synthesized aspects of it. And there's more gentle, organic perspectives of it too. Right? But nonetheless, of course, I'm an investor, right? I'm looking for the growth. Right? I'm strictly here for the growth. And if they can challenge a Beyond Meat or Impossible Burger or a Gardenia, right? or Just Eggs, I spoke about that one. That's one I can't wait for that one to even think about doing an IPO or something like that. I'm definitely going to be on top of that one. Just Eggs is all over the place, right? So, you got to know who are the players in the space, right? I know all the players. I'm just making to see how big we could be in that, and I think we can be very big. If they get on the NASDAQ and they keep expanding, man, I'm just saying, let go. Right, Joe, like, let go. Man, we gonna go. Right. So as of now, CPSL, we still look good. Right, we still look good. Right, and we still got some catalysts that's supposed to come out. That's that's still promising. So add around these little, high 3 dips, whatever. If you can add to it, if you feel comfortable at that point, yeah. Right? The market just got everybody in shambles, right? Meaning the broader market, so those things kind of somewhat subside, we're still pretty good, right? We're still pretty decent. All right. So as of now, again, like I said, nothing overwhelming beyond that. But you can always go to next week's website and check there, or just look for anything dealing or surrounding around that. That interest value. Right. So Dr. Food is our official name. I know I keep saying CPSL, but officially we are now Dr. Food, right? We are a science-based, science-based food lab, right? And it's American, or American situated geography-wise, right? So that's a good thing. So they're actually gonna build out a new one, a science lab over here in America. So I think that may be our headquarters to make all that stuff that you're seeing what they got, like the pork and the eggs and all that, and whatever else they may come up with there. But either way, I still like the story. There's nothing, changed materially to make us kind of, change our investment thesis. It's just kind of, sitting and riding it out at this point. Right? Sitting and riding it out. And and then don't hesitate, go to the Next Meet website, just keep up what's going on their side, like we said before. Everything else will take care of itself. Right, Next Meets. Right, you can follow the CEOs, but they like putting out a lot of stuff. That's what I like about this guy. they be posting, right? They definitely be posting, right? So actually, you got like 2 posts back to back over the last last 24 hours. You be posting. The Silicon Review website that we just looked at, and they just had an exhibition in China concerning their Next Week's products. So yeah. So I think we stuck. Obviously, we solid over Chris. You definitely know because we still in. A lot of you guys still up well over 100% since y'all got in. That was at 004. So
yeah,
still up a lot. We just waiting for everything to iron out so we can catapult for the next level.
Yeah.
Going higher. So again, a few dollars went a long way. All right. So I'm excited of the future.
I'm ready for that thing to explode. They trying to get on the NASDAQ, so that's a good start.
Or game changer. I'm just like I said, that's why there ain't no rush, because that's one of them set it and forget it trades. Literally, we got in at par value almost. Literally par value. As if we were seed investors. Those opportunities only come around, if you're in the right place at the right time. That's how the market works. It rewards those who are patient, diligent, and can sniff out a good opportunity. That's just how the markets work. So as of now, we in somewhat they call green grass pastures, or however the people saying. We out there, we grazing, right? We waiting, right? We waiting. So until anything changes, we all in. So Ryo, Shira, he's CEO. So again, you come on here, like I say, be posting. That's what I like about him. He ain't no slouch CEO type. And he's young, so that way I know he understands it. Shareholders want to see and hear. Let's keep seeing you make it happen. And from people who tried it, they say the product is good. That's whatever. Everybody gonna say that, I guess. But these people gotten smart about turning these vegetables into really good, products. Again, I'm saying that because I'm a Just Egg fan. I like that Just Egg patty. It tastes just like egg, and it's made by mung bean. Right? So totally solid in that perspective. Right. So there it is. So and they got a milk coming. Right. They got a milk coming. They got the pork now. They got the tuna. They got the egg, and they got already the beef. Right. And they got I think 2 or 3 different values of ways they do their beef, but they got a milk coming too. Right. So this one here just came off the press recently off Biomarkets, right? Biomarket Insights. Come over here real quick to it. Right. So Japan's next meat will launch plant-based pork, tuna, and milk. Right. So plant-based milks are still very popular now. People move away from dairy, right? That's big. Right. That's big. Right. So yeah, so matter of fact, let me post this article too on my site. I saw it earlier. I just didn't post it, but so yeah, so those are again great expansive complements that they have to add to their portfolio. And they just slowly but surely they just adding stuff. They're building out, they attract attention. The European market is already, is excited for their products and stuff like that. Again, and they're trying to, get a footprint in Africa, of course, alternative food values, where a lot for less. It has its place. It has its place. Right, so get excited for that. So all that happened. See right there, he posted that 18 hours. He posted this right behind it. Another article. Right. Next Meat has also partnered with Abaru in launching an edition of Demon Slayer. Right. That's hot off the press. Right. This company here, I guess in terms of that, they got a plant-based curry, instant curry, right? So more exposure. That's what it's all about with any investment. Right? How much exposure can you keep garnering? Because that is attention well deserved and needed to get you in the face of a lot of people. Right? So whoever Demon Slayer X is, it sounds like a video game. If it's moving off the shelf, rock out. Right, so all these Demon Slayer keychains and Demon Slayer curry, instant curry, hey, we'll take it. So this is a partner we just did with them. All right, and it's set to launch in Singapore. Singapore is a very expensive market, a lot of money in Singapore, very rich money in Singapore. All right, next week we'll be unveiling another new product, plant-based instant curry. Low-fat, high proteins. Curry contains no animal derivative ingredients, chemical seasoning, no acidulants, no colorings, and no fragrances. Right, with a sweet note and thick, whatever, all that extra. But y'all get it. Right. September 27th. Right, main keychain exclusive available on Done. So that's the keychain. But the movie was #1 Japan breaking record of 100 million box office. So based on the Magna series. Oh, Magna series. So this is based on the movie called Demon Slayer. So actually, it was a movie. Right, so they turned around and made it into a food. Ancillary item off that brand, that Demon Slayer. So how about that? It's all right, Demon Slayer. I'm gonna have to go look you up. You're #1 movie in Japan. Let me go download that off the off the dark web. Let me see what it was about. But nonetheless, if there was number one move in Japan, and then next meat is featured as one of their food products off that, I'll take it. See, I'll take it. Limited edition, Demon Slayer X Next Meats Meal. I'll take it. Available in stores on September the 3rd. Premium Karuba Done set is $13.80. Star Grilled Meat, this bonus short rib. Yeah, so they got a couple things. Miso soup, plant-based. Yep. Ain't no boy out to death with all that. It's stuff I do when the camera's out, right? I be digging all through these little articles and filling out my investment thesis, strength, values to it. All right, so there it is, Asia Pacific food industry. Next meets on the main line. Get them on the main line. That's it, guys. So I'm not following him, or wasn't following. I thought it was. Him and buddy. Hideyuki Sasaki. He's the other one, right? He's the other one, the other CEO. Right. Most of his postings are in in his native language. So I think they were speaking about the food lab. More news on that coming up. Yeah, so alternative meat derived from raw materials to operation dedicated factory in Nagaoki. Right, that's the one they're gonna do over there in Japan. We just waiting on the one that they're gonna do in America. And yeah, so that's it, guys. Let me get out of here. Right, let me get off this thing, man. I've been on here long enough. Been on here.
Okay, over.
Here for all day and training, and we got
Nobody want to talk now. They be want you to go live all the time, but don't want to talk.
Them jugger fat. They made all that money. Them jugger ready to spend it. Turn up tonight. Turn up. That little thing with Judge Joe Brown. That little clip on YouTube.
And I'm gonna turn up on YouTube tonight. I'm tuned into YouTube.
Yeah, bro. Get that Judge Joe Brown. That turn up, right? Did y'all? I'm sure y'all seen it, but I think the brother, the guy that be doing the videos for what his name? What buddy name? God dang, Kwame Brown, right? But the guy self-taught. I think that's his name, self-taught. He did that video skit for Judge Joe Brown. That joke was banging too. Wait a minute.
Kwame Brown.
Yeah, when Mike Epps did that skit, that spoof skit about turn up.
I don't think I've seen that.
The remix. Oh man. I'm gonna put y'all on real quick. We gotta put y'all on. Hold up. On the way out the door. I'm gonna hit y'all on the way out the door. Right, gotta get y'all on the way out the door. Let me make sure my mic audio, microphone. I think it's right. Y'all can tell me. That's just boy. That was funny, bro. Crazy. Turn up remix.
Use that one. Yeah.
Y'all ain't ready for that. Y'all see the screen? Yeah.
Yep.
I ain't playing the judge no more. I'm playing the lordship. Turn up. Turn up. You go to hell. Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You bitch. Turn up. You go to hell. Turn up. You bitch. Turn up. You go to hell. Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. Ellen DeGeneres. You a miserable ass. Yeah. You bitch. You let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gone.
Party language, guys. Party
this
language.
Is Kim Hall. You a corrupt ass. Yeah. She's a witch. She ain't black. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gone. Oh, right. You a racist ass. Yeah. You a racist. You go to hell. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gone. Lizzo the lizard. You a miserable ass harlot. She's a witch. She's a hippo. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gone. Sit down. Guilty. Not guilty. God damn it. Turn up. Not guilty. Guilty. God damn it. Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You bitch. Turn up. You go to hell. Turn up. You bitch. Turn up. You go to hell. Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Turn up. You mean to tell me? Turn up. You mean to tell? Guilty. Turn up. Not guilty. Turn up. Guilty. Turn up. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gone. Turn up.
Y'all don't want that word. Y'all don't want that word. Well, y'all ain't ready to turn up. It's Friday, boy. Drink for the turn up.
55.50. I won't even call it that big of a margin.
Cut it down.
No, but you said 55.
No, that's the one came after. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it talking about something else. But yeah,
that was cool. I ain't never seen that. That was cool though.
Yeah, I thought y'all had heard or seen about it because y'all know Kobe Bryant been getting a lot, but he hooked up with a couple guys. A guy named Mari Spears and a guy named Seth Talk. So they've been doing a lot of remixes. Off his soundbite, because he been warring with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes and Stephen A. Smith and Charlamagne, and he been going after them joker hard. They came after him, I guess, of course. Fair, everything fair in love and war. But he fought those guys there, and they got on this side, boy, he winning because they been eating them joker with their little videos, skits like that. Man, they got some other ones that just, man, woo. Like, I wouldn't want to be.
I ain't playing the judge.
I wouldn't want to be on the bad side of them dudes, boy, because they got some. They got another one with man, they got some couple of them. They got the one with Charlamagne called Patch Eye Demon. That one they're funny too. They got a Matt Barnes, Becky with the good hair, right? Matt Barnes. Y'all know him from the Lakers. He got an extensive history of being a foos, right? So yeah, Matt Barnes. They call
Becky with the good hair.
Becky with the good hair. They crazy. It's silly, man.
Becky with the good hair. 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 Becky, we gon' spot it, wave head, perm head, boot open, head, motherfucker. I'm one of them dog niggas. I'm one of them geeky niggas that'll get you and shut your mouth. Becky, we gon' spot it, wave head, perm head, boot open, head, motherfucker. Becky with the good hair. 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 Becky, we gon' swat a wave head, perm head, boot open, head, motherfucker.
Crazy, bro.
That's funny.
They got all of them. They got a woman, Steven Jackson, called him Captain Jack. He be capping all the time for ESPN white folk. They went in on him too. I said I wouldn't want to be on the bad side of these dudes here. They call that joke Captain Jack. He be capping for white folks.
Captain Jack. Steven Jackson out there, boy. Captain Jack. Steven Jackson out there, boy. Captain Jack. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Rachel. Boy, you got your yard dog, pit bull face. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Daddy's boy. Daddy's boy. Daddy's boy. Daddy. Woo! White Zaddy, capping Jack. White Zaddy, capping Jack. Woo! 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 Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. Even Jackson out there. Beat it up for the Lord's nigga. Even Jackson out there, boy, capping Jack. 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 Capping Jack. Capping Jack. Even Jackson out there. Even Jackson out there. Even Jackson out there. I'm gonna slow it down for the Texas nigga. Screw on that. Woo! 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 But we pay you a check when you went off cold. Don't you ever say shit, boy, unless you get the fucking script from me, boy. And then you put them Negroes in a place. Go get one. Capping Jack. Capping Jack. You let them know as they go, boy. Capping Jack. Wow, boy. Wow.
And I wonder what they did to him.
Well, if y'all have been watching, that's what they've been beefing, right? Remember that whole, they came out there and tried to came at him about him being some kind of, what they call him, a bust, and then Charlamagne the God came out and put out his personal family business live on national TV. Y'all remember that one? That was all kicked it all off. And after that, boy, they just opened up a hornet net. Boy, they ain't no coming around as smart as he was.
You're right.
He went to Ethan, all of them. Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes, Stephen A. Smith, Charlamagne. He the one that exposed Charlamagne. Y'all know, a lot of people didn't know Charlamagne had that rape charge, alleged rape charge on him. They reduced it down to a lesser charge, but y'all know what that means. That means it actually happened. And
right.
They were to pay somebody out to get it, not from being full-blown rape to, contributing to a minor or whatever, right? So you need these dudes are scumbags, man. They slime balls, right? Yeah. So them, and especially in the hood, you already know. If you even get any idea of a charge like that on you, people start looking at you sideways. They can't even mess with you anymore. You're a Chester, right? And you can't be trusted around nobody's daughter, bro. No, you move on, bro. We don't do that over here. Right?
Yeah, that's some funny stuff right there, man.
Yeah, man. But they did a whole series of different skits and remakes, and them things, they just been blowing up all over the internet, right? And the one he did was that Mama's Cooking, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was that
Mama's one. Cooking. Mama's cooking. Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Get a little taste of Mama's cooking.
I bought the t-shirt. Y'all know I got a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking.
Go hit hard, bro. That's gonna hit hard too.
Yeah, buddy.
Stop it, screw.
Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Why? Get a little taste of Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking. Get a little taste of Mama's cooking.
You got Joe Biden. Y'all come check him out. His name Maurice.
I'm check him out.
Yeah, he's sharp, man. That boy good when it comes to remixes, boy. I'll just you know, so game.
Yeah, buddy.
He got the Carter B stuff. He got one on them too.
He just went in on Russell Westbrook.
Yep, no, that's the new talk, boy. We'll be on for another 3 hours talking about that food.
Because he wore that shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, that man. Boy, look. Boy, I don't know what's wrong with these dudes today, but that little Dwayne Wade playbook that they're trying to infiltrate in the NBA, they need to get on up out of here.
Yep.
Right? It all started out from them trying to reinvigorate that old, maybe the old school Dennis Rodman energy, but Dennis Rodman was still a stud, though. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
Dennis Rodman was wild, but he was knocking down Madonna and many others. Don't let it fool you, all that lipstick and black paw down on the finger. It was good. But these new ones, these jokers here going full blown. Boy, I don't know what this is. This fruitcake league. That's why I don't watch that. That's me. I don't watch that.
Man, they out of there, bro.
Right? They can have all that. I'm straight. That's just me. Though.
They got an excuse for everything, man.
Yeah. And I'm like, how y'all claiming to be alphas and y'all just we'll talk about it next time I go live. I know y'all already know about it though, but yeah, they're a hot mess on that side. Hot mess. Yeah, so that's it, guys. Hope y'all benefited from the live today. Hope we got some good information out of the markets today that was universally beneficial. We back on it. Hope I get a chance to do something live Sunday night. We'll see. Things work out. Do like a pre-market, as we always do. Game plan for next week. But we subjected to all the news that may come out over the weekend or not, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
Y'all got anything else on the way out the door? That's not. We'll close on out.
That's it.
Everybody solid. Everybody good.
Always, like every live. Thank you.
Yeah, thank all of y'all.
Always.
Right. Thank you. Thank everybody.
Open.
Already. I am because we are guys here. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be watching the Maverick. I'm gonna watch the Maverick, man. I'm still catching up on his videos.
Oh yeah, the Maverick Wall Street. Yeah, so go check out the Maverick. I've been following for a little minute too. He's solid. He's solid. It's mouse. He make it fun. That's good for entertainment, but he's solid. Yeah, mouse. Right. That's why I say I like mine. So, I was like, and I actually, got hip to him. Because I was already doing a lot of my stuff from last year, like, COVID stuff, and I was like, man, see, you can find people like that because between him, of course, the Don Kaufmans, y'all know my usual crew, Peter Schiff, those type. All of them, Bill Poulet, I just go through all of them. But yeah, he just right on point with it. He gives you a good visual breakdown, and also, he has market experience, years and years of being in the market. So you can gain a lot from him. So yeah, go check him out. It's called The Maverick of Wall Street. The Maverick of Wall Street. Put that in the Google title bar up there, and his stuff will pull up. Right? And so it's definitely worth following him. Trust me, but he got good, solid information. I ain't just saying that. He's solid. Yeah.
Make sure y'all subscribe to his YouTube channel. Go through and get some of that wisdom he's been dropping over the years. Over African Emporium's channel. Make sure y'all do that. He got classic stuff. So
I got some old stuff out there. I got to get to the point where I got to go back and consolidate them down and break them up and maybe do some other. I'm gonna get that point. I've been telling people at some point. Yeah, we'll get there. But we got a lot. We just got a lot of content last year. We just pumping that data out because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
But the great thing about it, when we go back and listen to that stuff, all of it came to fruition. Literally, most of everything that we said, majority of it came to fruition.
Be quiet, dude.
It's all right, man. It's Friday, man. Let him turn up. He want to turn up like Joe Brown. Let that boy turn up.
Right. It's Friday.
Turn up.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me?
You get too hype playing that Roblox.
Yeah, let him turn
too
up.
Hype.
Well, but yeah, you gentlemen enjoy it. All the sisters that came through ought to be on the back chat YouTube side, thank y'all for tuning in as well. Thank you for liking the video, sharing, and subscribing if you're new. Stay tuned. We're gonna continue to pump out. As y'all know, we work over here. We don't just talk. We work. That's what the channel is all about, right? So it's a people forum, so we all can come on and share, build, and learn. So shout out to everybody that tuned in and made contributed to the channel and also their edification. All right, so that's it. So I'll see y'all guys on the next one. Back in the group. You made some money this week. Don't spend it all, right? Don't go out there look for them goods, right? Leave. Say something next week, right? Don't give it all to the goods. Say something next week. We got to pick it up.
He said, "Say something for next week." That's hilarious.
Yeah, man. They're gonna give it all to the goods.
Yeah, boy.
Right? Yeah.
Peace, power, and profit, family.
Peace, power, and profit, y'all.
Peace, everybody. Peace, power, and profit, family.
All right.
Peace, family. Peace, everybody.
Peace.